Okay, this is Elevate by Allergic to Bullshit. You may have heard this track on Dark Matter After Midnight, which you'll be hearing more of that soon. I've been splintering into different projects, and most recently, South Pole. So if you look at the screen, on the top left, there's a banner ad for South Pole advertising that this Thanksgiving, we're premiering the first of this weekly cartoon. I'm not going to give you any significant spoilers here. That space up there, by the way, is also available for promotional purposes. I have a Fiverr gig set up, so if anybody wants to advertise on this 24/7 stream, it's super cheap. I mean, Fiverr. And I'll put banners up there. I'll even make the banner, animate them, and it will drive traffic. Okay, check this out. I talked about this earlier when this was brought up about Green Day doing a Flat Earth video. Well, they changed their name or something. It's called The Network. They're not Green Day. So it's a Green Day side project called Flat Earthers. And I suppose it's a mockery of Flat Earthers. I just found it very curious, though, that it's called The Network. And the song is Flat Earth. And the video itself is, well, those of you who are familiar with this channel will instantly recognize what I'm calling it here. It looks to me like a Chief Crow ripoff, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it's actually a good thing. It's derivative. So if you're looking at the footage, you would think, oh, it's a Chief Crow video. Looks like supercomputer. Space is fake. Looks like auto hoax. And there's your Chief Crow look-alike with the mask, with all these dank memes. Nobody does Illuminati handshakes, flat Earth maps, Mystery Babylon space program. I mean, literally everything that we put into this stuff, and then does it with a character that looks and acts very much like Chief Crow of the Flat Earthworms. So I'm just saying it's very complimentary, or it's some type of a ripoff. Whatever it is, I don't think it's necessarily a bad song. It's a great video. I'm just saying it seemed a little too, I don't know, too familiar. Tell me this doesn't look exactly like the video auto hoax. I mean, and it's not just me, is it? I mean, what typifies his videos are these psychedelic meme streams of animated jiffies, special filters, and a lot of flat earth stuff. And of course, the costumes, the costumed masked performance. And what also kind of stood out to me, I thought was interesting, was the band's name, because it's not Green Day, it's The Network. I was like, The Network, Flat Earth, where have I heard that before? And it kind of reminded me of a few side projects like the Flat Earth Activist book and the Flat Earth Network. So anyway, not drawing too many conclusions from it other than to say that it's actually a rather decent Flat Earth track / video, and I'm just finding it to be very peculiar. I guess I understand why they didn't want their regular name attached to it, but I mean, what do you make of it?
I would not believe the facts to be true. Some say that Magellan circled around the globe, but there wasn't Google, so how could they know?
Like, this is honestly Chief Crow level Flat Earth video. I mean, I'm impressed, I have to say, but I'm also a little, I don't know. I'm not disturbed, but it's just a little, it's one of these things, like oftentimes we see these odd little instances where it seems like, okay, I wonder what is really going on here. Like, this is such a ripoff, but I don't hate it. I'll say that. And look, they still got the same Wikipedia thing. The flat Earth model is an archaic conception of the Earth's shape. Now, and here's one thing I like about the video, and then I'll move on here. I like this disc in space. Like, one of my favorite flat Earth models, which is ridiculous, obviously, is this disc floating in space. I mean, it's an obvious straw man. It's comical. It's hilarious. And the thing is, if you can laugh at the disc in space, you should be able to laugh at the globe, because it's the same proposition. It really is. I mean, nobody believes the Disc in Space anyway. But my point is, I don't think it's any more ridiculous than that. And nobody's actually advocating for that. Anyway, the lie versus the truth. I mean, come on. This has got to be a deep, deep troll. And anybody who knows anything about the topic would know better than to put the disc in space. Like, nobody serious would do that. So again, it just kind of suggests something here. I don't know. Okay, let me go ahead and get to the phones, and then I want to talk about the Terminator, or lack thereof. So here's a voicemail, and you can call in 311-1984. Again, it's 833-311-1984. And let's take a listen here.
Hey, yo, Tim. Hey, just wanted to follow up real quick with you. So you're breaking down the MSM lies, right? Or the predictive programming, or the movies and whatnot. And I decided last week to look for some COVID songs that were predicted before COVID. And I've come across a few things that you might find interesting. I think the first one that is going to really shock you is The Weeknd. Yeah, The Weeknd made a song that it's I can't feel my face I can't feel my face when I'm with you. So that's the name of the song, is I Can't Feel My Face. When you first look at the music video, he's standing in front of a spotlight, and it looks like the spotlight is really just shining over his eyes and nose. So if you look at the shadow of where the spotlight would end, you can see an outline of a mask around his face.
Interesting. Okay, so that's getting really intriguing. He's talking about a video by The Weeknd where the lyrics could also mean that quite literally he can't feel his face because it's wearing a silicone mask. Let's go ahead. And this is based on this conspiracy theory that Justin Bieber is playing another role, another musician on the world stage. Now, for this to be true, there would have to be a bit of trick photography and a lot of movie magic. Well, not a lot. It's not that huge of a stretch, especially if you look at the overlapping girlfriends, overlapping wardrobes, and other significant areas where they just seem to be the same person. But let's hear this individual out.
So I just thought that was very interesting, how you have maybe found that Justin Bieber and The Weeknd are connected in some way. I watched that video too, and they do look alike. But that song could be turned into I can't see my face when I'm with you. I've got COVID. You could turn that into a song that could be for today. So maybe someone would like to do that too. Maybe make a parody song. So that's one. And if you'd like some more, I can leave you a link or with.
Okay, I'm going to text this individual and get some more information. I wanted to. We've been talking about predictive programming, movies like V for Vendetta, which may as well mean virus, which was set in 2020. Movie came out in 2005, and it was about Civil War, fractured America, pandemic, 2020. Well, here's a movie set in 2021. I'm going to go ahead and play from this. We're going to kind of parse this trailer. Again, this is Johnny Mnemonic.
Good morning. This is your wake-up call.
Now, first off, Johnny Mnemonic is the author is the author of the Sprawl trilogy, which became The Matrix. Necromancer, Count Zero, Mona Lisa Overdrive. Very good books, somewhat dystopic. I would say Count Zero, the second one in the trilogy, is the more interesting one, because it deals with the idea of disincarnate beings like spirits residing in computers or finding a way to interface with cyberspace. I mean, if you think about Agent Smith and the way he hijacks somebody's consciousness, it is very much analogous to demonic possession. So, and you notice the second Matrix movie delved into that, where it had some sort of ghosts or vampiric entities that were coming through this interface. So, a couple things about it. It's set in 2021, same author as The Matrix, and it has to do with what we're dealing with in a kind of a veiled way. Now, I don't want to get copyright strike and just for playing this, and they'll give me a strike for playing too many seconds of it. So what I want to just kind of fast forward to are the main points here, and I'll put the subtitles on. Here we go. The year is 2021, and it's no longer safe to transmit information.
Longer safe to. The year is 2021. It is no longer safe to transmit information.
Okay, so right there. Right now we're living through the information pandemic, the info pandemic, the misinformation pandemic, the flat earth apocalypse. Everything that got out that they didn't want to get out, things going out of control, all these various conspiracy theories, the notion of crisis actors, these are all things that to the world stage, it's like an infection. It's like a computer virus. And I actually think that the purpose of the pandemic is actually to sanitize, to vaccinate the world stage of mind viruses that undermine its authority or the authority of its dominant shapers. And this is one of these movies that is predicting the future that we're in right now, where your memes, the things you say, your thoughts are getting you censored because here's how it works. I say the earth is flat. You say, oh, science, the scientists have been lying to us, so I don't trust them. Taking off my mask. Now you catch COVID, you give it to a few people, they give it around. Now I just caused another wave. I just murdered more than I could have bombed if I was a terrorist with a bomb belt. Just with my words. So they've made this correlation and this, really, they have equated it in people's minds that you have to filter your thoughts the way you filter the air that you breathe so you don't push any contaminants out there that can go viral and cause actual death. So here is a movie again about information being tightly regulated. And this character, of course, is he is able to store information, and which makes him useful. But the main point about it, and there's a few things about this movie that I'm going to get into, but the main point is that whatever's in his head is what they're seeking because it can undermine whatever their bigger program is. But it's very similar to what we saw with 1984, where Winston Smith is privy to some information, something that should have been memory hold. So he has to be given the treatment like the Inquisition. You know, essentially waterboarded. And I'm of the opinion that the Q-tip up the nose is the same thing as the waterboarding. That we are all convicted in advance of being terrorists until proven otherwise. Until we've been put into quarantine, which is what Gitmo was. Gitmo was quarantining people hanging on to the radical Islam mind virus so they could be waterboarded. The contents of their mind checked. The people they've been associated with contact traced. It's the same program for 3/11 as it was for 9/11. But this time, we're all the terrorists until you've been swabbed. But the whole premise of reaching into your brain is the fascinating part. Like in 1984, reaching into his thoughts, so you don't have any privacy. And this movie is getting to that point where we're looking at a future where there is no privacy. And, you know, funnily enough, Futurism, which is one of my favorite magazines, online magazines, great source of information, great research. They're obviously wrong about pretty much everything. But they just did an article the other day about a future where we don't even have any sort of privacy, and that privacy itself is a big illusion anyway. And this is kind of a trend that I've seen, something of a meme, which it's worth paying attention to, because the war on private property doesn't end with you giving up your stuff or paying more taxes. It actually means the end of autonomy, the end of self-ownership, owning the contents of your mind. So Johnny Mnemonic is someone whose mind is coveted because of how much data. I mean, he can store 80 gigabytes in his brain, which must have sounded like a lot in 1985.
Information. Phones, computers, and satellites are all vulnerable, but there is a solution.
Your storage capacity? I can carry nearly 80 gigs of data in my head.
Input the data into the brain of a human courier.
So Data storage in the brain, 2021. Very interesting point here. Because now, if you have wrong think or you have some kind of mind virus in your head that can hurt people, well, now it's the state's interest to go in there and find it. Is it a radical Quranic verse? Is it some type of white nationalist ideology? You know, what is it in this person's head? Or is it a literal virus, a COVID-19 thing that they can swab for? And, you know, ultimately we're talking about dystopic futures where there is no privacy and minds are tightly controlled. Anyway, this is Johnny Mnemonic from 1995. Keanu Reeves is a space-age courier who's plugged in. And one more thing. There was a new iteration of the Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey or something that just came out earlier this year. And, you know, Bill and Ted stars Keanu Reeves. It's called Face the Music. And in Face the Music, they have to save the world. And this entails everybody in the world simultaneously picking up an instrument and playing at 113 beats per minute, like 113. Just another movie where 113 is some sort of a code for the end of the world. And again, this is just a topic that we've noted, and this is not a new phenomenon. This 113 is inculcated into many, many movies. Not just movies, but major transformative events like the Challenger explosion, 1 minute and 13 seconds in. Highly symbolic stuff. But let's get back to, before we got into that, I wanted to talk about Johnny Mnemonic. I don't know if there was anything else in that. A couple of other things. I had some notes here. Okay, here we go. Set in 2021, here we go. The plot has him carrying the cure for a devastating disease in his head. So that's part of it. He carries the cure for a devastating disease in his head. The disease starts in China. And there's a scene in the beginning that features twins. So this was, thanks Empty Bliss in Discord pointed this out, that it starts off in China. A scene features twins, which, you know, we have been noting the significance of twins in many of these scripts, these stories on the world stage being played out. And of course, a devastating disease, a cure in his head, all very much, I think, consistent with what we see with predictive programming. Miss Ali says, considering that masks stop the spray of COVID saliva, they should test saliva. Right. Interesting point. Considering that COVID can live on a doorknob or any surface and it can kill you if you touch it or get within 72 inches of it, masks should be considered infectious waste. You should be considered a bioterrorist if you drop a mask on the ground. Like, why wouldn't you? I mean, that thing is that deadly, according to this whole story. If you buy it, look, I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that it's probably all just a big war game. But if you grant him even a little bit, you grant him, I think, too much. Like, I don't believe that the pandemic model actually exists, or rather the way they describe it. Like, for example, I would say it's no more likely than a single bowl of bat soup ended our world than a counterfeit $20 bill precipitated those riots. Like, this was already staged and planned to happen. Frank Zen said, who's dying from touching doorknobs? Well, if you remember from the very beginning of this hysteria they put out there, they started saying that people were putting saliva on keypads and on doorknobs. There were a number of stories about this, and I thought, what kind of psychopaths would do that? And how is this even making the news? And I kind of thought that maybe there was some type of psychological operation going on to somehow make people, I don't know, make people like this one here, paranoid. Disgusting coronavirus challenge has people licking doorknobs. And one of the persons who was participating in this TikTok challenge ended up in a hospital. He actually caught COVID. Like, I honestly don't know what, it's like, are these people crisis actors? But then again, it is TikTok. And they're doing it for some sort of gratification here. So, yes, she was featured on CNN. This is a real woman. It's true. So her attention-seeking efforts did yield results. CNN actually paid her $4,000 for this interview. Okay, I thought this was some sort of stage thing or some sort of provocation, but no. But now, a couple of things about it, though, again. Is it that deadly that if you lick, if you were to touch a surface? Because if so, then yeah, you should be able to test it. You should be able to swab a doorknob on somebody's front door and say, yeah, somebody here has the COVID. Somebody's got the Rona. There were so many dumb stories like that. Many, I think, are just totally fake. Yeah, we have to go back and revisit a lot of these fake news stories again and again, just to remember, because they will repeat these same things, and they're building narratives, and it's important to kind of tear them down as they build them up, these false narratives. Okay, something else. There was a Space Odyssey style monolith that popped up in Utah. Another example, and if you're familiar with the mind map, which isn't in its final form yet, not quite, but it will be soon. It's just basically plotting out a number of very significant events like 9/11, like the COVID outbreak, things over the last 113 or so years. Well, we paid a particular attention to 1968 and the movies, the political situation, what was going on, in people's minds, in the entertainment and in the news. Like, in other words, the zeitgeist. And 1968 and 2020 are playing out in very similar ways. So listen to this. 2020 Space Odyssey, mysterious metal object found in the Utah desert. Now, Space Oddity would be the David Bowie song, and we'll have to talk about David Bowie separately, who's probably alive right now on Epstein Island with Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, listening to Tupac rap with Kamala Harris. Like, this stuff is, this to me, if you look at it, it's probably staged, as all this stuff is. But anyway, 2020 Space Oddity, because David Bowie has been providing music for the space program from the beginning, and he's another death faker. There's a lot to look into there, but just as an idea, just to give you an idea, from the very beginning, Apollo 11, they played the song Space Oddity. They played it during Apollo 11 on the BBC. And then you have the more recent launches in space. First music video in space was a Bowie song. The Tesla Roadster, Starman, Bowie. Starman, by the way, happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan. Bowie plays the man who fell to earth. Very, very Satan-y. There's quite a lot there, like I said, but I just wanted to focus on this point. So here you have a prop from a 1968 movie turning up in real life, and they don't know how it got there. It says, the Stanley Kubrick film 2001 A Space Odyssey begins just like this, the way it's playing out in Utah 2020. Says that these biologists made the discovery that this thing is just sitting there. They're looking for a bighorn sheep, and they find this metal monolith. It says no members of the helicopter crew have reported any scientific discoveries to date, but people are still speculating about its origin. The Utah Highway Patrol is encouraging followers to guess about its purpose. Many guesses contain aliens, wormholes, interdimensional portals, and Kubrick's film. So anyway, this is, again, another kind of a reference, a prop from a 1968 movie made real. They do this stuff all the time. I mean, everything you see on the SpaceX or the NASA stage, those are all movie props that are augmenting reality in very much the same way. Okay, phones are open. 833-311-1984. I'm going to go and check the rest of my voicemails. quite a few people are directing me towards this oncoming alignment with Jupiter and Saturn. And I'm not really a believer in astrology, but the powers that be are, so we tend to pay attention to that. Okay, I think I have another one. I think this is one. This might be a follow-up message to the previous one.
Hey, Tim, just wanted to follow up with that Weekend song again. So I was looking at the lyrics and watching the video, and I'm like, man, this could actually serve like every theory without really having to change the words. So maybe he can't feel his face when he's with her, because when he's with her, he has to change his face. Like, he has to put on a new mask. Like, he has to become the Weeknd.
Now, this theory about the Weeknd and Justin Bieber, it came back. Like, it was ignored for like a year, I think. But he put out this new video called Lonely. And in the video, you see a young Justin Bieber singing about how he doesn't recognize himself in the mirror and that nobody knows who he is. And then someone opens the door and tells him it's time to perform. That someone looks exactly like The Weeknd, but kind of blurry. Then he goes out and he performs to an empty theater, symbolizing that nobody sees him. So, I mean, he kind of gave it away. And the song seemed to have some suggestions of guilt. Like, what if people find out, I suppose. That could be running through his mind. Like, this is the wrong time to have something like that. Not that it will. I mean, he's going to perform at the Super Bowl. There is quite a lot to this story, to that particular theory. Don't want to spend that much time on it this evening, but I will at some point. Okay, so I'm going through some comments here. If you're in Discord, we are working on episode 2 of South Pole. Episode 1 is going to be premiering in a few days, on Thanksgiving, in fact. Frank Zen says, in the new Weeknd video, he gets decapitated. Okay, well, if it's true, here's some of the underlying symbolism. So, the name, you know, like, you get some of these names, the initials, J and B, like Jeff Bezos or Justin Bieber. The J and the B are actually the letters that are used to designate the Masonic pillars, Boaz and Jacob, the black and the white. This controlled duality, order out of chaos. They control both extremes. And that's the motto of the 33rd degree Masonic cult, with their double-headed eagle, one head white, one head black. Then you think Batman, Joker. Same system of symbolism, and we've seen this used as a subtext for pretty much the last 7 years since Dark Knight Rises. These movies are integrated with our real lives via the fake news. It's incredible, and it's completely verifiable. But Batman and Joker, again, B and the J, the two pillars. So the symbolism there, but also the character's name is Abel. So you have Justin, and his other half is Abel. So you get Cain and Abel. Well, how does Cain kill Abel? He hits him up in the head with a rock. Every time you see Abel, his head's bleeding. His head's been bleeding for the last year. He comes out with these horrible head wounds, like he's been beaten. So in this little equation here, you would have Cain killing Abel. It would look like this. So that's probably what that means. A couple of other things about it. When he performed the video for Blinding Lights, we're talking about The Weeknd, he was invoking his, quote, inner Joker. And he performed in a empty Las Vegas. And this was before the lockdowns, months before. And that was a song that was trending during the lockdowns, and all the nurses were dancing to it. I mean, they mix these things up. They blend fiction and reality on purpose, because this is the nature of lying. It's very basic. You know, a lie is nothing more than an augmentation, something imaginary implanted into your world view. Commenter says, I thought Cain killed Abel using a donkey's jawbone. Well, it kind of depends. I mean, we're also talking about allegory and also things that are interpreted in different ways. Like Cain also means spear, and it would connect to Sagittarius and the killing of the Sun King or the Sun God. The the biblical murders have a similar storyline throughout. Now, this is something that I was talking to this individual who had name is Micah Dank. Go to micahdank.com. He takes the astrotheological story and shows how, book by book throughout the Bible, it's actually telling the story of the sun. And even the Cain and Abel story is still about this basic dark versus light and this cyclical death and rebirth. I mean, it's a real strange story the way they personify it. The sun god is his own father. It's inherently contradictory. You have a little bit of functional necrophilia. It's a just so story. Commoner says, are globe earthers, are they allowed on this channel? Oh yeah, I mean, I don't care if you think the world's shaped like a velociraptor, or if you don't. If you don't accept dinosaur Earth, no one's going to hate on you. I have a question for globe believers, though, because this is kind of a tough one. I was actually I was doing a lot of research on this very topic. The Terminator, where is it? Like, show me the Terminator. Because whenever I watch the sunset, especially now as we get closer to the winter solstice, it seems to recede into the distance like a candle, like a lantern. It's not a literal Terminator line, horizon to horizon lit as the sun goes away. It sort of recedes, which to me isn't all that consistent with a ball. With the ball, I would expect it to be bisected by the light of the sun. But if it were a plane, that light would actually be more like a spotlight, and you wouldn't have a line. It would be more of a circle. So the globe believer says dinosaurs are fake. So you're not a dinosaur earther. Okay, another topic I wanted to bring up. We've been talking about the Kenosha hat trick. Kyle just got out. And as I predicted, if you were listening a couple days ago, I said, just watch. Kyle gets out. Meanwhile, this Colin Kaepernick is calling for the release of this Black Panther cop killer who's not going to get out. And Twitter's going to notice this. And it happened. And all day long, it was trending on Twitter. How did Kenosha Kyle go free while Kaepernick is still not allowed to play? He's still blackballed. They blame Trump for Kaepernick not being on the field. But Kyle, being released is brought into this story. And I'm looking closely at this Kyle Rittenhouse character. And I'm trying to figure out, well, are we looking at a child actor? I mean, he was bailed out by a child star, from one of the actors from Silver Spoons. But my question is he legitimately someone who just decided to go across the country and fight off the bad guys? And it's a cool story. It's a great story. And if it's true, it's actually remarkable that he survived. But what we're looking at is a possibility that it's staged. And when you look at the amount of money that went into Kenosha, $42 million, you could buy yourself quite a movie production with a fraction of that. Frank Zen said, did Kyle actually kill anyone? Didn't he just shoot someone's hand? Somebody wasn't paying close attention. The Kenosha hat trick was actually a headshot, a shot to the chest, and a very controlled shot to the right bicep. Almost too perfect. If anything, he's guilty of having really good aim. Now he's out on bail. He's probably grounded. But here's the thing. I'm looking into Chris Kyle because I thought, well, the name Kyle, there's something about it that sounds familiar. And then I remembered you had Christopher Scott Kyle, the Navy SEAL sniper. Now, I looked into this character. He was killed in 2013, supposedly. But I'm looking at this as probably a hoax. And this was just my first time looking closely at this character, but I've wanted to since I noted the name Kyle had some resonance. And wouldn't you believe it? This Kyle, like Rittenhouse, is known for something very similar to what Kyle did. He's known for being kind of a hero. Check this out. During Hurricane Katrina, after hearing about civilian strife in the area, he drove to New Orleans to assist with sniper rifles. He positioned himself atop the Mercedes-Benz Superdome. There, Kyle started shooting a number of armed residents and looters, whom he identified as making trouble. Some reports stated that Kyle shot 30. The other sniper said he shot 30. This was not verified. There's really no evidence of dozens of people having been killed by a sniper, and it is unlikely that 30 people would have been shot with anybody reporting it or noticing it. The story then goes on. Kyle also had a story about how he was robbed at a gas station in Dallas in 2009. During the robbery, he got his gun. He shot both robbers dead. He was never charged. There's no evidence of it. So they did a lot of fact checking. So he seems like a puffed up, made up hero who probably didn't really shoot 150 Iraqis. But this is another Kyle who said, oh, look, there's a riot. Let me go shoot some rioters. Does that make any sense to anybody here? So now looking into this, I'm like, okay, this is almost like Saint Kyle. Alex Ward says there is a Saint Kenosha, a female saint who died in 1007 AD. Okay, another thing too. If I was, let's say I was a high-level wag the dog type propagandist working for Donald Trump, I would say, hey, give them a hero that gives hope to the QAnons. Make him 17, because 17 is Q. Put a white hat on him, make him a white hat, and have him front row at one of your events. It's like a perfect character. And then he didn't shoot anybody that mattered, as in he didn't shoot it like this summer, as far as like the narrative goes. He didn't shoot any BLM protesters, which would have created some outrage. No, he killed some people that you'd be hard pressed to find anybody who feels sorry for any of that. Well, I mean, one of them, you can kind of feel sorry for the strangler, but he was going to kill Kyle. If the story's true or not, this is just how it goes. Gage was going to kill him. He got his arm shot. He got off easy. You don't have to count the other one against him unless you want to. I consider pedo lives don't really matter, so he's only guilty of one murder. And you could also say, if you do feel bad for the Rosenbaum character, that, you know, he died doing something he loved, chasing a minor. Take some solace in that. Lloyd Miller says, Kyle just defended himself while defending property. Self-defense is the ignored key. No, you're right about it. He absolutely had every right to do it. Like, he did everything right, even filling in the power vacuum. I'm just questioning whether the event was staged or not. Obviously, it was self-defense. They were going to murder him. He didn't fire the first shot. That came out. So even if it's a well-executed psyop, the story is intact. We know who the bad guys are here. It is the rioters. And one of the reasons why I have a hard time finding this to be hoaxy, as convenient of a story that it is that it happened in the middle of 3 days of riots. Very, very busy, open scene. Not sure how they would have pulled it off. But we're still looking. But on Twitter today, you have some people, there's a huge, I think it was George Takei, one of the Star Trekkies. Maybe he started this. But you got to see what people are saying, because they don't understand self-defense. They think that Kyle is a terrorist. And this was trending for many hours today. In fact, it's still going on. I want to live in a country where Colin Kaepernick is a hero and Kyle Rittenhouse is a terrorist. Now that has been retweeted several million times today. I want to live in a country where Colin Kaepernick is seen as a hero and Kyle Rittenhouse is seen as a terrorist. So the two of them are being put together. I find it to be very, very interesting timing for this too. They've created this villain. And something else that was kind of funny is, well, not funny, but there was a mall shooting in Wisconsin the day Kyle got out, and the shooter looked like Kyle. Did you see that Wisconsin shooter? And I thought, this has got to be some sick joke. You have this image of a shooter dressed all in black, about 5'2", Kyle's hair, walking into the mall, and I thought, wait, this is the same day that Kyle just got out. And we have a new active shooter incident at the Mayfair Mall. So I'm looking at the Mayfair Mall, and you have this shooter who's all in black. He looks like he's about 5'5" or something, kind of short. Anyway, I was like, this is just too weird to be true. But it has all the hallmarks of a hoax. I didn't spend a lot of time on it, but you had the usual, like, check this out. This is one indication that it's a hoax. You see this happy fellow here? So this happy guy is chatting it up with the news as his family is inside of the mall, hiding in a shoe store or something. And he just can't believe this is happening. They haven't really pointed fingers at a suspect, but I'm starting to think it's probably 3 Nazis or something. Lloyd Miller says they waited for people to stand up for justice and then demonize them. That could be the case. I mean, they may be, but here's another thing too. One other reason why I'm not in the camp that this thing is entirely organic is Lin Wood, who's extremely active right now, very politically active in the ongoing election rigging contest. But this is Kyle's attorney. And if you've done any background on Lucien Lin Wood, I've heard him called attorney for the damned. He's a celebrity, kind of a defamation attorney, but he represented JonBenet Ramsey's parents, which tells you something. Just that one alone. I believe he even represented the accuser of Kobe Bryant. So I'm just suggesting that he's deep in the PSYOP industrial complex. He even defended the individual Vernon Unsworth. You know, the individual who Elon Musk called a pedo? Well, that guy sued, and this guy was with him. But anyway, look, Kyle Rittenhouse is being represented by this individual, well-known world stage character. And again, the reason why I think it's probably kind of hoaxy too is he represented the Centurion Park bombing falsely accused security guard, the suspect who, again, attorney of the damned. And that whole event was hoaxy as hell. Lloyd Miller says, Lin Wood seems to be defending victims of PSYOPs. Well, okay, that's one way to look at it. One way to look at it, that they are indeed victims. But let me draw your attention to this. So for people who don't know, and this is just a fact, I mean, you don't have to like it, but JonBenet Ramsey's parents, I just want to have you take a look at them, just to refresh your memory, because these are the ones that were represented by Lin Wood. And the theory is that JonBenet Ramsey never actually died, that it was a made-for-TV drama, a very shocking drama, but that she was actually just beginning her role on the world stage as one of these influencers, a highly placed propagandist, entertainer. And so if you look at Ramsey's parents and Kate Perry's parents, because the theory is that JonBenet Ramsey's Kate Perry, it's a match. Same parents. The dad's a little hipper, just went ahead and shaved his hair and pierced his ears. The mom didn't change anything. So they didn't even bother to hide it. So if you've heard this theory about JonBenet and Kate, anyway, there's no way you can be that close to all of these various PSYOPs. Lloyd Miller says Lin Wood disrupted a PSYOP at the Olympics. They tried to blame a right-winger living with his mom. Okay, so you're suggesting, which is interesting here, that these psychological operations are being more or less interfered with, and okay, could be real victims of PSYOPs. I hadn't looked at it that way. But it's really hard to argue with the video when you watch some of this. Like, you watch the Kyle Rittenhouse thing and one other thing to consider, where did you get the footage? And if you watch the footage, it's from live streams. So how do you pull that off? And there is an answer. The answer may be augmented reality, which is nothing more than like what you saw during the debates when Kamala Harris was debating Mike Pence. There was the fly that landed on Mike Pence's head. Well, that fly wasn't real. This was sort of a litmus test to see who's aware and who's not. That fly was augmented reality. It was a CGI insert. But you notice how it perfectly clung to his head. It didn't fall. It didn't go through his skull. Like if you watch a lot of the CGI props on the space station, you'll see microphones going through astronauts' necks. You'll see them disappearing. Like there's just so many errors when it comes to augmented reality with green screen, where you're just doing layer on top of a layer, because that's all it is. It's a layer thing. But with this new AVR, augmented virtual reality, you're actually interacting in a 3D space, and it can interact with the objects in that 3D space. So the fly is not landing, it's not superimposed over. Like 9/11. If you watch 9/11, those planes, that was just a layer superimposed. Very rudimentary. The fly that you saw on Mike Pence's head was interacting with it was interacting with him in real time. And it looked super realistic, but I'm saying it was fake. So you could explain it in some way, maybe that particular scene or that little melee right there, but I don't know. Still have to look into it. Miss Elise said, if we lived on a globe, the cosmological sunrise would be called Earth Turn. Interesting. Well, I still would like to know about the Terminator, if anybody can find it for me, without referencing NASA, without referencing some CGI from 250 miles up, or supposedly. You know, last night, I was just going to see what's on ISS Live, and I was just to make a point, I was going to show, hey, look, Earth from space, they show you a shadow. And look, I just opened to it live. I'll put a link in the chat so you can all see that what I'm saying here can be verified. Okay, so what you're looking at, NASA live stream, Earth from space, ISS tracker, and live chat. Now, right next to that elbow on the left, you see this arm? There's a dark spot that tracks along with the space station, and my cursor is pointing at it. That is the space station's shadow. They put the shadow on the Earth. They shouldn't be doing this, but they do. It's an error. It's correct if you look at the angle and the lighting, because this is backlit by the sun. So it's correct in the 3D model, but in reality, you wouldn't see that. So what do you make of it? And I ran this by a number of pro-NASA polemicists, plants, shills, and they all said that my eyes were lying to me, that it was a smudge. So I'm like, a smudge on what? Do you actually believe you're looking through a camera lens? Have you ever looked through a camera? This is not a camera lens. What you're seeing here is a rendering, a 3D rendering. But this is the level of visual illiteracy that we're left with in the world, where, yes, people cannot tell the difference between real and fake. They've been that divorced from reality. They conflate cartoons with the real thing. So I bring this up because if you want to see a Terminator line, you have to look at this type of footage. And I'm like, okay, is that trustworthy? Then let's just scroll back a few hours so we can see night. And when you look at the night scenes, there's a number of things I'll point out here. I mean, it's beyond just a bad joke, though. It's almost sad that they've really rendered people this incapable of knowing the difference between real and fake. And this is all part of the mind control. It's brainwashing. It's actually mystification. You know, they control people with lies. They can be spoken lies. It can just be something like this, where you're given false images, a false map. So here we're looking at the backside of the Earth, if you want to believe it. And if you do, I'm sorry, but you have a childish epistemology, and you have way too much faith in your leaders, or in these, whatever you want to call them. I mean, it's almost a cult at this point. So my question here is, where are the city lights? You know, you have the back of the Earth, and it gets dark, and then you look at the arch, that blue line, that's because the Earth has a Terminator. That's what it actually is. You're looking at where day and night are meeting, which again, it should be apparent from the ground that there's a Terminator line if there was one, but it's not. Okay, that's enough of this. I just once every few weeks I just take a look to see what they're doing live, and it just astounds me that they're getting worse at it. And I'm wondering, is anybody going to catch up? But most people, I believe, the ones who really believe this stuff, are so immersed in it. They never really venture. I don't think they've even seen the real thing. Like, in other words, you rely on them to show you this stuff. But I think a lot of the hardcore space nerds, I think they live through their Oculus. They probably don't really know what life. I mean, look, this is what the scientific authorities have been kind of giving us, this worldview that it's not safe to stay outside, COVID, stay inside, mediate everything. And so everybody's so hyper mediated. We have all the bread in the circuses. It's no wonder that this doesn't raise any red flags with people. I mean, to me, it's just apparent that I'm not looking at the ground. It doesn't even look like the ground where I live. But there are people who aren't even embarrassed to stand by this. Frank Zen says it's really ridiculous. Right. Well, this is the reason I brought this up, though. The reason why I brought this up, Cubstar says the light transition from night to day never blows out the camera. Right. Well, I'm bringing this up because the Terminator line is a real basic giveaway. And I thought of a few different ways to replicate it, but for the most part, what we see isn't what we would see if we were on a ball. Simply for the fact that the ball would be bisected by the light source, and our sunsets have no evidence of this, as the light, obviously, especially now, closer to the winter solstice, if you're in the northern hemisphere, it's receding. There is no Terminator. I mean, I look at that, I'm thinking, wait, there's no way that ray of light, that light on that horizon is going all the way down, all the way up this big old ball. No, it's way too local of a light source. And the best they can do is give us this low budget. I mean, I don't know if it's low budget, because the thing is, they have a lot of money. Maybe they just don't have a big pool of people to draw from who would be in on something like this. Like, you have a talent pool, highly talented CGI artists, but how many of them are actually fundamentally evil? You got to find the talented evil ones. Or dupable. I mean, there are dupes. Shout out to Don Petit, quite likely the only astronaut at NASA who actually believes he's actually been into space. All right, let's move on. I think we're done debunking outer space for the night. Shout out to John Benet Ramsey / Kate Perry. Look, these world stage actors they're just like, in a way, they're like time travelers. They're from another world. They've just been superimposed. They're like those augmented virtual reality flies that we see on these debates. They're not real. They're images, but they're constructs that exist in your mind. And they've done this fascinating thing of taking these movie characters and inserting them into real life, like that pillar from Space Odyssey manifesting in real life. No different than crisis actors becoming political advocates. Did you see George Floyd has an installation now at a Holocaust museum? A lot of people are mad about it because the suggestion here is that, well, the police are Nazis. So I put out this tweet today, and I just, my take on it is that George Floyd wasn't killed by Nazis. Like, that's just a bad argument. But it's not going over very well. But like, how much more of a martyr do you want to make this guy? Commenter says, why don't they have a 3D computer program that can get this right? I think one of the problems they have is that the entertainment industry has advanced our expectations so much. You know, we're accustomed to high-end graphics. I mean, it's pretty sad if you compare what they can do in a movie like Gravity versus what the ISS actually looks like today. I mean, it's pretty pathetic. And I think they brought a couple more women on board the ISS with long hair, so you can see the hair floating around. And it almost looks like they just have like wire in their hair. It's not even hairspray like they used to use. Commenter says, what do you think about, why don't you call actually? I don't really answer dog whistly questions. I kind of feel like open discourse is the way. And if you hate Samoans, you can call and talk about it and try to explain it. But what people will do is they'll throw out these dog whistles. It's like, if you're going to dog whistle, it means you're afraid. And if you're afraid, you've been conquered and you shouldn't be talking. You know, you should just go ahead and cower. The only dog whistle, I don't really do dog whistles. I do a snake whistle or a reptoid whistle. So if you know of a suspected reptoid, like Greta Thunberg, for example, you would put her name, Greta, in 3 semicolons on each side. And that's just to designate them for people, you know, mark the trail. So people coming up behind, okay, this is a suspected reptoid. Yeah, phones are open, 833-311-1984. So many things to talk about. Okay, another one. The pod people are here. This is an image someone sent me today. A woman on a subway train. She pulled the mask all the way over her face. And I said what they're doing is they are defacing the human race. Bill Gates said not wearing a mask is like being a nudist. So showing your face is the same thing as dropping your pants. It's a misdemeanor. It's an obscenity. Apparently, they hate our faces that much. So they're defacing you, is what they're doing. They're also getting rid of your communication. Like, you don't like the fact that they censor you on YouTube. Well, they're censoring your face. You communicate with more than just words. They can't tell you what words not to use, but when they take away your mouth, they take away a lot of communication, the substance of it, in fact, a lot of the impact. So it's all very calculated. And if you don't wear a mask, what are you? You're selfish. All you faced people are selfish. You have egos. You probably believe in private property and ownership of stuff that should be recycled. Commenter says, I've just wondered if you had anything to say on the matter. I'm not afraid. Right. Here's the thing. Again, if you're legitimately concerned or you want to talk about a certain ethnic group you have a problem with, then call in and talk about it. Otherwise, you leave us with the impression that you're some sort of government agency funded race baiter trying to get somebody shut down. And it's really hard for us to come to any other conclusion when these dog whistlers are the least likely to ever call in, which I just don't relate to whatsoever. Because if I have something to say, I tend to say it. I tend to record it and replicate it and share it and tweet it. I don't mutter it in a corner, hoping somebody who gets it hears it and then nods their head in agreement with me. Like, what kind of a roach are you that you can't even stand up and express your feelings about who you feel is oppressing you? Are you that oppressed? You're just going to just take it? Call in and talk about why you're sad that Hitler isn't still around to fix things for you. Hippie Hitler. Have you heard that one? There's so many bad, like, look, I'm like a tour guide when it comes to rabbit trails, and I can tell you which ones not to go down if you don't want to lose your mind. So don't look into hippie Hitler. Don't go that route. Look into Walt Disney and the Hitler connection. That's interesting. Commenter says, it's expensive for me to call from outside of America. I respect you if you don't feel like commenting on the matter. On what matter? I'm sorry, we don't know what matter you're talking about, and it's too expensive for you to call, but you can afford to sit and listen to some guy on DLive at 2 a.m. Again, we called it. How is it we're able to just call? The reason I said roach, and I didn't mean it like in a derogatory way, when I said roach, it's because the people who are totally cowed by the system right now are putting on these backpack like these like carapaces, these bug shells. Let me show you. Okay, it's a COVID ventilator. I guess you would call it a suit. It's like a cockroach shell. And I'm just saying, when people are so afraid to the point where they're willing to just go with everything and go with the dehumanization, like the woman in the picture who completely covered her face, no longer even a human. So now I see these COVID suits where these people look like walking roaches, like utterly conquered. So here's one such an individual. So what he has now, because his body isn't good enough, your skin isn't going to protect you from the environment, your immune system doesn't work, you don't have any sort of filtration system to operate in this environment, even though you were born here naked. So you've got to put on this rubber suit with a windshield that makes you look like a cockroach. This is a person who would never question anything at all, and it just goes with the flow, to their own detriment. And so when I reference the commenter here and referred to him as a roach, I just meant that you're behaving like a very lowly, conquered person because you can't call in and express your fear. Like if you really think you have the key to cracking this matrix, like I know who did it, I know who the bad guys are, well, let us in on it. Don't sit there and just bait me into saying something that can get the channel shut down, or try to associate me with ideas that aren't even all that well thought out. One of the biggest honey traps out there that isn't even logically following along with normal media deconstruction is the way that the Holocaust issue is used. Because many of the people who use that particular issue don't understand fake news or propaganda. They only understand that particular story, and they don't recognize the bigger picture, and that's a problem. Like, do you believe in nukes? If you say, well, the Holocaust was fake, but I believe in nukes, well, you're not all that consistent or reliable as a source of information. So it's another whodunit story when we're actually looking at what is it? It's one of the reasons why I've kind of focused on the reptoid thing. Because if there's anything that we should be looking at, it would be something that would be coming from, well, I would say not above, but outside of human, like in human manipulation. Is there a demiurge? Is there some sort of an external presence? Quite possibly. And that's what the reptoid would be. All right, let's move on. We're looking at this cockroach person on the screen. And again, I didn't mean it in a pejorative way. I was just saying it just seemed a little meek, like beyond meek, like sad almost. Like I said, you can type whatever you want. This is the only place on the internet where not only do you have free reign, free speech, open platform, but we don't begin with the premise that any of these sacred cows are actually sacred. We're actually open to anything. There are a lot of people who call in who are mud flooders. And if you're a mud flooder, you're pretty much operating with a blank slate, which is a pretty big deal. Then you have the commenter who says, it was just a question, sir. And that's fine. And I don't even care to engage that much on it. I just think it's notable and it's worth pointing out because your comments and your way of broaching the subject is 100% exactly the way all the rest of them do it. And I'm like, why don't any of these people with this particular perspective ever have the guts to come out and say it? Like, why do you have openly racist leftist groups running around marching and looting and burning, but the neo-Nazi types are always, you never hear from them. The only ones you hear from are the bowl cut shooters who are usually just, or always rather, agents, actors, provocateurs. I'm just hoping to hear somebody. Alex says, this is the first time I heard somebody use the roach in a non-derogatory way. Well, you have to go to our Discord server. We're talking about a very particular type of NPC-like inaction. Like, again, this person has obviously not asked any deep probing questions. I mean, for one thing, if you were really concerned with not spreading germs around or not catching COVID. He wouldn't be touching the wall like that. Somebody could have licked it. Somebody could have sneezed. And when he takes this off, when he takes off the thing, he's just going to be re-exposed to whatever's been on the rest of his body. So it's just security theater. All right, let's see what else we have here. Look, this guy here, I'm watching. We predicted this. I said this back in March. I said, you're going to see Tyvek burqas. You're going to see the right-wing Islamophobes who are afraid of stealth jihad, basically falling for a stealth jihad. I mean, this has been a holy war. You realize that, right? Holy means pure of sin. They're trying to purify the world. Sin in this new age is the virus. And what they're doing right now is they're purging the world of the virus. This is a holy war, but it's a scientific version of holy, scientific version of evil, of sin. Just like we have a scientific version of a wrathful God in the form of climate change. It is a holy war, and we have been given a new religion, and most people have just gone along with it. And this guy here went along with it. Commenter says, communism, capitalism are Zionist creations. Interesting comment. Not really sure about that. I mean, I see a huge difference between the way of life that most of us have, going to work, buying things, making choices as consumers, versus Chazistan. So I don't really know how people can equate communism with capitalism like that and act like it means something. I mean, feel free to call in and explain it to me, but I don't really see it. Like, I find people making equivalencies between rioters and the militias. They're like, well, Kyle was a terrorist. Well, what about the several thousand people there burning down the city and beating people up for 3 days? Like, I saw several thousand terrorists, and I saw one counter-terrorist. But the way that the mainstream sees it is, Kyle's the devil. And look at all those peaceful protesters he went out and tried to kill. Like, that's how they see it. I would say this, though. The reason I point out the Reptoid thing, true or not, is that most of the blue pill politics is useless. When people start whining about Zionism, I'm like, don't you know that the space station is fake? Don't you know that all of the nations in the world are in collusion against the people of the world? You know, when you say it's like, oh, it's the Russians rigging our elections, or China sent the flu. You play these games of blaming one versus the other, and the truth is, it's misdirection. This is the perpetual war of 1984. Let's see what else we have here. Marve says, call it like you see it, Chinistan. Well, Chazistan's kind of its own thing. You call it Spazistan. I mean, they really screwed up. It went total Animal Farm. They had a racially segregated garden. And then they took the fence off it. And they said, it's speciesist. So if you didn't know, if you have a fence up, you're a speciesist. Because the fence could stop an animal. Lloyd says there are factions with different ideas and plans. There is this possibility that there are factions within the hierarchy competing, and it could be the case. I think there's individuals possibly, there's ambition, and obviously there's some competition, but I don't know about factions. Is Chaz still around? Not quite sure. I mean, I was kind of hoping they'd just build a wall around it and just let us look in there in about 6 months. We could just walk around, just leave it as like a tour. Walk through Chazistan and see what happens if you let these... really what happened there was a good social experiment, actually. We were able to kind of see for ourselves how feasible some of these ideas are. And I think a lot of utopians went over there and experienced it firsthand and probably walked away a little bit more grounded in reality. One thing I noted this summer too, though, was just how the people in the news media, I don't even think they believe the science. You seen how often people take off their masks when the cameras aren't watching? Look at all the political leaders, Governor Newsom, they don't give a damn. It's all just theater. Like nobody's even afraid anymore. It's virtue signaling. Like if I walk around tomorrow in one of these roach costumes, like a rubber roach costume with a windshield, people will think that I'm saving them. They'll say, thank you for saving me. Thank you for being so compliant. Thank you for becoming an insect. And people really are becoming like insects. Very orderly. And I think that's how this thing is meant to be. The masterminds behind it. You know, the original symbol of the Illuminati was the beehive, because they want us to be drones. Drones don't speak up. Drones don't have mouths. You know, these insects, they just follow. They have their antennas, which is your smartphone, so you can take your orders, walk 6 feet apart. I mean, this is a real move to move people into this collectivist mindset where you are, in fact, renouncing your individuality and your humanity. Lloyd says ants and bees are symbols of collectivism. Yeah, well, exactly. And this is why I meant when I referred to that individual in the chat who didn't want to call in with his controversial opinion. Well, he's afraid of whatever, afraid of being criticized for it. I was like, well, if you're afraid, I called him a roach, not to be insulting, but just because I think that right now the people who are being utterly cowed are the people who are being taught not to have individual opinions, not to speak up, not to have a conscience, just to be, and that's part of it too, I think, eliminating the conscience. Palmer says, Greta said, eat the bugs. Well, Greta Thunberg got her wish. You know, last year she said, don't fly home for Christmas, don't go home for Thanksgiving, stop traveling, cut your carbon footprint, we got to save the planet. And look, it happened. But look, I just want to point this out though. Again, if you want to call in and express your opinions, no one's going to trace you, no one's going to track you down. If you have unpopular opinions about World War II, as trite and cliche and boring as those opinions are in 2020, feel free to call in. Let's talk about World War II. Let's not talk about World War III, which we're living in. I mean, I like retro auto hoaxing. I'll go back and talk about mud flood and alternative perspectives on the past. How much can we trust? But to dwell on it in 2020, very, really strange. Like, I don't even know why people talk about Sandy Hook or Boston bombing, or even, I mean, 9/11 still has some value because that was a major transformative psychological operation. The only value Sandy Hook has, in my opinion, is in pointing out that that was the time, that was the event where crisis actors went mainstream. Commenter says, Greta Thunberg undercooked the bowl of bat soup. Well, do you remember they made such a big deal about how she's like, well, I don't want to fly because of global warming. So she got in a boat, like a rowboat. She went across the ocean to the UN. And then she said, I should be in school right now, but I'm here fixing all this. And she lectured us. And everything that she put forward has been implemented. And I think one of the reasons why they wanted to put that message out through her instead of Al Gore is because nobody would take that kind of stuff. I mean, it was actually a very hateful thing, what she said. This how dare you speech. Okay. Let's move on. A commenter says, I find it hard to believe that somebody would use the term roach in a non-insulting way. You know, roaches would find that offensive. You know, I try not to call people animals when they act like psychopaths, because animals aren't psychopaths. There's nothing wrong with them. So, I mean, maybe we shouldn't start off with the premise that cockroaches are bad. I'm just pointing out this dehumanization that has turned people into something less than human, and they're going along with it voluntarily. And when I see people putting on these cockroach costumes, I'm like, okay, this is going too far. Now is the time when we should be having open discourse. And then, of course, again, hate to return to this topic, but the commenter here, who can't call in because he doesn't have enough quarters for the payphone, says that he has an opinion that we need to hear about Jews, but he doesn't want to say it on the phone. And I'm like, okay, let us know. Type it. He says, oh, I got it. Some questions just aren't welcome. Typical snowflake Nazi. That's what they are. Look, I knew it. The snowflake Nazis will wait until they can act like they're victims who are being oppressed, and we won't let them talk about it. No, you can talk about it. You can call in and say whatever you want. You can call in and say, well, I don't know, whatever. You can say the Holocaust was a hoax. Nobody cares. You can defend it or not, but to get snowflakey about it, come on. Don't get all snowflakey. Call in and warn us about it, talk about it. I just think it's outmoded and outdated, because I think what's happening now is far more important. The blood libel has kind of moved onto whites anyway. White guilt. A lot of the systemic racism is always pointing at this whiteness as a construct. I mean, there's blatant racism in the world today all over the place, and we can talk about it. I'm not afraid to call things what they are. Antifa is racist and eugenicist. BLM, you have a mix of opinions in there, and you can't be all that monolithic. But I'm open to talk about it. I would like for some BLM protester to call in. They never do because they're busy actually protesting. Antifas never call in. That would be fun. Okay, well, the person could text us on Discord. That's true. But my point is this. I think that a lot of the conspiracy theories are so outmoded that they're just useless. So if you're still trying to find the key to cracking the matrix and you're still chasing Jews around, I'm sorry, but like that story is, it's just kind of old, and it's obviously a red herring / guardrail. Like it doesn't quite tell the right story. Unless you know something we don't. And if you do, you kind of have an obligation to call us and tell us. But he's not going to do it. But I've been making fun of them for a long time. And it's not that they're wrong about everything. I just think that, like, if I knew something, I would tell everybody. I would bring it up. Like, I happen to believe that SpaceX is part of a program, and so is Virgin Galactic and NASA. They're part of a program that involves migrating the human race, not to Mars, not to the moon, but into deep underground military bases that will look like other planets. In other words, a gulag system, a 21st century gulag system for people who have been brainwashed beyond repair, and they won't know that they never left the earth. So I think that's happening very soon. It's neo-feudalism. It's the worst thing that could happen. And we're going to be underground in spacesuits like insects, like bugs, like ants. So anyway, let's move on. Culture Terror says, I don't think Antifa actually exists. The more I look at the mugshots, the more I think those pictures are all fake and made up. They look like, at first I think these were jokes. I was like, are you kidding me? Is the police department out there, or the sheriffs, are they just making these people up in Photoshop? And it could be. Commenter says, in 3 years, 86 YouTube channels have terminated this platform for media critique. That's correct. This channel has actually been shut down 86 times. That's why we kind of like to dig at the anonymous commenters who say things that seem to be kind of baity type questions, because they do this. If you don't know what J-Trigs are, they're big on YouTube. We're not really focused on YouTube, but you do have occasionally operatives whose job is to get somebody's content censored. We've seen them operate, and they usually use these old red herrings that nobody really takes seriously. But yeah, apparently that commenter left, which is sad. It's really sad for his cause. And how do you get your feelings hurt through a chat room anyway when you're just discussing ideas anonymously? Post a link. Do you have a blog? All right, let's move on away from the boring neo-Nazi with stale opinions. And I think what started this is I put George Floyd's face on a Diary of Anne Frank. And the reason I did this is it's obviously inappropriate that they would try to smear the police as Nazis by putting this martyr in this other context. Commenter says, I feel sad for him or her. The victim mentality is sad. Thanks for minding the pronouns. We don't want to victimize him any further. Wouldn't want to misgender the anonymous troll. Send him into a meltdown. There's going to be a huge meltdown in about 3 weeks, right? Whenever the election that was stolen fair and square is overturned by the SCOTUS or whatever they do, it's going to be bad. And I think it's intentionally going to be bad because they don't want to give the left a pacifier because then they won't be a revolutionary party anymore. They're just now, they're poking the bear. You thought that they were mad in 2016. You thought they hated Bush when he stole it from Gore. Just wait. Heads are going to explode. They're so emotionally attached. I'm wondering, where are the Biden parties? Where are the Joe Biden parties? That's something I've been wondering. Where's the celebrations? I don't see any parties, no fireworks. Where's the Joe Biden bumper stickers? I was kind of thinking about it myself. I was like, well, I should start one. Let's just set up a bunch of Biden bashes and just start celebrating, encouraging people to just celebrate and get their hopes up. Lloyd Miller says, I can't figure out if they'll really dare to put Trump in now. Well, the whole point of it is this. You want to put they want to put this schism here so that you don't have any unity over the masks, for example, or protesting the medical tyranny. So one way to keep us from unifying against the medical tyranny like they are in other countries is they're driving this divide even deeper. So I fully anticipate that they will do just that, just because it will make sure that the left and the right hate each other's guts for at least 4 more years. Let's see what else we have. Trump stays, major chaos erupts. Yes, exactly. I think that's the plan. I think that was the plan from day one when the riots started. Here's one reason why I think so. The reason why I think that this was the plan from day one is that if you look at I guess it was the campaign advisor. Well, Jared Kushner hired the publicist for The Purge to manage the Keep America Great campaign. So you're like, wait, Keep America Great campaign is based off The Purge? This is from the Huffington Post. Donald Trump made headlines when he announced the new slogan for his 2020 campaign, Keep America Great, because that's the tagline of the dystopian horror movie The Purge, election year. Jared Kushner hired the publicist behind The Purge. His name is Josh Raffel. So here you have an image, and this isn't from Portland. This is actually the cover of The Purge. It says, notably, the New York Times reported the story last October. Goes on to say this individual is just very skilled at selling dystopic visions. So that's part of the plan here. Well, why would you market a dystopia if you're trying to get reelected? Well, probably because you're using that strategy that was used before, running as a law and order president in the face of chaos. Like, it makes perfect sense. It's almost just too textbook to go any other way. And then what's more, RGB's death, the timing of that. And what about this joke about vaxxing everybody in 24 hours? Like, do you really think that's even likely or possible? Could the military vax itself in 24 hours? Could they inspect all the barracks in 24 hours? No. I mean, that's a nightmare to even think that they could. I mean, it would never get that far. It's just impossible. It is just a huge joke. Calamento says Biden's Build Back Better website was registered in 2016. Isn't Build Back Better a communist thing? Globalist thing? Probably. I think they're all using it. I think even Bojo, all the one worlders. And then the Biden flag. I mean, this is old news, but the Biden flag has the three banners. So the E is comprised of these three red stripes, which is a reference to the three red banners, an ideological slogan from the late 50s that called upon the Chinese people to build a socialist state. And we've already seen this. We've already seen the Cultural Revolution, the pulling down of the statues, the looting, the rioting. They've expressed themselves. And so, yeah, I think it's pretty apparent that the Biden flag with the three red stripes is the three red banners. Same thing. Someone brought up on that phone call the Justin Bieber is the weekend conspiracy theory. And someone sent me this picture from Getty Images, and they said, well, this contradicts it. Because here you have Justin Bieber and The Weeknd in the same shot. And what has been pointed out is that if you look closely at the picture, Justin Bieber has people carrying him, and he appears to be unnaturally stiff, even leaning back a little bit. Other photos show feet between his feet, like he's lifted off the ground. So the theory is that that was a staged photo and it was a dummy. So that's one possible explanation for that, a wax beaver doll. Unless he's just used to people literally reaching under his clothes and holding him up. I mean, you tell me. Here's the picture of The Weeknd with his head injury. Very bizarre bit of performance art. Notice he's wearing gloves. And it was noted before that I think he's 30 now, this Canadian singer, that he had never showed his arms or his hands until last year. Could you imagine going through your life for almost 30 years without your hands ever being viewed by anybody? No way. Okay, commenter says, what do you think is in the vaccine? Oh, I think the vaccine is probably going to be really just a symbolic deed, like signing your name in blood. It's a holy communion with Satan's church or whatever. I mean, that's what it is. It's holy communion. And it's also symbolic. And it's extremely partisan. Like, I don't think it's ever going to be used the way they say. I mean, I have a few different theories on it, but what I don't believe is that it's a means of killing people any more than the mask is. It's just a compliance thing and a tagging and a tracking. There might be another angle to it, though. I have these people telling me about nanobots, injectable nanobots, and I thought, well, I do have some information that makes me think there might be something to that. I don't really care to go there unless I first point out that this channel is pro-vax. So, definitely want to vax anybody right now in the mainstream media. Essential people in our lives. Going through some comments here. Adaptivia says the Luciferus vax next year will be the tracking one. I just don't think it's even physically possible to vax everybody in 24 hours. I think it's an absurd proposition. And it's almost just an irrational fear that I think is being played on. The one thing that gives me pause is this corona thing, which goes back. It's not just the coronavirus, but then there's Sputnik, the vaccine that Putin came out with, and there's this interesting way that the space race has this parallel with the inner space race, this vax race. And the more I'm looking at this, the more it seems like, well, there might be another thing to it. But I just think that the main thing is this. It's kind of a little too obvious that only the right fears the vax and the left loves the vax. Like, why is that? And the fact that it's so partisan makes me think there's nothing in it. I mean, you don't think that the left would kill themselves. They're the ones who believe in it. The political left are pro-lockdown. They're pro-mask. They're pro-quarantine. So they're going to take the vaxes first. You think they're just going to self-exterminate? That they're going to be guinea pigs for the rest? I don't think so. But again, this channel is very pro-vax, and I think we should actually just vax the left first anyway. Because if it's truly what they say it is, well, then they're the ones with the good sense. They were the ones to take it first, so they actually deserve it. In many ways, most of you probably don't believe it. I mean, don't deserve one. If you're unworthy of a vax, type a 1 in the chat. Jason says, but will the left take the Trump vax? Right. Good point. Probably not. Isn't that amazing how that works? Like, oh, they don't want the vax anymore now that it's not from Bill Gates. This is how you know it's an agenda, not a real threat. Same with like climate change. You're like, well, there hasn't been any climate catastrophe despite all the predictions of the last 100 years. So how come we don't ever take credit? How come Al Gore doesn't get in front of this thing and say, I saved the damn world? You guys were going to bring about climate catastrophe. Florida was going to be underwater. You would have a polar shift. The world was going to flip upside down. Ice caps were melting. The polar bears were drowning. Like, we were going to have famines. The world was going to just die out. Thankfully, Al Gore found a way to cleverly tax the most productive people. And that saved us. They never take credit for it, though. So their doomsdays get pushed back. And they think, well, the computer model was off. And it's like, why don't you just take credit for your hard work? Because they don't want to solve the problem. Solving the problem would be a problem for them. It's always about it's about the revenue stream. It's about the taxation, and it's about the premise. I mean, climate change is more than just a ripoff in terms of money. It's not just about regulation and power. It's actually part of the new religion. And it's fascinating how they pulled this off. Because you might think you're an atheist and you're enlightened and you don't believe in God or whatever. But if you believe in global warming, you're just as much a God-fearer as any God-fearing Christian. So you're actually a more fundamentalist than a milquetoast Christian. Like a milquetoast Christian, they don't even believe that God's going to do any judgment on them. Maybe in a few hundred years, but nah. But the fundamentalists are like, no, God's going to judge us next week. While the climate change believers are not milquetoast. They believe that their globe God is going to flood them tomorrow if they don't go to the recycling bin today. Let me see. Donovan76 says, if you're about painting with a broad brush, adopting a tag as if you made it up, willing someone to die for someone's ideas, the vax is for you. Interesting. Well, I like how they're wearing the mask to save you, to save other people. It's all about safety, safety first. And even at the expense of your face. And just wait until this. Okay, so you've given them power. You've given them enough power to dictate how you interact with others, where you go. They've shut down so many really fixtures of our lives. They're doing this. It's all it's so coercive is what it is. This is a very coercive thing. Now, what happens when they say space junk, asteroids are going to be falling down more and more? NASA's predicting it. So instead of weather predictions about hurricanes or droughts, now it's space weather predictions about rocks and falling objects from above. Well, when that happens, they might have to mandate helmets. And who are you to say no? You know, you're wearing a mask because you want to be safe and safe for everybody else, and if they say you have to wear a helmet, you're going to refuse that? You're wearing it to keep everybody else safe. Commenter says, I'm wearing a beard to make my wife happy. Now, the thing about beards you should know, you can't form a seal with your mask. So any of these pro-maskers need to know that they should shave their faces to have that seal. Or if you don't want to shave your face, you have to actually slather your beard in Vaseline. Only way about it. Slather your face in Vaseline or shave your face, or don't even bother wearing the mask. And I kind of think that people ought to start using the red biohazard containers. If you're not putting your mask and your PPE in a red biohazard container, you're a danger to society. And someone ought to snitch on you. Five Minutes of Fame says we need helmets on the helmets to protect the helmets. Yeah, you do. You actually need a mask and a helmet put on the cockroach suit, like an exoskeleton. Like there's a point where you just should not leave your house. Okay, like if I thought leaving my house today, there's a chance I might get shot. So let me put on my bulletproof vest and go out and do pointless stuff. It's like, no, you would stay home, right? Because you don't want to die. But here people are like, well, if I go out there, I might die and I might kill my whole family. So let me put on some rubber gloves and a mask and some hand sanitizer and still go out and do this meaningless stuff. It's like, are you guys not aware of how brave you are? You're so brave. If you're driving around with the mask, you're freaking brave because you know you're going into a war zone. If I believed that there was death outside without a face covering, I would just stay inside. I'd order out. Let the DoorDash guy take all the risk. But I see all these risk takers out there, these brave COVIDiots driving around with their masks on. Like, and they'll point at their faces and then point at me because I'm not masked, because I'm breathing and I'm outside. And I'm like, they're driving around virtue signaling. It's like, shouldn't you be quarantined? Commenter says, I was maskless at this library today. The security told me to lift the mask. Did he get within 6 feet of you? I mean, really, if anybody gets within 72 inches of you, you can stand your ground, just shoot him. Like I have a shirt. I have to order it. I picked it out. It says, I don't dial 911. But I want to modify it to say, keep your social distance. I don't dial 911. So anybody gets too close, even if it's a security guard or a cop trying to tell me to put my mask on, if you get that close, I'm sorry, but I feel threatened. I feel threatened. I'll go out like Kyle. It's like, sorry, I got these COVIDiots trying to super spread onto me, and I don't want to bring it home and kill my family and precipitate a third wave and wipe out the Southwest, so I had to put a couple of them down. Now, there was a guy who used this as a threat. He was in an elevator with his wife, and the governor said 2 per elevator. If you get a third in, you'll die. So this third individual tried to walk in. They shoved him out. He must have been 85 years old. Hit his head on a table. Almost died. And they went up the elevator, later got arrested. The guy said he was standing his ground because if you're walking into an elevator, you are literally a loaded gun. Like your face is a loaded gun, even if you're wearing a mask. So if that's where we're at, then sure, anybody gets within 6 feet of you and their face is facing you, you can shoot. I mean, check your local laws before. I mean, you didn't hear it. Like, I'm not advising you to go do it, but I'm just saying, like, some COVIDiot tries to tell you to mask up. You're like, well, mind your social distance, because the social distancing is probably more valid than the mask thing. You've seen these rules in the restaurants where it's like, you can walk around, but you got to wear a mask. But you can take off your mask if you're sitting down. So that tells me COVID pretty much stays at about 5 foot and up. It doesn't go any lower. which makes me think we should do stop, drop, and roll, or maybe duck and cover. Like somebody sneezes, just duck and cover. You'll be safe. Yeah, loaded breath. He had loaded breath. He was about to sneeze, and I felt threatened. He was about to sneeze. He was less than 6 feet away, Your Honor. I had to just exercise my Second Amendment. Center mass. And they're like, yeah, well, you had no other option, and you saved not just yourself, but you selflessly saved the world. Commenter says, you're up late or very early. You must be on the other side of the non-existent Terminator. Yeah, you can't eat inside of buildings anymore, but you can eat in a tent outside of the building. And I saw these restaurants. I don't know what city this was in. You had diners in tents with this wooden frame over the tents, which gave them even more protection. And then you had a wall on it. So in other words, the restaurant was closed, but they built a building outside of the restaurant for them to eat inside. Like, you see how strange that is? It's like it's a restaurant outside of a restaurant that you can eat in. Like I was saying the other day, Thanksgiving's coming up in 2 days. You can have 6 people over. Or if you have a funeral, you can have 24 people. So hold a funeral for the turkey and then invite all your friends. Cunify says, I think balloons at kid parties should be forbidden because they can pop and release COVID. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you know what? So you put LOL in that comment, but I recently attended a birthday party and no more wishes. Nobody's blowing out candles anymore. Doesn't happen. Because, yeah, you can spray COVID all over the thing. Oh, it's like, okay, I blow on this, and now this can be the next epicenter. This could be the next Wuhan. Like, I'm the bat that's going to start this plague just because I'm blowing on my birthday cake. But yeah, they took that away. They're taking away so much. Facial expressions are a big one, though. Any day now, bubble boys. Oh, yeah, spacesuits are the thing. That's why I brought up that individual in the roach costume. Is he vaping inside of that thing? Now, that's one thing you could use it for. Like, I could see this being used, maybe ironically, just to get around, but also you could probably hotbox it. But other than that, it's just dehumanization. It's like, okay, so human life can't really exist on the earth as it is because it's not safe for us. You see what they've done here? This is a modern iteration of sin, and we are having to go through a puritanical revision of our entire paradigm. Lloyd Miller says, just like AIDS, COVID is to suppress sex. It's the Jesuits. Yeah, it's the same cult. It really is. It's a puritanical revision. And what's more, contact tracing was used with AIDS in the same way. I mean, this is a combination of the war on terror and the war on AIDS. It's kind of the same thing, where it's the terror model, the terrorist cell that can spread to the body politic. So in that sense, but they've taken away volition, because you have to choose to be a terrorist. But you don't really choose to be a asymptomatic carrier. And how amazing is this, that the healthier you are, the more you're considered to be a super spreader. Like, the more you're considered to be infectious. Now, it only attacks celebrities. Apparently, it only attacks politicians. So, some of us wonder why they do anything about it anyway. But it has never come back the way it was when it was first introduced. How many of you remember Kung Flu? Kung Flu was like the first 2 weeks of Wuhan, where people were falling on their faces, as though something invisible had roundhouse kicked them on the backs of their heads, and they would just fall. You would see people walking around on videos, and they would just fall face first, bleeding out their faces, dead on the streets. And then you would have the PPE clad paramedics showing up, and they just pick the bodies up. That's how it went for some time. It's not like that anymore. I'm going through some comments. I see some great ones here. Someone here says, COVID allows people to live like we're communists. How did communists get people to go? Yeah, look, it's a coercive tool. Just like if you were to follow all of the green dictates, you would be living in a sustainable environment, in a shantytown, a communist. It's eco-fascism. Lloyd Miller says, what happened to the left hookup culture? Well, that was the thing that I found to be most remarkable about this, where you had the same leftist culture that said nuclear family is racist, sleep around, free love, polyamory, brave new world, etc., where everybody, well, nobody owns themselves, everybody owns everybody. You know, it was just a different way of approaching intimacy as a topic, and that the people who weren't into that in a compulsory way were somehow prude or repressed. Well, now that's gone. Just overnight, the whole thing is now quarantining, social distancing, and of course, if you violate that, every person that you go to is now a potential carrier. And this contact tracing is very much like the contact tracing that would follow when you discover a terrorist. You try to figure out within a terrorist cell where it came from. And they use this terminology, like the terrorist cell. It's like the language of virology is used all over politics for a reason. They've been saying that our misinformation is toxic and poisonous. I'm going through some comments here. Colmento says, the left are still doing hookups. They just wear their masks in bed. The CDC in Canada, and I don't know if Ronnie and Johnny are following this. I know they're Canadians. The CDC in Canada said that you ought to use a hole in the wall to express your love for your spouse because of COVID. So I'm like, okay, that's gross. It's weird. A hole in the wall. Sounds dangerous. I mean, there's so many ways it could go wrong, but let's just say you're doing it right and that's the way you go. Well, this is the same CDC that said that those were conduits for spreading AIDS. So I'm like, wait, 33 years ago, Dr. Fauci would say, don't use the hole in the wall. It'll give you AIDS. And now he's saying, use that. You don't want COVID. So I'm like, well, what? Does COVID kill AIDS? CDC recommends it over AIDS, apparently. Terrible. Johnny Jones says, until I see a red biohazard bin, I cannot take it seriously at all. I can't either. Anybody who's worked in hospitals or anywhere around that, if you've worked around where you've had to have your Hep B, if you worked around bloodborne pathogens, ambulance driver, any of it, you know how controlled infectious waste is. I worked around infectious waste for some time, so I know that there are certain ways you are and are not supposed to dispose of it. Now, when it comes to the masks, now it's not technically, this is the thing, it's not considered to be infectious, even though we're told that it is. We're told that money, that cash, can carry COVID. They tell you that for anything. Oh, that has COVID. Oh, you can't go to church, that has COVID, but you can protest the police. Okay, I see. So the money has COVID. I wouldn't be surprised if they say Bitcoin has COVID. Like anything they don't like is sinful. That's just another way of saying it's sinful. Remember, virus is just a new iteration of sin. If they say something has COVID, it's sinful. According to the World State Church, and we're all in it. We were all born in this. Actually, we're apostates. Many of us are apostates. We've left the World State Church, which is why they hate us. Okay, I'm going through comments. Cunify says, when are those porn actors going to be arrested? Oh, good point. Good point. Even the cartoons like The Simpsons are starting to show people with masks on. Commenter says, wait, you're not supposed to hang biohazardous waste from your rearview mirrors? Jason says, CDC says the mask should be treated like biohazard. Well, there are laws, there are regulations already in place. So if you're not treating it like biohazardous waste, you are already in violation and should be receiving some significant fines. So many of these comments are just, I can't read them, but they're getting to that point. I've heard some sad stories of people getting blinded from using hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizer is holy water. That's all it is. Holy water doesn't work for the modern day devil, the virus, but they give you this scientifically enhanced stuff called hand sanitizer. But here you have people walking around just like throwing their COVID rags on the ground. It's disgusting. You know, it's bad enough. You see heroin needles and used you-know-whats. And now you have masks everywhere. I've seen all kinds of masks on the ground. And am I supposed to assume these things are all carrying waste? And here's something else too. Every single hypocritical, compliant mask cuck uses a smartphone. Where do you think they get their brainwashing from? Like they have to check it to know, do I still have to, can I breathe yet? Can I breathe that? Nope, can't breathe yet. But meanwhile, every time they touch their phone, they're touching COVID. Every time. So it doesn't matter if you change your mask 10 times a day. If you're still touching your phone and you're still in the same environment, I mean, you could still be spreading it. Commenter says, the ground cures COVID. I hope so, because I saw one individual who didn't have a mask. He was sent out of a store and he came back in with a mask that I know he picked up off the ground. The missing piece says, I love giving my cup holder coins and money. Very sticky. It's funny. You mean to like, I don't know what you mean about that. I mean, you're saying you like to give people your change. Like at the crosswalk, they say, I need some money, God bless. And you give them your sticky cup holder coins. That's cold. Well, what are they going to do too? A lot of the homeless who rely on donations like that, what's going to happen there? Trying to get rid of cash. Cunife says, has anyone seen people with face shields with condensation dripping off? I've seen face shields, eye goggles. Like there's one place I go to, and one of the cashiers, it's like, what are you're going to go work in wood shop? You know, I'm like looking at this person like she's going to go work on a lathe or something. She's got a mask. She's got the gloves. Like she's got the goggles on. Like all this stuff. Completely covered up. It's like you got a body condom on because you're afraid of people now. And that's what's happened. People are walking around with body condoms. Trojan ought to just sell those. Like this thing this guy's wearing, this cockroach costume, Mr. Compliance has on. Instead of having it dark on the back or black, just make it clear. And then just put Trojan on the front. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. And COVID is just AIDS for the whole world. They gave us all AIDS. Jason says, which is worse, wearing a used mask or smoking a cigarette off the ground? Ooh, good question. Good question. Johnny Chainsaw says the face shields are more absurd than the face diapers. Well, originally, I thought the face shields would be a good workaround because you can still show your face. Which I thought, that's kind of cool. Then people can see the disgust in my face, like looking at them. And look, they are taking away your communication. They try to limit the ideas you express, the words that you use. But taking away your facial expressions, that's pretty big. Wait till they say goggles. Like the person I told you about, she's wearing goggles because they said you can catch it through your eyes. You can catch it through your eyeballs. So you wear goggles. Well then, wait until they say you have to wear opaque goggles, because if you can see somebody's eyes, you can make eye contact. If you make eye contact, it's not that you catch COVID through eye contact, but you might, break social distancing because you might sense empathy. So to make sure you don't have any empathetic bonds, so you don't get too close and risk a hug or contact, or you don't want to create friendships, because friendships are tantamount to terrorist cells. What do you do with your friends? Birthday cakes, parties, violating of social distancing. So by the end of this thing, by 2021, the bottom of your face is going to be covered. You're going to have opaque glasses, and wait till they tell you that COVID lives in your hair. So we're all going to be bald, masked, with opaque glasses. We're going to look like aliens, and we're going to be goose stepping 6 feet apart. And that's the new normal. Now, one of the grocery stores I go to, I should write a review about this, but it's called, no, I'm not going to out them. So we have this long line outside. So I thought, okay, is there another rush on groceries or something? Because there's like a line down the street to get groceries. So I have to eat, so I have to put on the mask of the beast. And I'm outside in line. And eventually they let me in, and the store is pretty much empty. So it's like they're making everybody wait outside to limit the number of people inside. So the line's just for show. Nothing's low on anything. Like they would probably do just fine, even if there was a panic. But I was just like, wow, they're having us wait outside in these lines, just kind of revamping how we do everything so that we can all have our, this new normal experience together. It's so fallacious. But anyway, when I go to the end of the line, you ring up your stuff, you have a keypad. And I'm like, well, everybody uses the same keypad. But luckily, they put a piece of saran wrap on it. And I'm like, wait, so there's a piece of saran wrap, so when I touch the keypad, I don't put my COVIDs on it, but just on the wrapper. Well, the person behind me uses the same keypad and the same wrapper. They're not changing the saran wrap between individuals pushing the button. So, I'm there at 10 at night. It's been open for 13 hours. How many people pushed that same keypad? And if person number 1 had the disease, the plague, the devil plague, then everyone else got it. So it's all just got to be theater. Like if this was real, we would all be dead. Cunify says, maybe we should fake pass out in the supermarket and... Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, look, I'm not really even advocating any kind of rocking of the boat at this point. Not in America. It's not going to get anywhere. You have some lockdown protesters in California, but right now it just seems like that torch is being carried elsewhere. People are so distracted here. But the rules are just as ridiculous and meaningless as like religious dictates. It's not really going to save you. It's like kneeling, signs of the cross, cross yourself with holy water, don't go backwards down the aisle. You just go down one way and back down the other way. They make you zigzag down the aisles. You can't go back. And that's supposedly to stop, because the devil apparently will always stay behind you. And as long as you don't go back the way you came, he can't get you. So you're like going through this path, like a mouse through this maze, which they set out for us, all under the premise that it's somehow saving us. But I think they're acclimating us to getting away from shopping, as in choosing, making choices, competing companies vying for your money. They're trying to get rid of free market competition and the enjoyable experience of participating in, shopping, in being part of the process. And so now the shopping experience is being converted into a bread line, or like that's pretty much what it's become. But it's a big game of pretend, if you ask me. I haven't seen fear in anybody's eyes, and it's more of a fashion thing now. But I have seen people burning masks. I know in Washington, D.C. yesterday, 2 days ago, there was a group of people taking their masks off and burning them. I mean, I understand, and I guess I can appreciate their passion or whatever. It's a peaceful protest. Lloyd Miller says, notice camps. You remember the stories about FEMA camps? They're going to put you in a camp and monitor, just segregate you so that you can't spread your criminal thoughts to your neighbors. Well, now you're sort of in a FEMA camp, but it's just been decentralized. So they already have figured this whole thing out. There's no reason to take you anywhere. There's no reason to kidnap you and take you to some secret location or put you to work somewhere. No, this is how it works. This is bread and circuses, and you stay home and hopefully quarantine as they coerce you into this, fourth industrial revolution, whatever that entails. It's like there's so many ways it can go. If we, as we tend to do here, if you kind of look at the movies and the sci-fi as an indicator of where things are going, I think it's pretty clear we're looking at another Tom Clancy novel in our near future. So if you didn't know, 9/11 was a Tom Clancy. Right now, we're about to go through a dark winter, The Division. Jason says, FEMA camps are for those who refuse the vax. Well, precisely. What happens if you refuse it? If you refuse that and the mask? Like if you just decide, okay, I'm not going to wear it, I'm not going to comply. Well, that just means you can't go anywhere, which means you stay at home. Like your home is your FEMA camp. You're denied participation. There's no reason to transport people where they have to babysit them all day. They have a compliant population who can self-babysit. Adaptivia says, I went to Marshall's. They're giving hand sanitizer away. I think they bought too much in big bulk. Do you remember early on when people were buying the hand sanitizer in bulk and people were terrified of everything? It was just like after 9/11 with the anthrax. A few weeks of paranoia. A few weeks of the post office wearing gloves. Everyone was afraid of the anthrax. But again, that kind of passed. Like, I don't really see any fear in anybody. And one of the reasons why is that you can replicate terror attacks very easily because they're noisy and dramatic. But when it comes to COVID outbreaks, they've always been very short on evidence. And so much of it was faked. And the mass media still hasn't really fully accounted for all of its malfeasance in its reporting. But 2020 has been such a great year in terms of clear vision, and the mass media having jumped the shark, and all the politicians just going too far on everything. Like, now we know who the tyrants are. Now we know who the control freaks are, and now we know that censorship is now a mainstream American value. Flat Sky says, my grocery store was having a huge sale on barbecue accelerant. Were they sending a message? Were they selling brick pellets out back? I don't know if the riots are still going to continue on the level that they were at this time. I think they've placated the mob, and they think they're about to take over. And I have a minor bet on the outcome. My basis for, someone says Bitcoin's at 19,000. My basis for thinking that this thing is going to go towards Trump is clearly they're engineering the most amount of chaos. They're not trying to make things easier or solve anything. And you wouldn't want the two sides to get along, which would probably happen. If Trump doesn't win, I imagine the right would rediscover conservatism, which is where they were before Trump. Trump kind of led the conservatives astray. I would say that Trump killed conservatism in America. He killed it off. So it wouldn't be that bad of a deal, and I don't imagine the right wing turning into ISIS if they don't get their way. So it would be too calm for Big Brother to get anything done. So I imagine, because they're all about crisis management, they create a crisis and then they manage it. So it looks to me like more than likely they're going to wait until the last possible moment and really just, this will be a huge blow. Like, I think there's going to be, this is going to be a 9/11 scale event with nothing blowing up, just the emotional impact. Flat Fact says the presidential thing's still going on. Is this normal to drag out? Yeah, it's going to drag out until, I think, December the 14th or something. I mean, it's not without precedent, but there is a process. You know, it's not decided by the media. It's not decided in any other way. And it's sad what they're doing because they're toying with people's minds. And I'm watching all the normal mainstream media pundits and agents playing into it. I mean, people deserve it. You know, they deserve to be let down if they're playing into this game. It's like with sports. You know, when people lose their Super Bowls, you know how hard they cry. Commenter says, any bets on whether Biden will drop dead before January 20th? Yeah, that's a good one. I've seen a few points here and there, and a lot of people seem to think that, yeah, he's going to be wheelchaired off a cliff by Kamala. I saw a pretty good meme. It was Kamala and Biden hugging, and she says, congratulations, I bought you a present. And then she points to, well, it's JFK's Lincoln town car. Johnny Chainsaw says Trump ruined the term fake news. It was gaining momentum. Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? He did, because he took the term fake news and applied it to the left, but not the right. And look at Fox now. They lost half their viewers because people... I'm just aghast at people who are just now figuring out that Fox News and most of the alternative news is controlled up. I mean, as a rule... they are agents or they're dupes if they don't know about crisis actors. That's just a fact. They're either dupes or agents. And who would you rather trust? An agent or somebody who's too incompetent as a journalist to know how much of the news is faked on that deeper level? You know, psychological operations, crisis actors. You know, these psyops are a major part of how our worldviews have been shaped. And yet, why is it that no journalists with any network seem to know these things exist? So, there's no reason really for anybody to be surprised when any of these news media outlets just totally flip. I mean, Fox and Drudge have just gone hard left in the last few weeks. Like, wait, they don't even hide it at this point, but... Commenter says, Fox had guardrails. They pushed a great deal of anti-establishment stuff. Maybe. I mean, Fox has a few voices here and there. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, really quick here. We're talking about Fox.
Yes.
Greg Gutfield blocked me because I told him that nobody died at Sandy Hook. And he said, anybody who says that event was fake deserves to get punched in the face. Does that sound like somebody
and who... Alex Jones?
No, Greg Gutfield. Greg Gutfield from Fox
News. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, the guy from Fox, yeah.
Okay, so he said he blocked me on Twitter after he blocked me on Twitter because I said, well, if you believed in free speech, you wouldn't care about somebody's opinion on this or that school shooting.
Yeah, and how many followers does he have? I mean, seriously, he would... So this is what the ride has come to, right?
Well, exactly. And that was even like a year and a half ago. And he blocked me on Twitter. And I'm like, okay, yeah, so there aren't any really principled, I don't think, defenders of free speech on the right anymore, because none of them will ever go into the realm of talking about crisis actors. They just can't.
No, they can't. They can't talk about... No, they can't talk about the truth. They can't. Hey, you were speaking about Trump, and I spoke with you a couple days ago, and you asked me, hey, how much would you bet if Trump whatever, Biden's going to lose. And I said all of it, I think. Right?
Yeah, you said you would bet it all on
That's my
Trump.
answer.
Right.
So I just have to I don't know what's going on. But, okay, so Janet Yellen just got picked to be the new Federal Reserve Board member, right? Like, she's the new Fed chair. But Janet Yellen actually this will be her second time in office, or whatever the hell they want to call it. This will be her second time as a board leader. The first time she was the board leader under Obama administration, which would have been Biden as well. So I thought that was a little weird because she was just picked today, I guess. Do you know that? Maybe that's fake news.
Yeah, I don't look, man. This is the thing. All of the politicians believe in all the psyops. They believe the false science, the fake paradigm. So, I mean, I'm looking at this from a very post-media perspective, and I don't really think it's anything other than theater. I don't think that I don't think the outcome is yet to be determined. I think that they know how to do the most damage, and that involves the appearance of a stolen election, the appearance of it being stolen from both sides. Both sides see the other as illegitimate, and creating an irreparable rift. And I think they create that by pulling the rug out from underneath the left as a form of creating outrage. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. RGB's death, I think, settles it. Everything leading up to it is just minutia and drama, but I think ultimately, it's about pulling the rug out and breaking the system, breaking the any sort of peace between the two sides. Like, there'll be no reconciliation if they go this far. And that's why I think they will. And if you don't think they're that psychotic, well, they're the ones behind the lockdowns. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. They are. I always bring that up at work. They'll talk about Biden, Biden can't get in, and I just have to be like, guys, this is a Republican that we all voted for that put us under the lockdown. Then they don't want to, they can't really look at that, Tim. You know,
the thing is,
or they're blaming on Fauci.
Well, no, wait. One of the things I have to point out, though, is you can't say Republicans and Democrats in the way that they're just two different parties, because the Democrats are a monolith. They're monolithic and they're totalitarian. But the Republicans, if you remember, Trump was rejected by 15 other candidates. The Republican is clearly divided between conservative, which are statists, and then the conservative leaning or the more nationalist. So you can't really put them all in the same category, and you can't really criticize Republicans in a very broad brush way the way you can criticize Democrats in a broad brush way.
I agree. Especially with Trump. Like today, I'm trying to be, I didn't vote for either candidate, right? So I could bash Biden, I wouldn't have voted for him. And I just try to be like a ref for Trump. And I think Trump is the ultimate plausible deniability president we've ever had, man. Because,
but before you go on, just the fact that he stood up against the Paris Agreement is such a major shift. We've never had any president, even no Republican candidate, Romney, but none of these guys ever went.
Okay, fair enough.
None of them went that. No, but that's a big deal because environmentalism is their major power grab.
I got a question for you, though, Ben.
Next to COVID, environmentalism is their biggest mechanism for this power grab, and the fact that Trump's the only person to stand up against it makes something of a difference.
Okay, fair enough. But like you just said, what they did is they created a vacuum. So he said no to Paris. He said yes to COVID. So what the hell is the difference?
Wait, he didn't say yes to COVID.
Really?
He didn't say yes to COVID. Nor did he say yes to the kneeling. If you follow the narrative and if you follow it this whole time, it's clearly so politicized that the left is the party of COVID and the mask and the right is against it. It has been that partisan all along, which is why he had the reticence to wearing the mask. So, I mean, I really don't think you can equate the two. And Trump is an outlier in most ways, which makes him so perplexing. But I don't think you can just say he's just like Bush. If he was like Bush, he would have been...
No. I'm not saying he's like Bush, man. I'm not saying that. Okay? I'm not. I don't want to go there.
But look, he did say... I mean, he did originally say... I mean, this is the thing, too.
Yeah, he said it was fake.
He did.
At a rally.
He did. And the thing is, he has signaled too that post-election COVID's gone. So like he has said pretty clearly, if you listen to
Yeah, but that's a lie too, though.
no, if you listen to his words and not the words of the MSM
get it.
about him, he specifically says things. How many of his speeches have you listened to where he has said no more mask after the 4th? Like what I'm suggesting is that there's no way
All the time.
you can't lump him in with the establishment types.
Okay, fair enough. That's why I said he is the ultimate plausible deniability candidate, president, because I know this. Biden would go in and he'll say mandatory mask, mandatory shutdown. And we could all be like, Biden's evil. But Trump has the ability to play this role, man, where he can say, it's fake, it's real. But because he said it's fake first, hey, man, he did say it was fake.
Well, no, you have to deal with this
didn't,
too.
Neil.
It's not just about what he says. The majority of the public believes it's real. Half the public is in favor of lockdowns. So it's one of these things. I think.
But Tim, you have to realize, okay, just listen.
One more thing. Donald Trump is not Alex Jones. We're not trying to find the most cutting edge conspiracy theorist to be our political leader and discern all the truths for us. So if we're looking at him within the...
We just want someone telling the truth, right? Is that all we want?
No, I don't. Look, I don't even... Look, truly, I found it really strange that so many conservatives suddenly became like really into a political a cult of personality, whereas before, conservatism was making some real headway, limited government conservatism, and that's been destroyed by Trump. So, you know, if Biden took the White House, it would actually be good for limited government conservatism. And the statists hate that. And I don't think they want that to happen. They don't want another organic Tea Party. They took that over with QAnon and with all these big state interests, including, I mean, Trump has been great for big government and the growth of government. So I'm looking at this thing as...
He's been good for pharma. Trump has been good, like you said. He's been good for kind of everyone, right? But I always have to go back to this too. Trump also was standing. He did all the COVID deals. He did how many days of COVID shit with the media? So we can't say, well, the media did it because Trump was there. He was doing it. He was the guy on the media.
I don't know. I don't think you, like, for example, Trump couldn't say the science is fake, global warming's a hoax, and then turn back 50 or 60 years of really entrenched ideology disguised as science. You know, you couldn't become a president and say this is now a Muslim nation or this is now a Scientology nation. You can't just dictate what the multitudes, hundreds of millions of people believe. So I don't think it's a realistic expectation to think that he's going to be in the know and Mr. Truth Bomb all the time. And I don't even think he'd be in a position to know. Up until 2012, nobody had a clue about crisis actors because that genie hadn't been let out of the bottle until Sandy Hook. So shout out to Robbie Parker for that, because without that we would be lost.
And listen, I don't want to create a divide between you and I have to just look at it for what it is. And Trump, he's the ultimate politician. Listen, I thought I was voting for a guy that wasn't a politician. No. He is a politician. He is a politician.
But what does that mean, though?
I
what
do
does
have
that,
to
wait,
point this out.
when,
Did you say Pompeo wanted to be president last night?
I haven't heard that, but I remember he was the one who said that this was a...
You said that, right?
No, I hadn't heard that, actually. But I did hear Pompeo say that this COVID was a live drill.
That's right. And Trump said, you should have told us, or you should have told me, right? He said that. So it's like... So we have all this, I have like many different videos that I can pick out and go, man, he told us the truth, and then, the media is powerful. Here's the problem, though. I think this is a real issue. I think the left and right, it may have been fake on TV with Hillary and Trump, but it wasn't fake between, I don't think, the left and right. If you look at like the left versus right, politics, I think that was a real rift, like that Hillary and Trump deal. And I think there's a lot of people that if Trump gets out, man, these Democrats they're evil, okay? And I know the Republicans can be just as evil, but I think the Democrats are willing to
Well,
push the line.
I disagree here. I don't think they can be as evil because see what we're looking at here isn't really even necessarily Democrat Republican. It's collectivist versus individualist, or the party that protects individual liberty and rights. And so, yeah, obviously, the party that's in favor of the collectivist mob and that is actually at war on the individual, yeah, by definition, they are evil. That's the party of extortion, of taxation, of terroristic threats about the sky falling, and it's the party of the medical tyranny that wants to stick needles in everybody. It is that cut and dry. Left is the side that is in favor of war on the other side. Looting isn't looting because they like the goods. It's because they're destroying the other side, and the other side believes in free market rather than government-controlled economics. So, yeah, you're right about that. And the left is unhinged, that's for sure.
Okay, so, I don't know. Here's what I know. This problem is way bigger than I cannot stop what's coming. I know that the guns and the bullets and the beer and the food store, none of that's really going to matter. If the military decides to do whatever they're going to do, they can roll right over the American people. We all know that if they wanted to, but they're not going to do that. I don't think. But I always ask the question, like, my boss is the ultimate auto hoaxer. I started calling him auto hoax after I heard about your show and started listening to you. So it's been a couple years. He listens to you all the time now. He just doesn't call in, but he loves the show. He asked me tonight something about it was a song. It was Mask of the Beast. And at the very end, they like changed a little. I don't know, but he just called me because he was listening to that song. So he loves your show, right? I told him tonight that I was going to leave the death cult, and because he said I heard you on IPS, and he's like, Kevin, you're in a death cult, So I said I'm leaving it tonight, so I'm out of the death cult. That'll be the last time I call and talk about the military, and I guess I'm just gonna eat popcorn and laugh at them.
Leaving the death cult. See, I like that because we were born into a death cult. We were born into a doomsday cult. They told us
religion, or
like when you're a little kid, they're like, hey, see these cool dragons? Yeah, they all died because a big rock fell from the sky. So they tell you that from the beginning, when you're a little kid, that you're in a death cult, that your world could be destroyed at any moment from some just capricious rock from above. But and yeah, as far as death cult,
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you can answer this. Okay. If I decided to join the left's death cult, let's just say I'm going to just I couldn't do it, but it would be a lot easier for me to join the left death cult, like global warming. I know that's bullshit. It's never going to happen. So I'm not afraid of that. Let's see. Asteroids? No. Okay. So what else do we got? We've got, they could do we're running out of fossil fuels, so they could do another gasoline scare. That's a lie. So all of their shit that they think is going to kill everyone is ridiculous. I wonder if they think the same thing about my old death cult, like the military and vaccines. Do they think that my theories
wow, yes,
are just as crazy?
I think you just nailed something here. They probably look at the idea of the military rounding people up and forcibly vaccinating them as just a conspiracy theory they dismiss. Yeah, in the same way. They absolutely do. But the difference is you're basing it on a common sense understanding about the power of government and their monopoly on force, whereas they're using fake science. I mean, both sides do have conspiracy theories, but I kind of think that the conspiracy theories against the left are generally real. Like, they really are advancing totalitarianism. And the fears that people have, especially conspiracy theorists, they call them paranoid, but they're not really all that far-fetched. I mean, have we not just witnessed a summer of people being rounded up and arrested and having their businesses and their livelihoods shut down over some,
Thank you.
so we've been vindicated, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I thought when Trump got elected, I thought kind of I was vindicated then, because I'm like, everyone said he wasn't going to win, and I was one of the first that, in my crew to say he's going to win, and he won. So I thought, it was a victory for me. But here's the thing, that victory was short-lived. On the third day after he got elected, he said that Hillary Clinton and Bill were good people. And so I just have to finish it up with this. Okay, the Epstein Island thing is fascinating to me when I go and look at Truth or Tim Burdowski, and he filmed the palace or whatever their cult, that church looking thing is, right?
Yeah, the Epstein Temple.
It was like wood. It was like it was fake.
It was a movie
wood.
set, and they couldn't even afford to put a door on it. They spray painted.
What the hell? So here's a.
Yeah, go on. Carl, you still there? Because that's an interesting point he just brought up. Lock her up was the chant. And then after he got elected, no more. Whatever happened to Biden's laptop? Like, yeah, it does seem like there is an element of Pied Piperism here, that there's a bit of manipulation. Pete Shea says, is it all dark theater? A caller dropped off. So if you want to call back and just continue on that. But I get his point. Trump is an interesting character, to say in the least. Doesn't quite fit the mold. However, nothing about it seems organic or unscripted. And we've been going down this path of looking into his persona, how the character Donald Trump has been inserted into the mass consciousness in almost like they knew, or it was prepared in advance. I mean, like the way was paved. Funnily enough, Michael J. Fox commented on Trump a couple days ago and called him Biff Tannen. Like they're really reinforcing this characterization. Granger Man says Ghislaine is on COVID quarantine. Yeah, COVID-19 didn't kill Ghislaine. Cunify says, how do we explain volcanoes on a flat earth? I was actually asked that question by Mick Media. They said, so you don't believe in volcanoes? And I said, it's not that I don't believe in them. It's that I don't necessarily know that your explanation is the right one, even though we can both agree that they happen the way that we observe them to happen. So I wouldn't deny reality. I would say, okay, it appears to be this, but does their explanation is their explanation the correct one? Like, you can disagree on the explanation, but you can't disagree on the facts. Then, of course, we're kind of left with, well, what can we actually examine? Kind of like with nukes. Are you looking at actual atom bombs, or are you looking at some type of art project? There's one very compelling theory about how they fake the nukes. Now they would just do it all with CGI and computer graphics, but the original ones were faked using sunrises, time-lapsed sunrises. Flat Fact says, that's a good answer. Is their explanation the correct one? Well, exactly. Because if you give in to the premise that since they have an answer and you don't, theirs is therefore right, you're kind of, it depends. If the burden of proof hasn't been met, then you're falling into a trap. Kind of like, are you a flat earther? Well, maybe not. Just because you don't believe it's a ball doesn't mean you're a flat earther. It could be shaped like a velociraptor, but you can't find the Terminator line. You can't find 8 inches per mile squared. You can't find any evidence of the Earth moving. So you're like, well, it's not a ball spinning 1,000 miles per hour. The sun couldn't possibly be a 93 million mile away star, considering the way shadows work here in a very localized manner. So it doesn't mean you're a flat earther. In fact, what it would mean is that the globers are ball earthers. You are an earther, rejecting the ball earth explanation. Like, they don't get to define you. Oh, because you're only a flat earther relative to them. Like, are you a sinner? Well, maybe you're not part of that religion. If you're not a Scientologist, can you have engrams? If you're not an eco-fascist, environmentalist wacko, do you have to have a carbon footprint? I don't think I have a carbon footprint. I don't think I sin either. So I don't think that you have to buy into it. So the flat earth debate has always been somewhat fallacious because it's always on their terms. Now you're debating flat earth versus round earth, just floating there. When in reality, the flat earth question is asking, is there any motion? Is there any space from the very beginning? Conventional science will tell us that the universe is flat. That's worth noting. The Terminator line they show us from space photography is 100% fake. None of you have seen a Terminator line. Every time you watch the sunset, even if you're a globe addict, you're watching a sunset, do you see a line bisecting a ball 25,000 miles in circumference? And do you see that ball rotating, causing that light to simultaneously go dark? Or are you seeing a light source receding into the distance? That's what you're seeing. Now, one of the things they do with false explanations is they stop you from asking questions. Hey, caller, hey, the final point you were getting on here was
Thank you.
About Trump. Yeah, about Trump seeming genuine, seeming autonomous, but at the same time, we're looking at someone who appears to be incredibly scripted. So, what was your take on that?
Okay, so like for me, that was whenever, like, I've said it before, his magic spell broke 3 days before. He was like, lock her up. The whole audience, whenever he was at the rally, when it was massive, the lock her up. It was not fake. I don't think. I mean, for the guys I associate with, man, they wanted her to go down because of what she did. Even for Benghazi. I mean, come on. We got her on multiple crimes, according to, James Comey, who was John Doe number 2 in Oklahoma City, by the way, I think. We had her on all these crimes. Well, an attorney that, is a skull and bones would never press charges against her. So here's my last point that I wanted to bring up. If you look at the Epstein book, right, even though I look at Epstein Island and I'm like, I don't know, nothing makes sense anymore. But if I just look at the contact books, his black book, and then you look at the ones that are circled in his black book, which are like, I don't know, 15 people. Man, there are a lot of people in that book that today they have a very a large amount of control, including the President of the United States, and then you have the guy that wears the pink sweatshirts that has gotten a whole bunch of people in this country kicked off, Bill Gates. And then how is that possible? What is really going on is what I was saying before my phone died or whatever happened. What is really going on, and why are these people in control? And then, Tim, maybe they do have a problem that we found out about. Maybe they were exposed, and they do this crap to children, right? Are you there?
Well, okay. Are you familiar with Terramar, which is Ghislaine's nation?
I heard that, yes.
Yeah, when I heard that, I thought, okay, you got an alleged sex trafficker has some land out, or not land, but is part of a nation that exists on the high seas, uncharted waters.
Yeah.
None of it adds up. And then you throw in a few of the weird things like Bill Gates and his relationship to Marina Abramovich, who is some believe to be the sister. Like, there's some rabbit trails. If you want to go into this with Ghislaine,
yeah, I checked.
What is it? Is it either a
I'm
really?
sorry. Last night
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Because, yeah, we're dealing with like a really
I'm sorry,
intriguing
I have a
story.
little bit of feedback.
Sure. But,
Last night I said something about Laura Silsby, right? And I said 33. Then you read it. The chat that you didn't get that I sent was that Laura Silsby is now Laura Gaylor. Okay, she changed her last name or got married or whatever she did. Her last name changed, and now she works for Alert Sense. And Alert Sense is Amber Alert. So you're telling me the woman that got caught trying to traffic 33 children from Haiti to the Dominican Republic is now running Alert Sense? And this was back in 2017, so she may not be there anymore. But that is what is going on. That's all I want to know is what the F is going on. Because if I go 15 miles an hour in my car over the speed limit, dude, I'm going to get pulled over and get a ticket, okay? So there's rules for thee and not for them, right? Rules for me, not for them. And I think people like me, nobodies that have been like, if you go into the court system, man, if you don't have money, you're done, right?
okay, so let me bring this up then, because you're talking about Ghislaine and these people she moves around. And, a lot of people are watching this thing with like, well, what are we looking at here? Like you brought up. Are we looking at a real sick cult and they have been exposed? Or is this made for TV drama? Like, for example, I consider the case that maybe the WikiLeaks and the Pizzagate story was put there to make the right-wingers look dangerous and radical. So instead of being radical terrorists because of a holy book, they're radical terrorists because of conspiracy theories that make them fear the left as actually being child traffickers, etc.
Okay, I understand, like, your breakdown of all of this is, I mean, you have an understanding of, like, this is why you have the job that you do or the calling that you do, because you do a great job. But here's the thing. If the Epstein thing, if it's fake, right? If it was a shill, then I say that it's really going on. They want us to think that it's got stopped, and they're doing it more now than they ever were. Their real program is in like high operation.
Well,
or
that would be a limited
it was
hangout.
real.
That would be a limited hangout, is what they call those, which is where you
That's
have
right.
you have a real secret, and it's going to leak at some point. So the reason that you would have something like this, so that you could control the leak, and that would make sense
That's right.
considering WikiLeaks. I mean, WikiLeaks is the very definition of a limited hangout. That way, you drip it out there, so you find out who knows what, and then you control it, rather than letting some unknown person get access to you don't know what.
Yeah, if you go into WikiLeaks and I think if you go and look for like Israeli like trash or Israeli like dumps, I don't think there's one in there. I don't think there's an Israel there's not like a group of stuff that's come out about Israel. So that kind of makes me shake my head like I don't know, maybe they're just better at running the deal. Maybe Mossad, is running the CIA, right? And then the government is being ran by Rome, and then like the music industry is being ran by the Egyptians, right? I just
Well, look,
I
one
don't
thing
know.
you're probably right about is that if this Epstein thing is a limited hangout, which it could very well be, then that would imply that it really is going on, or there is something similar to that, and this would be to control it and then direct any attention away from it. But what we're still waiting on is the final piece to that, and that's why I think a lot of us were looking at Biden's laptop
what
with so much.
what is that? Ghislaine, or what's the final piece of the Epstein?
It would have been Epstein, but then he conveniently fake died or real died. We don't know. So it would be Ghislaine or some kind of real leak beyond innuendo, beyond just hints, and that's what we're still waiting on.
This is where it breaks down again, Tim. Is because if you go to jail or I go to jail, man, there's a picture of us on YouTube, or not on YouTube. They put a picture on Facebook or wherever. They get it out there. So, but there's not a photo of her. There's not a video of her anywhere around. the courthouse, they just have a drawing of her. So now they want me to believe a cartoon animation that this is really going on. I mean, you see what I'm saying? I mean,
Yes. And look, one thing too. I've had this theory for some time. Isaac Cappy's death looked very fake to me. And the following footage, it all seems so phony. And he's one of the major whistleblowers
yeah,
about Tom Hanks. And
Yep.
Tom Hanks is played into this whole thing. So I thought the way they're playing into
Yep.
it, it could be a big trap / limited hangout, or it could just be a big smear where the people who fall into it on the right are now going beyond just
Yeah,
criticizing
they're
policy.
laughed at.
Yeah, because they're saying, oh, well, it's not that
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton is a socialist. It's that she's a baby eater, and it kills your credibility.
That's right. And then you're crazy because you believed it. But then this is where I have to just like tap on, like, I have to go back to the black book and I have to just wonder, what are the names in there for? What are they circled for? Maybe is Jeffrey Epstein actually the real president of the United States? Donald Trump is the president of the United States of Corporation. And so Epstein like left, but his black book was actually the people that he wanted to appoint to run the country. Maybe that's what Epstein is. Maybe he's the real president of this country. And he actually is appointing everyone to run the show.
Now, I haven't heard that, but nothing would surprise me with Epstein, this character. Like, did you see how he was a teacher at the same school with A.G. Barr's dad?
Yeah, god dang, that Barr, yeah, that's right. They were all connected, right?
Exactly. Not only did they work together, but A.G. Barr's dad wrote a book about sex trafficking with teenagers as sex slaves on islands. So that
Really? I did. What's the name of that book? I don't.
It's called the book is called Interplanetary: A Gothic Fairy Tale or something like that. This is
Really?
Yeah. It's by Donald Barr, who worked with Epstein. So Donald Barr is A.G.
Hired him.
Oh, here it's called Space Relations: A Slightly Gothic Interplanetary Tale. And if you look at the Wikipedia, it's basically, and even the cover art looks like Epstein Island. It's got this building with these arches on it, and it's about having basically slave camps on small planets instead of islands. And then you think about
So it's like
Terra Mara.
Robert David Steele saying that they were kids on Mars that were being trafficked, and then Terra Mara.
Yes, and then this is Donald
What?
Barr. This is the dad of A.G. Barr. I mean, how weird is that?
Well, that's not weird, man. It's not weird to me. What it says to me is that these guys are all in the same club, man. It's a small club, and like George Carlin said, you ain't in it.
Right, and
they're
so
all in the club.
they're in a club, but the thing about this club is not just about money and political power. If this book is any, I mean, for somebody to write a book like this, they've got to be a part of some kind of different culture than
It's
the
just
rest.
like Aleister Crowley, right? I mean, they told us what they did. They had those the rituals that they do on the blood moon or the full moons, and hit Barbara Bush and all that. I think that it goes on, right? They believe it. They do it, not me. It's their deal.
Right.
How
Well,
do
it
they
could
get
be.
in power? How are they in power? How are they able to wave their wand, show us how evil they are? I mean, forget Bill
Hey,
Gates about...
didn't Epstein talk about having an island where he was like a super breeder, where he was going to have like 50 children or something? Did you hear about that?
I think that was the Toro Ranch, or the Zorro Ranch. I think that was the ranch in New Mexico, which the FBI never did their job there either, which is a big surprise.
No,
Hey, listen,
okay. That's
I
fascinating.
want to tell you a personal story.
Yeah, go ahead, because this is all
Just real quick.
Yeah,
I work with the FBI. Oh,
go ahead. No, go ahead, because this story is dark.
okay, I went to school with two FBI agents. One of them was in my class. One of them was older than me. And I worked with a guy that now works for the TSA. I live in a really small town in middle Missouri, man, and it's really bizarre that, okay, what's the possibility that I know two FBI agents and a not TSA, but the NSA? He works for the NSA. And I won't say their names, okay? I go to my 10-year reunion. I haven't seen the girl that works for the FBI. and she is gorgeous, man. She's knockout, beautiful lawyer. She went to Virginia, like she was around like the CIA deal, and then I found out she was in the FBI. I actually thought she was in the CIA in 2004. I asked her, and she was like, "Oh, no, no," but she ended up in the FBI, and I found out at my 10-year reunion. And so I got a chance to talk to her, and at the time I knew a little bit about the corruption of the FBI, just a tad. I knew that they like kind of planned the first World Trade Center attack. They like allowed it to happen, but tried to stop it. But and there's that great story of the guy that was the hero of that deal, that was really trying to do the right work. I think his name is like Elon Salem or something like that. Anyway, I was talking to Jamie. Oh, damn, I said her name. I was talking to her, and I got to ask her about the FBI, and I'm kind of intrigued because I'm thinking there's got to be good people in the FBI, right? And we started talking, and I said, "So you're in the FBI?" Yeah. And so, where do you work out of? And she's at the Memphis office at the time. And I said, "Oh, that's awesome. I know Memphis a little bit." And we were talking about that. And I said, "So what do you do for the FBI?" And she said, "I run, or I help stop child sex trafficking on the border." And when she said it, though, she had the dupe and the light look on her face. It wasn't like I help stop it. It was more like I run it.
Interesting. So,
and she said this to me. Okay. So then I found out about Epstein and all the stuff with the FBI and the Finders cult and all that stuff that's kind of tied together, right? And I just think, oh damn, man. My first reaction when she told me what she did, and then the smile and the gleam in her eye after she said what she said, I'm like, I screamed in my head, and I'm like, dude, she wasn't good. She was running this deal. She's helping them do it. That's my opinion. And I would not say her name. I've never put her name in a chat.
That sounds. Look, I mean, this is all very dark stuff, but again, it is a real phenomenon. And so the Pizzagate thing in particular, in many ways, it could be a limited hangout, and it is somewhat discrediting compared to talking about real things. I had a caller once who was working as a moderator for Facebook, and he was like, well, he came across material that showed him that slavery is alive and well in some parts of the world. Real dark, nasty story. Nothing at all like the Pizzagate stuff. And the thing about the Pizzagate stuff is that it's put out there almost intentionally. I mean, did you hear Barack Obama tell Kamala about Biden's love of pasta?
Yeah, and then, you know what I found out yesterday, man? And it kind of made me sick. Just because I'm like, everyone, right? Okay, everyone. So I find out that Tucker Carlson, right? Guess what one of his favorite places to eat in D.C. is? You'll never believe it, but it's Buck's Fishing and Camping. Oh, wait a second. Which is 2 doors down from Comet Pizza. So why him and his wife are eating steak at Buck's Fishing and Camping, the kids are playing at Comet Pizza. And then someone goes, wait a second, is he not wearing a Kabbalist bracelet on TV? And so there it is right in front of you. So Tucker Carlson, it has a Kabbalist bracelet on, and he loves eating that, same place with one of the guys at CNN, one of their favorite place to eat too. So how does a guy that runs a pizza shop in D.C. become the 49th most powerful person in D.C.? How does that happen? Dude, I run a hell of a barbecue restaurant in the town I live in. If there's 25,000 people, I'm like the number 25,001 most powerful person in town. I'm a nobody. So what is really going on?
Now,
Is
I
pizza
did hear
really
that.
big
I did
in
hear
DC?
Tucker Carlson has some kind of connection to areas near Comet Pizza and this Bucks Hunting Club. And yeah, on it's like Chuck E. Cheese or any of these pizza restaurants. It's kind of meant for family fun and for kids. But then pizza, the Comet Pizza, you've seen the footage. They
Yeah,
do.
man.
They house all
Dude, I
that.
couldn't eat pizza for like 2 years, man. It made me like, I just didn't want to think about pizza. Who doesn't like pizza? And then like you said, maybe they're just eating gummy worms. Maybe that's what pizza is.
Well, look,
But
either though they are literally doing all the stuff they're hinting at, or they're trying to make us think they are for some other purpose. But it's undeniable that there is some kind of game being played right here with how this information is being teased out.
I want to just end it with this. You do awesome show, by the way. If the FBI would have given me a shot to work for them, and I would have had a chance to protect children, dude, I think I would have fucking done it. I think I would have actually tried to do my job. But you know what? That's why the FBI would never give a guy like me a chance. Because if they're, when Trump said, I told my buddy, I said, if they ever say there's a war on COVID, we're done. Because anytime they start a war, they're making money on both sides. The drug war, any war, they're making money on both sides. And so, of course, they did it. But the FBI's job, their number one job, is to protect the FBI at all costs. We got to protect the shield. And so it is corrupt. It's been corrupt, I guess, my whole life.
Well, look, man,
good? I don't know.
How good can they be as This is what I said about journalists too. How good can you be as a journalist or an investigator if you don't know how fake news is? If you still think it's just bias, isn't it kind of bizarre that people like you and I and people listening here are actually more in the know than people whose job it is to find out what's going on?
There's no way that's possible, Tim. There's no way that is a possibility. And if that's a possibility, then the whole system that we have set up is a total fraud. And dude, it needs to come down.
Right. Exactly. It shouldn't be that
well,
possible.
What do we do?
But we're dealing with objective facts, and what we can do is, I think, maintain.
Imagine if Fox News hired a guy like you. Let's just say they hired you. Do you know how big of an audience that you would get? Let's just say they only give you 30 minutes 3 times a week. You would be able to make so much. You could just cause so much damage with your sarcasm. Imagine if that's why if they can't be dumb and they can't be this smart and this wealthy, it just can't all be true. It's either they're all fucking in on it or we're all wrong.
Well, the only thing that makes sense to me...
I don't think I'm wrong.
I don't think so either. I do think we're dealing with layers of dupes. We're dealing with non-disclosure agreements, various oaths, and compartmentalization. But we have been vindicated this year. So one of the bright sides of 2020 is that we have a pretty good view of what the game
Tim,
board is.
You have been vindicated this year, man. Because I tell you what, when COVID came out and you never bought into it. You said it was fake the whole time. I listened to you. I listened to your shows. In fact, I thought that you were right, that maybe after Kobe Bryant died, that it was going to be over.
Right. I was hoping.
I remember you
I
talking
thought so.
about that. We just need a, yeah.
I remember that, Tim. I said
maybe you were right.
I said, watch, COVID's going to go away when some big drama happens, and Kobe dies, and I thought it was going to go away. And it kind of did come back, but I remember it was January 24th. I said, this is I
was listening to the show.
It's a psyop to close borders, bring up border security issues, xenophobia, and then it became this entire catalyst for this transition of our system, which
Oh, yeah, man. It was so weird. It was like Kobe was going to cure COVID, but we didn't know that Kobe standed for COVID in Hebrew. It's like, no, it just like pushed it forward, right? It just like helped cement it into place, and now, damn, it's here. I mean, there's nothing I can do. And I listen to you, and I know that you believe or you believe what you say, and you say 2020 has been a great year and we have more vision. And today I said 2020 has been the year of, it's been the worst vision for people that I know. Okay? It's been the worst. Either your vision has gotten better this year, and that's probably why you think it's good, because you're seeing more and you're around people that are seeing what you see and they bring more to it, so you're getting you're getting your confirmation. But man, like I told my boss today, he doesn't go to the stores in town. He doesn't go to Walmart. He doesn't go to Woods. He doesn't go to these corporations because he sends his wife out to do it, which is fine because he works like 150 hours a week. Not really. He works a ton though, but he doesn't go around it. So me and his wife are going, wait a second. It's terrible when you go to the store because I haven't put the mask on, right? And why is the mask such a big deal? Well, it's a big deal because I don't want to wear it, okay? And this is what I know. Like, if it was one person that had a mask and one guy that didn't, like it was one-on-one, like me, no mask, and another guy, no mask, that guy could have looked me in the eye very long. His head would be down because it'd be 100 other guys without a mask on.
Right.
Now,
you don't like the compulsive peer pressure and the inability to conscientiously object. Like, it's definitely an affront to your freedom. It really is on that level.
And you're right. It has stopped communication. Tonight, I try to do anything to get I go to Sonic. I try to do anything to get the car hops to show me their face, because I think it's so funny what you brought up. Like, Bill Gates thinks that now that showing your face is like dropping your pants. It is true. And so tonight I try to do anything to just get her, just to pull it down a little bit. And this is what she told me. She said, if I got caught by one of the corporate guys doing that, I would get fired. And I'm like, I am corporate. I'm here from corporate. I really messed with her mind. I told her the truth before I left. But, I just try to get her to realize that you don't have to go along with this, and it's not helping you. And I don't know.
But look at this.
Like,
look at the influence, though, that the bigger companies have, the competitive power that they have. It's not fair. But yeah, they're the dominant ones. They push everybody else out, and now if you're going to work for one of them,
has it ever been fair though?
No, it hasn't been, and it has not been. And this is just if you tried to start a company, you wanted to put a company on the Dow, you want to get on the Dow 30. You're not a part of their club, dude. It would cost you so much money. You would have to jump through so many hoops. I don't think you could do it unless you had enough money. You'd have to pay some people off. But see, those Dow 30 companies are the corporations that run our country, right? They are you said it the other night. Walmart now has it to where you don't even have to, it's not competitive shopping anymore. They don't even want you to come in the store. They'll bring it to your car because they shut down everyone else. Yeah, and it's getting rid of competition.
And you said it.
Yeah, competition. You're no longer a chooser, a shopper using choice and discrimination, picking between brands who then make profit based on their ability to get your dollar. They're getting rid of free market. They want it to be like a bread line, like you're going through a supply, like everyone gets a bag of beans, you get this many potatoes, and then you go down the way. They don't want you to be a shopper. They want you to be fed by a command and control economy. That's what they're moving us into.
Yeah, it's a corporation, man. It's dead. It's a dead entity. It's a corpse that gives out rations. Okay, but here's the thing. What's better, okay? You're going to get, with the left, we're going to get communism. But with the right, we're going to get fascism. I mean, we're there. We're a communist fascist state. We are so screwed up mentally in politics in this country.
Well, look,
it is
bizarre
what
if
we
we're gonna
have.
If we're going to use the word fascism, which I'm fine with, we'll have to say that right-wing fascism is better than left-wing fascism, because at least the right.
How do you figure?
Well, because the right-wing fascism.
How do you figure, man?
Well, because the term fascism is practically meaningless in this term. I mean, in this context, it's like what the right wing political philosophy is the one that, at least on the surface, is at least making an effort to preserve individual liberties, whereas the left wing is death to the individual. And there's really no comparison there. The worst case we would have with right wing fascism would be police state to control the left. And for the left,
Yeah, the worst.
that's only, it wouldn't
They
be
like
against,
it.
they would be the ones
They
who would
don't.
be getting hit with
Yeah,
it.
you're right.
So it's like,
the Obama's army, right?
yeah, I don't really I don't think that the right has the fascist tendencies ascribed to them. I think it's the party of leave us alone. And that's the reason why the mask thing has become such an issue. That's the reason why nanny state's an issue. It's like, if we want to get fat,
That's
let
right.
us
That's
get fat.
why
If we
the
want to get
cultists
sick,
call it like the cult of personality in politics is crazy. But if you look at the right, man, I get along with the right because I am a conservative. You know, I do have conservative. I don't want to pay a lot of taxes, and I want the government out of my business. But whenever I mean fascism, I mean when the corporations have more power than the government. And clearly today, Google, Alphabet, Twitter, Amazon, they have more power than our government.
well,
Clearly today, they can censor the president. They can put a warning sign like a Surgeon General's warning sign on the President of the United States tweets.
well, no, they have
We
they
have
have
fascism
influence.
here.
They have influence, but that's not the same as power. Power of the state has force to shut you down. They just have competition. Like the president doesn't have to be on Twitter. He could go to Gab. He could go create his own platform. He could use an email list. So it's not even against free. I mean, the idea of calling these companies fascist or saying that they're having a lot of power, it effaces the difference between private power and state power. They certainly cross the lines. They're whores for government. YouTube, Twitter.
I don't see
they're-
how Amazon is different from a private power and a state power. I look at Amazon as they're a huge multinational corporation, and I think they sit as high. Jeff Bezos is as high as the president in this. You know, if you look at it, he has amazing power. He has got all of his employees masked up, man.
That's
He's
true.
got 'em all.
No,
My brother
they,
works for
look,
Amazon.
they do have power. The corporations have their own corporate cultures, which they use to, and it's all, of course, it is a great deal of influence. But again, I think it is important, though, to point out that there's a difference between corporations doing well and having the government controlling everything and having no competition at all. Nobody's stopping you from creating your own Twitter. Now, if they said you can't make your own Twitter, you have to use ours and it's censored. Well, yeah, that would be fascism. But if it's like, oh, we're a bunch of snowflakes here, then you can go do your own thing. So that's kind of, as long as we have that freedom to do our own thing. Like right now, I could say that YouTube, in principle, doesn't believe in free speech, but
They don't.
But at the same time, they have every right to kick me off their platform because I call Susan Wojcicki a crisis actor enabler, or
Okay.
so it's like they
But
have
see,
that.
here's the thing about
right.
Google. The thing about YouTube is it's not YouTube. It's Google, man. It's Alphabet. And if you look at Alphabet, I think they probably have the most power of any corporation that I'm aware of. Now, maybe there's a silent corporation that I don't know of, like the Federal Reserve. Okay, they have a lot of power too. But I don't just see how these, in my opinion, we've been living in fascism since 9/11. In my opinion, because once they pulled off 9/11, the corporations, what's the difference between a corporate entity in this country and government? I mean, at Walmart, they used to have Walmart greeters. Now they have Walmart guards. Going to Walmart is like going to a courthouse. There's no difference. I guess you can't have a gun in our Walmart.
I see what you mean. I see
in
what you mean.
Missouri,
This is why I say that these big corporations and the media to include and the scientists, the establishment scientists, they're hoard out to government. they're doing the bidding of government to train the population to make us more, really, I guess, accustomed to acclimate us to this. Like the medical tyranny is being normalized through all the big TV shows. There's no way to avoid it. You're right about that. The influence is unavoidable.
Okay, two movies. I'll pick out one movie. I want you to pick out the best communist movie that you can think of. Go ahead.
I always go
with the worst outcome.
Well, I always go with The Village is the best concept of a commune. I think it's the best description. But man, that's a very good question. Because
what is it? What do you think it is?
I'm
V
good
for Vendetta. Okay, is the right. That is the fascist movie I'm going to go to, because that's a 2005 movie written for today. I don't think that you could come up with a plan on the communist side, besides just killing everyone, that could be worse for a country than V for Vendetta. Because, dude, if I have to think about the mask, I hate it. But when I see the kids in it, it's so dehumanizing. And for me, I guess it's part of my soul, or like, I know there's more than life than this body. Like I know there's an afterlife for me. And I just wonder, what the hell is God going to say to me? Like, hey, Kev, what did you do? I'm going to have to answer the stuff that I've made bad decisions for. We've all made bad decisions. But again, I know a group of the right that they saw these kids being abused, when this stuff started coming out in 2012 and 2016, and they freaked the F out.
Well,
and for good reason.
Let me ask you this, though.
But now they're sending their kids to school and they're being abused, and the parents are actually abusing the kids with the teachers because the parents give the kids the mask.
Well, do you remember the hyper realistic school shooting drills? For 17 years, you had all these hyper realistic school shooting drills, and they stopped doing it. In fact, Wong, I think,
was it Michigan that stopped it?
Everywhere. The two biggest teachers unions in America went against it, using all the talking points that we raised on the documentary Drilled about these things. And so they just put an end to those. But now they're bringing in something else.
Well, yeah.
So to me, I mean, look,
that's right.
You had duck and cover from nukes. Then you had, you had the school shooting, and now you have the COVID thing. I don't think it's any more or less damaging than anything else. I mean, the cult's getting more extreme and weirder.
I think you're wrong, though. Tim, listen, if they can pull off 19 years of COVID, like I think about, oh, shit, we got to go through this for 19 years. Oh, my God. I don't think I can do it. I don't know. Anyway,
we'll see.
I'm gonna have to try.
Because 19 years of terrorism,
but
I think would be.
You think 19 years covering your face?
I don't think it'll last that long.
Not being able to communicate.
I don't think it'll last that long. 19 years of terrorism. It wasn't. We had 9/11. We had Spain, Madrid, Nice. We had a spate of attacks here and there, but they never brought another 9/11 scale event, and we never saw the same level of flag waving that we did right after. So I kind of think that COVID is already. We've already seen the worst of it, and now it's just nanny state that you can ignore.
You do? Okay, I want to put a bet. I want to bet you on this, okay? I could bet $100, and I would pay it. I'll send it to you, okay? And let's just do it for next year. If COVID is gone next year, I'll pay you $100. If by July I'm not seeing a mask and we're shooting off fireworks and and it's gone, I will send you the money in the mail. I'll call up and I'll talk about, remember the conversation we had right before? Here's your $100. I don't see how they're gonna.
These
power-hungry freaks, they're not gonna let go of it, man.
See, because I think you're right.
They're gonna come up.
They haven't let go of global warming. They never let go of any of these tactics. And the three main pillars of the NWO agenda is climate change, COVID, and systemic racism. But the pandemic model can only get them so far. And I'm betting, I'll bet you on this, that by this time, you said July.
Let's do it.
By Independence Day next year, masks will not be a thing. And the reason why is that they only got it by us because they got us when we were emotional and didn't have time to do research. By that time, there will be dozens of books out by people. There will be experts on the other side. Like there's been blowback against the fake climate change science, but the fake COVID science, I think, is going to have far more significant and immediate blowback in the near future. So yeah, I'm actually optimistic that the face diapers will be gone by this time next year.
Okay. Can I tell you why I think you're wrong?
Oh yeah, by all means. I mean,
And,
I know the intention is to put us in spacesuits, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So remember Bill and Melinda? They were on a CBS, and they were talking about, you might not be taking this one that serious, but the next virus, and that dupe and delight, they were like, oh, you're going to take that one a lot more serious. So that's just one theory, right? And then, hey, then you have a Nazi in Gustav Perna that is running Operation Warp Speed, okay? And if I am freaked out for nothing over Operation Warp Speed, if the military is not in, okay, let's just say if they're not in 10 states by February with vaccines, I'll pay you another $100, and I'll pay it to you on March 3/11. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm sending you the money because it's just $200. And honestly, I want to live in your reality more than mine.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Be
Look,
wrong.
they will get away with as much as is tolerated. And when I saw Huntington Beach 2 nights ago, where people without masks were protesting out in front of the governor's house, I think the people have lost their fear.
That's powerful.
That's why I'm optimistic. And California, I thought the Californians were still quarantined. No, they're not cool with the lockdown.
That's powerful, man.
And they're not coming out with masks, social distancing. They're just pretty much saying F this. And like I said, they went to
So
Governor
when they
Newsom's.
had us all, what they do to us in April and May, the people were coming together in California and all over. People were coming out against the lockdown. So what they do, they pulled George Floyd? Oh yeah, that's right. So then they had the riots. So if people now are going out and protesting the lockdown, I have a feeling that maybe they will drop some anthrax somewhere, or maybe Bill Gates does have a real virus that he would like to, put out to the people, or maybe they just use one they already have. What if I just do not trust?
Look, I think
I
this
don't
though. Look,
trust the system.
if they had a real one, they would have unleashed it already. Because not only did we not get a first,
No. Pompeo said this is just a drill. Remember, it's a drill. This was fake, but they said we'll pay attention to the next one. And he does everything he wants to do. He said he wanted to vaccinate everyone. Okay, he hasn't done it yet, but they do have a lot of vaccines ready to go. And Tim, that's it for me, man. This is it. If they try to do it to me or people in my family that I love, you'll never hear a call from me again. That's it.
well, look, okay, let me bring this up.
And
Let me
I
bring this
will
up.
call and leave
look,
you a message
I've got
before I go.
I've got a friend who was speaking out against the mandatory masks at schools because his young son had a hard time breathing.
They arrested him, right?
They swatted his house, kicked his doors down. And,
Oh, great.
And
That's awesome, man.
but no, you know why they did?
And what did anyone do for this guy? You know what they did? You know what their neighbors did? I'll tell you what their neighbors did. They're doing what I'm doing right now. They peeked out their fucking windows and they saw it was SWAT. They closed their windows.
No,
they
no,
locked
no,
their
that's
door,
not what happened.
And SWAT could
They-
have gone in there and done
No,
whatever.
the SWAT team was called by the neighbors. The neighbors actually called,
Oh,
and they
even
said,
better.
They said, actually, it might have been the principal, but they said basically that he's a threat to his family because he's protesting the masks. Now, anyway, that's a big story, and it hasn't been covered. It's not over yet. But my point is that yeah, that was a targeted attack against somebody speaking out. And once word of that gets
Yeah, and that's an issue. That's an issue because guess what? I am no different than your friend that got swatted. It just hasn't happened to me yet. But I am pissed for him because if I don't stand up for him, there's going to be no one left to stand up for me.
Well, this is one of these.
And I just don't understand.
This is one of these situations, though, where you're dealing with and this was the first
school?
Well, no, it was the school system, the parents, and it might even be this too. It was the very first town in the country that was locked down. Very interesting little place. But yeah, I was kind of like, I didn't even hear about it. And here's what they did: is they
Was it Seattle?
it was in Jersey. They swatted him.
Oh.
They picked him up. They forced him to take
That's
medicine.
crazy.
Yeah, they put
Was his kids there? Was his kids there when they did that to him?
his whole family. His family was there. And the thing.
Oh, that's
so
just great.
what you see here, though, they tried to more or less make the argument
Shut
that he
everyone
was.
down by one guy, right? We're going to show you all
They
what
shut
we're gonna
down.
do
They
if
shut
you
down
stand up.
four. They shut down 4 blocks. It took like 150 cops. I mean, think about the money they wasted in order to.
God damn, man. It reminds me of like the Boston Marathon bombing. They shut down the whole effing city for 2 guys that were innocent. And you know what? You know what we did? We just said, fuck it. You know what? It's not, I don't live in Boston.
Wait.
That's their problem.
Did you say innocent? The Boston the Sarnoff brothers, right?
Yeah, I think they were innocent.
Okay,
yeah.
that story is fascinating. My take on the Boston bombing is that nobody died. That you had a basically smoke bombs. Have you looked into that possibility that the drill?
Oh,
Because they called
it's
it.
so sick. They took all those videos down, but that they pulled it off, right? Here was something weird about the Boston bombing. I was watching Fox News. I got off work early that day, and so I came home, turned on Fox News. It was Shepard Smith. I cannot stand Shepard Smith since he said, you have to take your family out of the way of the hurricane in Florida. If you don't leave, your whole families are going to die. Do you remember him saying that? I'm like, what the? Do you remember him saying that?
I know who you're talking about. I know they fear porn the weather. It's one of their favorite things to do. But no, I don't remember that specific. But yes, I
Okay, but he was actually on TV when that broke. Like, it was Shepard Smith's deal. I remember watching a clip of that, okay? And they were like showing kind of the top of the buildings when the bomb almost went off. I watched it on live TV. There was a guy that when the bomb went off, you know, if you were standing on top of a building and something happened, you would like be looking over the building to see what was going on. And this guy walked away as the bomb was going off. And I saw it. I can't find the clip. You know, I didn't have a way to record it at the time or whatever. But I saw it. I'm like, that. And then you have all the dogs sniffing. They were running the drill that day.
What about Jeff Bauman? Do you think
Right?
Jeff Bauman was an amputee actor who was maybe a vet who was wearing a prosthetic leg? Or do you think he really had his leg blown off?
Well, I don't know. What's a leg worth? You think a vax for the left is like $1,500 a month, and they're gonna get so what's a leg? $100,000? Maybe they just chopped his leg off. They gave him $100,000, and he did it he wanted to do it.
No, the story is
the guy that was interviewed by Anderson Cooper.
This was the guy that was on the wheelchair that Arendendo with the cowboy hat was rushing across the way. His leg was open. He was sitting up vertical. So if you took EMT, you would know that you wouldn't have somebody sitting up vertical after his leg got chopped off. But this guy was pinching.
Obviously,
he was
would
pinching.
be like out,
But
dead.
he was pinching the femoral artery with 2 fingers and keeping it closed. So to me, it looked like a big rubber prop. And I think the prop leg actually fell off and they had to put it back on.
I actually think George Floyd was one of the props that day at the Boston bombing. I think they got some of those up. I thought it's so interesting. There's so much to all these deals that go on. And then they burn down the place that they make the dummies at, right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, the George Floyd dummies, they
burned
burned it down.
that building.
33-year-old building
They also
burned down.
They also burned down the building that George Floyd and his partner that worked with him for 17 years that sat on his neck. They also burned that place down.
Oh, the nightclub. They burned that place down? That's right.
I thought it got burnt.
It did.
But
It did. It did. That was one of
Did
the
they
first.
burn down the police station right next to it? I thought the nightclub got burnt down.
They burned
I don't-
down
maybe not. Maybe
Precinct
I'm
3. And one thing, okay, I watched the riots live. They started off at the Auto Zone, and somebody had actually spray painted Autonomous Zone on Auto Zone
Yep.
before they burned it. And I'm like, wow, that's a little bit of foreshadowing.
Yep. Yeah. And so, okay, so great, Tim. Like, dude, I don't see how you do what you do, and you're
Hey,
so calm.
we're placing
I'm
bets.
like, Tim never gets upset. How do you do this? How do you continually pick it apart day after day, year after year, and still we're going over the same shit? I mean, I know it's good for me that I know that it's fake, so I can tell my family it's fake, and they can tell their family. You know what I'm saying? But honestly, they need to come down, man.
Well, it just hasn't.
They
Look,
need to fall. They're so evil.
It hasn't ended yet, and that makes me think this, because one of the main symbols, this cult, it's about cycles and the cycles of time, and their endings are beginnings. So 19 years of the War on Terror ended, but the War on Terror didn't end the world before; it just changed it. So I just think that we're in a process
right.
of changing the storyline about what we're supposed to be afraid of. So this time we don't have to, like last time maybe you were afraid of terrorists. Well, this time you don't have to live with the fear for 19 years. You don't have to actually take it seriously. But
I'm not afraid of
but
this.
I don't think they're going to escalate anything to the point where, like, I don't even believe it's possible to vax everybody in 24 hours if they wanted to. I don't think
It's not possible. It's not.
Could the military?
There's no way they could do it. I mean,
could they vax themselves? Could the entire U.S. military vax itself in 24 hours?
they can't even track themselves, man. The military can't find 160,000 troops are unanswered for at the Pentagon. How do you explain that? So we know that that's just a fear tactic. I will say this. Hey, we are moving into. You said 2020 is a great reset. I think we're moving into the next stage. It's called Aquarius, right?
Correct.
And I think of Aquarius and obviously water. Okay, so I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I can't throw it all away because I know they've corrupted so much of it. I got to just believe that something's real. Okay? So if we're moving into a new age of Aquarius, I know that God's not going to destroy the earth with another flood, but there is going to be a flood. There is going to be another flood event. It's not going to be a second wave, in my opinion. It's going to be the damn flood of information breaking the dam open. And hopefully that's it, man. Hopefully this new age is going to be our turn to shine. We break through this system, and then we create something better. In fact, Tim, I will actually nominate you to be the head of IPS News Network, and we're gonna go to South America, or we're gonna go to Antarctica. Or we're gonna go everywhere, and we're gonna tell the truth. So I will go ahead and do that for you if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do have reporters everywhere and spreading. And you know what? I'm willing to place this bet just because it's not that I'm super optimistic, but I just think that you can predict the future by looking at the past. And they never completely burn it all down, no matter what they do to change the external
What they
trappings.
say, like the-
But when it comes to this new age thing, I mean, I don't know how far they're going. I really don't. Is it all just nomenclature change, or is there something fundamental? But you brought up a point here about the
I
wave.
hope you will spend a little bit of time covering this event coming up. And
No, you're right. The wave thing, though.
20
Okay,
days or
so
whatever.
I hadn't even thought about this until just now. But I have seen a few things suggestive of some type of wave of information, some flood of, some type of cyber war.
Really?
Or there's quite a lot there about space wars and cyber wars kind of being hand in hand. But it kind of got me thinking, why all this effort to censor the internet now when the worst that can get out is just crisis actors and flat earth? Like, maybe they're preparing for the eventual release of a whole lot more, and they want to be able to contain that information when it does leak. Like, maybe you're right.
I agree with that. And that's why when you say, well, Trump could go to Gab, and I say, well, you know what? What if Twitter buys Gab? Or you can go to DLive, but what happens when Google buys DLive? I mean, where are we gonna? That's why we really. It'd be so amazing if we could get people. If we
Hey,
could
we have a solution.
organize-
South Pole. South Pole's a new cartoon. You got to check it out. Thanksgiving. Make sure you're here on Thanksgiving. We're
I
premiering
can't
it.
wait. I told my boss about it.
Yeah, look, we're doing it every week.
So-
It's a short, cartoon thing we're doing,
Yeah,
but
it'll be awesome.
It's
gonna be hilarious.
It's a medium for delivering memes and ideas that's outside the bounds of any forms of terms of service. I mean, you can rap, you can sing, you can make movies about anything. Commentary gets censored. So we are kind of branching out into extremely offensive conspiratainment, and I think that's the future.
Hey, it's got to be. I mean, they're trying to shut down memes. They're doing it all over, I guess, the EU and like Germany. The memes are very powerful. There are, you know what? It's our ability to show our symbols to the masses, and that's what they don't want us to do. They don't want us to take away their power that they've taken from us.
You're right, exactly.
They want to keep all their symbols.
Exactly,
Right?
which is why, the song COVID Cooties, we play it here often. If you look at the video, you have all these COVID things, but we put cute emoji faces on them. And we did this because we said, they're using this symbol to intimidate us. This is the thing that's killing everybody. So if we put this goofy emoji face on it, it's a way of blaspheming.
You guys are,
and you saw what it
guys
did.
are freaking brilliant, man. You guys are the best. Okay, one more thing. I know this has gone on. The conversation is really been good, but okay. So if you look at the penguin, right? Are we in the age of Pisces right now? Is that what we're at? I don't know.
Yes, Pisces
But like,
to
I look
Aquarius.
at the penguin. The penguin is the most contradictive animal in the animal kingdom. Okay, it's white, but it's black. It has wings. It can't fly. It's awkward on land, but it glides in the water, right? And maybe the penguin is like it looks like a marionette, like at a hotel, but maybe underneath that tux, it is the one that is will protect us if we go over Antarctica. Maybe they would fight for us. Maybe the penguin has more power than we think.
They may be the owners of the
Just
human race.
throwing that out there.
Yeah, exactly. For all we know, exactly. I like the idea. You always see these images of like the aliens observing from above, silently, kind of judgy, but they don't intervene. But they're above us, and they're waiting for us to outgrow our animal natures. I see the penguins as sort of similar.
The penguins do
Yeah,
the same thing.
they're on the outside looking in. They're probably smarter than we are,
Waiting for us.
waiting for us to figure things out and make it that way. Going south.
Hey, listen, today was such a good day. I dropped a seed like 6 months ago about flat Earth, and I had no idea that today it was going to bloom right in front of me. But this 17-year-old kid, like for the first time, like was fascinated about flat Earth, and it wasn't flat Earth that he was fascinated by. It was the fact that I said, well, what if over Antarctica, Eddie, there is a huge continent? What if they're hiding multiple lands? And he just like it's what he needed to hear to buy into it. And then I think he probably is now really close to like debunking the globe Earth, right? Because of that one thing. And so I always think if the apocalypse is now, I've got an uncle that owns a little Cessna airplane. I'm not a pilot. I know that I could go down there and take the plane from him. If we have a pilot that wants to fly during this apocalypse, it would be the best time to go over. If we could fly over Antarctica during this deal, we'll take a real camera and we'll show NASA what the hell is up. It'll be funded by IPS, and it'll be powered by Kevin Defoe.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Sound good?
Absolutely. The idea of more land makes so much sense, and you know how what they've done with the space
Dude,
program.
it's
It's
awesome.
like kids want to be an astronaut when they grow up. That's one of these cliches, and it's because you want to go discover new worlds and everything. But they put it out there millions of miles away, and this concept is suggesting that there's
It's right here, man.
right, which
Right here. It's not that far. And see, I think that is the real reason for the dome and for us being enclosed And that's what I told Edson today. I said, listen, the reason that they've told us that we live on a globe and that they've told us that everything has already been discovered, Ed, and if you're a discoverer, if you want to go out and explore, guess what? You can't now because we've already found it all, and that's a lie. And there is something more. And obviously what it is very powerful and probably very beautiful. And that's why they don't want us to see it.
Right. I agree with that. If you look up, and I forgot his name, but on Wikipedia, you can look up the first Roman geographer claimed or made this, that it was believed at that point that there was no point in going past the equator because it'd be so hot you would burn up. So you had a firewall.
Oh, yeah, that's like, okay, my buddy's, one of my good friends, his father-in-law flies the B-2 bomber, okay? He flew in the first two Gulf Wars, and then he actually, now he's working for a company, and he's making the software design for the new B-21, I think is what they're calling it. But he took me to Whiteman Air Force Base before he moved to Florida, and I got to do a full simulation stealth. I got to fly the stealth full simulation. This box that they have, the simulation actually costs more per hour to run than it does the stealth, is what he told me. And so I'm flying it, and it is so realistic that after about probably 90 seconds, I was going to puke if the simulation didn't stop, because it was like I was just going to keep on spinning. I couldn't figure out my bearings. And he was, the guy that is the trainer now that was the pilot, he was like laughing, and he like took the controls, and he stopped the simulation. Like, we stopped it, right? So we're sitting there talking, and I'm like, so what's the highest you've ever been in a plane? And he said, well, about the highest you can go is 60,000 feet. And I said, well, what happens if you go 60,001 foot? He said, well, anything over 60,000 foot, your blood starts to boil. Anything over 60,000 feet, your blood will start to boil. And I just wanted to say, like, really? So if you're at 5.99999 and you go 2 more feet up, we're done? We're cooked? And then he did say that he saw what he thought was the curve at around 55,000 feet. And he said what he thought looked like the curve of the Earth. So there's no curve. You can't get high enough to see it. Or we can't see it with our eyes, I think. I don't know.
Right. Well,
There's no curve of it.
that's a common misconception too. Some pilots will say, "Oh, you can see it at 33,000 feet." Well, maybe they think, but is that even high enough? And the question I would ask a pilot would be, have you ever seen the Terminator? Or in other words, what does the, from that high up, do you actually see a line bisecting the entire globe? And you don't see a Terminator line. You see well,
what about a pilot? Wouldn't you okay, if you were a pilot and you flew the stealth, I mean, it's got to be mind-blowing. But that's what you do, right? This is your job. Your job is to push the limit. Wouldn't you kind of want to see if that's true and you got to 59,999 feet? Wouldn't you want to see if that 1 foot would maybe cause your arm in your hand, if you held it over your head, to start boiling? Wouldn't you want to kind of test that theory? I think you would.
I don't know if I would personally, but
2 foot. What's 2 foot?
Now let me ask you this about the simulation. So you're in a simulation, and it actually gave you vertigo.
They run. Yes, because okay. I didn't watch the simulation. He only did it with me. So when we all went in there was like 4 of us. After he did the full simulation with me, then everyone went in there and we kind of sat in the cockpit. So they showed us how they would sleep, So you got one guy flying, and then sitting behind the 2 pilots, one of the pilots would sleep, and they had basically a lawn chair, 2 lawn chairs, and they'd put their legs up on one and just kind of try to sleep in the little nook. They ran Google Maps, was what I saw, right? And I got to go to Vegas, and we bombed a hotel in Vegas. I don't know which one it was, but we dropped the bomb on Vegas, which I thought was kind of interesting. We tried to get him to fly over Area 51, and it was actually his old friend that used to be a pilot with him, or they had some connection. I don't think he actually flew with him, but he was a pilot. So this guy was a little older, and so he's the one that brought up Area 51. And Terry said, "Yeah, we don't talk about that." He kind of laughed. He told me that they take they call it a go pill. I'm like, a go pill? And he's like, "Yeah, we get what you call a go pill." I said, "Tell me about that." He said, "Okay, I did this mission. It was like 18 hours. They had to fly to Baghdad and then fly back somewhere else, right?" He said, "After we did this mission, they dropped the bombs wherever they did at Baghdad." I said, "What do you guys do after your mission is done?" They're like, "Miller time, so it's like, woohoo, time to go." He said, "I got off the plane." He said, "I went and played my captain in like 3 games of tennis racket." He said, "I won all the games. I felt great," because he was on, I guess, probably a real high prescription of Adderall or whatever, the go pill. And so for him, it's just a job.
So Adderall,
it's
and video games, but I mean the simulation. So the simulation, this is all really interesting to me. This whole idea,
awesome, dude.
because yeah, I mean this is again
They could fake it. They could fake it with people going to space. Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask
because,
you.
dude, it was crazy. I was spinning, man. The way that machine works, if you go at a 70, if you move it 30 degrees one way, the whole like case tilts, and so you're
let me ask you
moving
this.
with this big box.
You are put into what you think is a plane, right? Or rather, you're put into one of these. So if you had a convincing enough simulation, you could physically be located. You could physically.
Here's what you would have to have. You would have a convincing enough getting to the simulation. You would have to convince them that they were in a real rocket. That's the convincing I think you would have to pull off. The walking and the walking or being lifted up in an elevator and put on the top. That's the part that you have to convince. Because once I was in there, I had the mask on, the oxygen was coming in. He was saying, "All right, you got to push this." I mean, it was the real deal besides flying the plane. And honestly, like I said,
okay, that's good. That's good to know.
I would have got sick.
Because if they can fake it on that level, and that's a known simulation you're walking into, it wouldn't be that hard, I don't think, to take it that much further. And the idea that they could be shipping the multitudes to moon bases or the Mars bases and have them end up deep underground, I think the technology's there.
I totally agree, especially after especially at the simulation. Like I said, the hardest part would be to pull off actually acting like you're getting into something real. You see what I'm saying? Because once you're in there, I guess I've never been in stealth, but Terry said this is the same layout. They even had like how they would lay, they had a chair and another chair, and he's like, "Yeah, I would sleep back there," and then he flies, and then we just take turns. And it's not very big. It is, the technology in the stealth is very archaic. It is very reminded me of like, there was a movie about like a fake simulation where the kid like blows up, he sets off all these fake nukes. You remember that movie?
Yeah, the one. The one with Ferris Bueller, right? And then that one had all kinds.
It was just like.
Yep. He hacks into
really old buttons, no digital stuff. All of it was no digital. All of it was like the old clocks where you see the numbers actually roll in like the tape or whatever. But the new one, he can't talk about, obviously. But he is designing the cockpit because he was so good at his job that they were like, "We need you to figure out how to make this easier for the pilot." So his job is just to go, "Okay, we're going to put a button right here, and we're going to lay it out right." So he's a very intelligent man. He's a Christian man. Okay, this is I talk to his son-in-law, my best friend, about it all the time. He's a Christian. He's dropped bombs on, we know at least 2 different wars. So Afghanistan, probably Iraq, or maybe it was Iraq both times. So I'm like, Lakin, how many people do you think he's killed? And Lake's like, I have no idea, man. And I'm just like, 80,000, 100,000. And so I'm like, this is why he could never learn what I know, because him knowing what I know would kill him. If he knew the truth, he could never buy into it. It would kill him because he's a good man. And I know he's got the download that what he's doing the right thing for the government, because our government is all about freedom. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, hey, look.
So it's very
this is-
interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. People get caught up in things, some people were inspired to join the military after 9/11. Later, they find out it's a hoax.
I get it.
And it's like, yeah, I mean, exactly. That's why I think it's important to remain aware of, basically.
Yeah, and maybe
Go ahead.
maybe in this life, Tim, he's just not able to, like his role in this life for him is that he's not able to get what I'm getting. He cannot get the frequency that I've got. Just like I couldn't fly a plane like him. We just have different gifts. So I can't necessarily be mad at him because I can't really control what anyone thinks except myself.
Right. Well, anyway,
You know?
hey, this has been an interesting call. I got a question, though, for you here. A few people are asking questions. Let's see. One second. There was something that had passed.
I do have an uncle that has a plane. We could get the keys and fly to Antarctica. That's a real story. The plane's in Arizona, by the way. Go ahead.
Okay, well, let's do this then. In a few months, when the masks are gone, I'll take that $100 and
yes.
we'll put it towards jet fuel. So hey, I appreciate the call very much.
Nice.
Have a
Hey,
great night.
great
Call back
job.
anytime. All right.
Great job, man. You too. Bye.
All right. Thanks. Hey, I just saw a comment here about Stephen Hawkins. Somebody said here, Stephen Hawking's is like that famous garden gnome that people take pictures with all over the world. That's by Sun Rabbit. Rudy says Stephen Hawking just said whatever Texas Instruments speak and spell buttons got pressed. Cunify says Stephen Hawking was the fastest typer in the world, 300 keystrokes per minute with the muscles in his cheek. Okay, now check this out. There's this theory that he's an animatronic doomsayer. Yeah, we've all heard that. But here's the newest one, and this one actually is quite compelling. There is a theory that Stephen Hawking was just a grotesque character played by none other than mathematician Steve Nash, or John Nash. John Nash is the guy who was the subject of or A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe. So here we are looking at images of John Nash. And if you find some of the less flattering images, like the one they used on, here we go, Wikipedia. Now, is that not a dead ringer for Stephen Hawking? I mean, just imagine having the little teeth in there. He gets into his position, and then he says things, or things are attributed to him that are way smarter. I mean, it's such a ruse. Like, I kind of think this is the case. I think this might actually be Stephen Hawking. I mean, he died in this individual, John Nash. He died in 2015. Now, here's a reason why I think Stephen Hawking is a creation, a media creation, totally fake. So, Stephen Hawking, let's go with his death date, and you'll find all this stuff to be very interesting. Death date coincidences. I don't know how many of you believe in coincidences. I happen to think coincidence theory is there to blunt the impact of synchronicity. Okay, the date of Hawking's death, 3/14, which is pi. He died at 76. Albert Einstein was born on 3/14 pi and aged 76. So you have these startling coincidences of Stephen Hawking dying on Einstein's birth date, which happens to coincide with Pi Day. Very important day for theoretical physics. And then what's more, Stephen Hawking's birthday was exactly 300 years after the death date of Galileo. Many other things. So there's connections between Galileo and Einstein and Stephen Hawking that are just made for TV, if you ask me. So now, again, here you go. And this shows you we're dealing with an astro-theological cult, and they time everything with the stars, and anniversaries are super important. So John Nash goes into this role, plays an invalid or someone with this condition, and they said, well, let's just have him born on Einstein's day, and this will kind of make it seem like it's the same reincarnated spirit, connect him to Galileo. Like, they're not pointing out what's serial killers or just, I don't know, any kind of derelicts born on the same day. No, they did this on purpose. It's totally contrived. Now, again, here you are. We're looking at Stephen Hawking. Died in 2015, supposedly. Now, he said, don't bother saving the planet. An asteroid's going to kill you. So it's like, okay, well, I guess we just get into a flying craft like a rocket and let's get out of here. He's like, well, no point. You can escape the Earth, but the aliens will find you and kill you, no matter where you settle, unless you spread out. But even if you, so I'm like, well, let's just spread out then. Well, according to Stephen Hawking, if we were to spread out across the universe is going to collapse on itself anyway. So really, this guy was just the ultimate naysayer. One Trick Pony says Hawking's is much more handsome. Calamento says that doesn't look like Nash. Okay, that's not a good explanation. That doesn't look like that's actually an argument from incredulity. It doesn't look right, therefore it's not right. Well, the nature of disguise is to conceal. It's like if I put on a costume, your response should be, well, that doesn't look like him. And I'm suggesting that Stephen Hawking is the costume. Now, what would account for the differences? Well, it's the same ears. You would obviously have all the regular tricks of the trade available to you, that would be involved in stagecraft. I don't think it's all that far off. Throw on some glasses, little prosthetic. I think they reverse the hair part usually. In this case, they didn't. But I don't know. Who's with Team Nash? What do you think? Is it John Nash? Is it an animatronic? Calamento says bone structure doesn't match. Easier to hire an actor. Okay, when you say bone structure doesn't match, you're assuming quite a lot here, because if you look at, let me just bring up one example, because we've studied this in depth, the phenomenon, the facts about deepfakes, which you're not supposed to know about this. You're not supposed to know about deepfakes and prosthetics or about the various augmentations. It goes far beyond a mere mask. So we're talking about completely altering somebody's physical appearance with very minor things. A plumper, something in the teeth. Here's an example. You might not recognize this woman, but it's Nicole Kidman. So Nicole Kidman playing Virginia Woolf. So all that took was a small nose piece. Significant difference. But let me show you another one, because you're going to agree that they don't look alike. Christian Bale, and let's compare Christian Bale to, here we go, Dick Cheney in the movie Vice. So my first take on this would be they don't look alike. They objectively don't look alike. But you can't argue it's not the same person. So I'm just saying, when it comes to deep fakes and people representing themselves as other people, it shouldn't shock you when they don't look alike. Their MO, their standard operating procedure is reverse all expectations, upset expectations. Dark hair, turn it light. Fat, cause them to thin out. bearded, shave them. So they reverse everything. So, of course, John Nash isn't going to be a spitting image if it's the same person. But what led me to this, the noses are certainly close. What led me to this, though, wasn't their physical appearances. I never would have put them together. What led me to it was the backstory, which we may get into. Probably not tonight. But now here's a very bizarre one for your consideration. So I think we can agree that Christian Bale doesn't look like Dick Cheney. But when he put on the costume, it's pretty close. So I had this question I've been asking for some time, and it has to do with Christian Bale. Why does Christian Bale, who played the role of Vice President Cheney, have such a curious resemblance to Mike Pence when he's not wearing a costume? And I'm not the first one to point this out. This was actually brought up to me when someone said, you've got to hear their cadence. He said, you've got to hear the way that Christian Bale talks back in like American Psycho era. Now he's changed his accent, but he sounds a lot like Pence. So I thought, well, who better to play a vice president, I suppose, than somebody who's played a vice president? But again, my question I'm asking you is, how does some guy who plays Vice President Cheney wearing a fat suit, how does he resemble the next vice president without wearing any costume? I'm going through comments. Somebody says here, similarity test on the Hunter Biden and Christian Bale. Okay, I'll check that out. Now, again, I find this to be very, very interesting, just how close they are. There is a few things in their demeanor, their nose, the creases, their smiles, their lips. And I've always thought, and I thought this from day one, when I first saw Mike Pence, I thought, why does his head look like it's made out of rubber? Why do his ears look rubbery? They look rubbery. And then there's a few other things here to it. But anyway, one more thing. Maybe it's not a big deal. So Christian Bale has the same birthday as Dick Cheney. What do you think about that? Again, you know how these elite are with their cycles, their symbols, their adherence to various patterns. But yeah, it happens to be the case that Christian Bale and Dick Cheney are exactly 33 years apart. So, same birthday, exactly 33 years apart. Maybe it means something. But we got down this trail here. We're going to have to, I'll do some background for you. I'll show you some of the backstory on how I would have connected these two, how I would have made the connection between Nash and Hawking. By the way, Stephen Hawking was another one of these visitors to Epstein Island. So, I don't know how that works. What's he doing there? Stephen Hawking at Epstein Island. I think we actually have pictures of him with Epstein. Yep. Now, from this point of view, he doesn't look like Nash. Like, I don't think so. You know, looking at some of these older pictures. I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting theory. But I don't know. I'm looking now, and I mean, there could be a mouth prosthetic. I'll keep digging. I don't believe that this person was typing with his cheek faster than I can swipe. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how you doing, fella? Tim, 5 minutes of fame.
Oh, hey, what's up? 5 minutes of fame. How you doing tonight?
Yeah. I know all about movie makeup, man.
Okay, so what's your take? What's your take on the resemblance between, we'll say, Christian Bale and Mike Pence? Do you see that as something that could be achieved with prosthetics?
Anything could be done. So I'll tell you my story. I put my Twitter up. That's why I call myself 5 Minutes of Fame. I was actually 17 years ago in comedy. I was on Last Comic Standing. And in 2006, I made semifinals on the show. That's the year that Josh Blue won. And Rodney Dangerfield, who's my favorite comedian, I'll do the voice for you guys. I don't know if you know him, but his
Oh, yeah.
birthday, strangely, was yesterday. So, hey, I tell you, all right, what a crowd. All right, I tell you, my wife don't love me.
Yeah, yeah. I
we
mean,
we only smoke after sex. She smokes 2 packs a day. I got the same pack since 1974. I tell you, we only smoke after sex. All right, what a crowd.
yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty
So,
good. I haven't heard him since
so-
Natural Born Killers, I think. But anyway, yeah. Go on.
Oh, he was everything he did. He was great. He was a class act, and there's nobody like him. Comedy took a nosedive. So anyway, when he died, I flew out to Hollywood, and I met a lot of people, all scumbags. The only persons I met that I liked was Pauly Shore and Joe Rogan. Everybody else out there, I'm telling you, scumbag. They're all you tell cabal or whatever. I totally believe it because they don't want somebody like me to make it big. So anyway, long story short, I go to meet this guy Larry Bones. Oh, well, I go out to go introduce myself because people were saying I'm the best rod. I look like him, minimal prosthesis. I could really look like him. And Larry Bones did The Nutty Professor with Eddie Murphy. He was big on zombie movies. He did other movies. I can't think of it off my head, but he was pretty big in Hollywood. So they use what's called alginate. Alginate is made with like an algae, and it's like a foam rubber that they make, and it is light as a feather. It, you could hold a whole you've held a mask, a rubber mask in your hand. And when you have alginate, it's like you could do your whole face in 1 ounce. It like weighs nothing. It stretches. It glues to your face. It breathes. It's amazing. And you could do ears. You could do noses. So on my Twitter page, you could see on the header, I have a Rodney Dangerfield. Now, I'm not a professional applier, so I had these faces made in California. And I actually glued them on myself and did the makeup. So I'm not as good as like sitting in a chair and having somebody do it for me. But you could see I look pretty much like Rodney Dangerfield on my Twitter page.
Okay, that's
So what
great. I'm looking at this alginy here, this life casting with smooth on materials. It literally looks like you could do anything. You could give yourself another nose. I mean,
you do the airbrush, the what do you call cover up? Your flesh tone. Then what they do is they get a paintbrush, and they dip it in these like fruit punch like dyes, and they spackle it like they flick the brush from far away, and you get all the little like dots of skin, and they'll go over it with like a light purple and then a red and then a maroon, and it literally looks like you have a leathery old face from an old man. And then then they do the hairs one by one, and they literally glue that. Like I'm telling you, that the alginate can come down to like I would swear to you like a nanometer, and they glue it so in you cannot tell where I could see it. I've seen people all the time, and I'm like, that motherfucker got a prosthesis on. That guy has a and I see it a lot with like things that we call crisis actors. It's like so weird. Like I would never believe this. But I've seen it so many times, and the narratives don't make sense, and the media gets so like against people who dare even question anything. It's like, what the fuck are you scared of questions for?
Okay,
So anyway, what I was going to say is
because this is all really
you can
good.
make anybody look like anybody. If you have the right distance of eyes. Basically, your eye spacing. If you have the right eye space, like somebody with narrow eyes, you can't make them look like somebody with wide eyes. But if the eye spacing, everything else can be built on, and the way they do it is so amazing. So what they do is like for me, he made a plaster cast of my face, right? And then he took Rodney Dangerfield. I had a death mask of Rodney that Rodney made when he was alive, where they made mask of him. The inside of the mask is a negative of my face, and the outside of the mask is a positive of the face you want to make.
Wow. Okay.
So it literally fits like a glove. And that's all I wanted to say. I'm going to tell you what movie makeup. Oh, Larry Bones did Ray Charles. He did the movie Ray.
Okay.
And that's why I went out. That's why I went out to L.A. I went to the Baldwins, and that's not Alec Baldwin. This is Howard and Karen Baldwin, and I went to meet them. And I just wanted to let them know I exist. And then I got put in movie roles. Now, here is the craziest shit. I'm going to tell you a story that totally flipped my mind, and I'll keep it under a minute because I know it's late and you have a popular show and everything. So to get into the movie business, you have to be in the union. The way you get into the union is you could do 3 movies or 3 television shows, and you get a union waiver. Once you collect 3 waivers as working in a union production that's not in the union, they give you 3 stubs. You take it to SAG, you're in the union. So they actually liked me, Howard, Karen Baldwin. So they were going to make the movie It's Not Easy Being Me with Rodney Dangerfield. And I started getting booked in all these shows as a background actor to get these waivers. So one show I did was called The Wedding Album. It was also, I think, called Big Day. But the working title when I was there was called The Wedding Album, and it had, like, Connie Stevens in it. So it was a, corny movie, but, daughter's getting married in Manhattan and blah, blah, blah. All right. So I'm there with this guy. I go, what's your name? He goes, my name is Gene. Where you from? He goes, Connecticut, right? So our cut, we're taking 20 minutes, guys, go to Kraft. We're all eating. We're hanging out by the lights, right? And Gene is standing with his leg by the tripod of the light. And they're like, all right, guys, get to your places. Action. He takes a step. His leg trips. He falls down on the floor, breaks his nose on the floor in Manhattan. He's bleeding. It was Gene Rosen.
Wow.
Gene Rosen from Sandy Hook.
Now, Gene Rosen is one of my favorite crisis actors. I mean, that guy really
he's the one with the kids in the driveway, and they were saying my teacher is shot. That guy. So what they did for Gene Rosen is, if you're not in the union and you get hurt on a set, you could sue. Sky is the limit. So if I'm like on a set of a movie and I fall down and I break my nose from hitting the ground, I could literally sue for $5 million. What they did was they pulled him to the side, they whipped out a union contract, and they made Gene Rosen sign, we're going to put you in the union, and his eyes lit up like, yay, I'm going to be in the union. They fucked him. They fucked him because once you're in the union, now this becomes a workman's comp case.
Well, I have to say, your Gene Rosen, by the way, is as good as your Rodney Dangerfield. I heard Gene Rosen.
I've been doing impressions of my own. Like, I even do Kermit the Frog, Why is the world such a flat bastard? All right, but anyway, my friend, I don't want to hog up your show, but what I want to tell you is that movie makeup can do anything. I mean, they got that shit down to the pore. Wrinkle, eye bags, you name it. And the other thing is, I wouldn't put it past anybody. But once you see those borderlines, once you know by doing it, you can't unsee it. And to everybody else, they can't tell. Like, people were like telling me, you should use that mask and rob banks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's been done, actually. There have been people buying Hollywood masks and switching their race, aging themselves 50 years, and robbing banks. I've seen, and they even have it for their hands.
Like, I don't believe the one you said today about Bieber and the Weeknd. But when I put both pictures up, I kind of see how they have the same eye sockets.
Right. If that's the case,
the cheeks are off.
The cheeks are off, but if that's the case,
it could be done.
Right, exactly.
It could be done. You could make Bieber look like The Weeknd without a doubt. You can't make The Weeknd look like Bieber.
Exactly, you got it. Because my impression of it was that if this is the case, then what he's wearing is a thickening, something that thickens his cheeks, and so I figured, well, it's not a mask, because a mask is like a uniform thing that covers your whole face. We're talking about augmenting specific areas of the face and fine-tuning it.
Yeah, it's prosthesis.
Yes.
It's like put it this way. There was a story in Connecticut 12 years ago about a lady who had a chimpanzee, and she brings a friend over, and the chimpanzee basically like loved this woman jealously, and he didn't like her friend, the chimp, and he wound up ripping off her face and murdering the other woman. And then they gave her a face transplant, and it was so horrible. And she looked like Family Guy when she was done. I don't know if you've heard that story.
I have actually. I
But
have
they gave
seen
her
that one.
they gave her, but before they gave her a cadaver face grafted on, they gave her an alginate face to live. So she had like a gaping hole where her nasal cavity was and everything, and they basically gave her a face like I have for Rodney, of a generalized female appearance. So she actually looked better before the surgery.
Right. Well, this,
And it's so thin and it glues so well. Facial expressions work. Like when you put the face on right and you smile, the cheeks bulge up. And if you try with a mask, it's just like talking with a big COVID mask on. It's just a motionless, muffle you out, block your voice thing. But when you go with the prosthesis, it's amazing. Like if they do your ears and someone tugs your ear, they could tug your ear and not even feel that it's a fake ear. And that's what made me bug out when you said that the other day. There are definitely pictures of Joe Biden with an attached earlobe and an unattached earlobe. And that is definitely either prosthesis in somebody else or him putting on fake ears. Why would somebody do fake ears?
yes.
Were they hiding a microphone wire into his ear so he's like deaf and he needs a like you could use a Bluetooth ear set or something, right? But that might show. Were they running up a micro speaker into his ear that they didn't want anybody to see the wire? That's the only thing I could think of.
Now here's another one. You might find this one interesting. So there is this story that Aisha Curry, the wife of the basketball player, is actually Miley Cyrus with a little bit of possibly this prosthesis, definitely some other bits of makeup and stuff. But anyway, the story is, and if you look at her, this is again the wife of Stephen Curry. She does have a striking resemblance to, again, Miley Cyrus, but the only way you could explain it is if she was wearing some mask, or not a mask, but something that just augmented certain parts of her face, but most of it's very similar. And this is one that I've looked at in depth, and it has to be some type of very subtle effect that doesn't take away the facial expressions, like you said. So a mask, a mask would take it away.
What I would recommend you do is watch a video of somebody getting their prosthesis put on. You know, like they have a behind-the-scenes movie, a clip of people getting their face glued on. I want you to watch one of those. And what I want you to do is pay attention to where the edge is. And they get it like 99% right, but they can't get it 100% right. And once you train your eye to see that, you can't unsee it. So if this is true about Miley Cyrus, there'll be a telltale sign of an edge.
Interesting. Well, look, this is something too. Her name is Jonah Mendez. She was the head of or master of disguise for the CIA for like 25 years or something, or 27 years. And a couple of years ago, she came out and she did a number of presentations and talks about the CIA's use of disguise. And she said this was classified until just a couple of years ago, that they've been using hyper-realistic silicone disguises in the intelligence agencies for decades, but that we just weren't really privy to it. And one of the things she said is they know how to upset our expectations. They use wigs to hide seams. But anyway, this is something that's been highly refined for such a long time. And what you're describing is something that they've been using for decades. And I call it deep faking. But they've been doing it so long that we could be familiar with people on TV, politicians, celebrities, who may not be who we think they are whatsoever. I mean, totally artificial.
Well, you know what bothers me? I have no way to prove this, but sometimes I look at Donald Trump, and I feel like it's not the same Trump I saw before.
I get a lot of that. There's a number of people who think that there's at least two Trumps. We've seen Trumps wife, Melania, we've seen a body double, but with Trump, there is this very peculiar thing. And with him, though, it's kind of hard to tell because, he's got the makeup, and with the TV and stuff, you're like, well, I don't know. But there's some places where, yeah, it leaves room for doubt. Mannerisms that seem a little off too.
The best one I seen, which is undeniable, everybody knows this is true, was the Kamala Harris coming by a polling place with a COVID mask on, and it was a fake Kamala Harris. So she showed up, she didn't say anything, and she was waving with people and taking pictures, and Trump supporters were saying, fake Kamala, and she literally got up and ran away. And everybody that was a Democrat was saying, well, what difference does it make if it's a real Kamala or a fake Kamala? Because they're lying to you, you idiot. That's what's the difference.
Yeah, exactly, because they're fooling you. And yeah, that was Laura Loomer busted her. It didn't even look like her up close. I mean, clearly it's a body double, and the face was kind of close, but the eyes were the wrong color. It didn't sound like her. But anyway, this is a fascinating topic, and when we talk about crisis actors, that's just a whole nother level because we're dealing with artificial people being killed on the fake for political purposes. And you brought up Gene Rosen. And Gene Rosen,
oh my God, I couldn't believe it. When Sandy Hook happened, I got this sick feeling like that's Gene from the television show it was like a made-for-TV movie or a pilot, but they called it The Wedding Album, and I'm gonna guess it was 2006. All right, but if you could ever track that down, you could write it down. If you could ever come across it on maybe on an entertainment what do you call it, like a Torrid type thing that logs all shows and stuff, because it did air. This would be at the church scene with Connie Stevens. When she's in front of the church where the bride and the groom, and she's a parent of the bride and the groom or something, tourists walk by. I'm holding a map, talking, I have blonde-dyed hair. Gene Rosen's on my right side, and another guy who looks like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo from Colorado is on my left side. And we did this take like 26 times. Like, all right, we're going to do it again. So if you could watch that show, the first episode, the pilot episode, when the bride and the groom are out there, it's going to be me, Gene Rosen, and a guy who looks like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. And if you could track that down, that's 100% proof that Gene was in movies as an actor way before Sandy Hook. And I'm telling you the truth. He got signed up for the union so that they could avoid a serious lawsuit. By making him join the union right there, he could only cap himself at maximum a day's pay at pay rate, and then his medical bills will get taken care of, but his pain and suffering would be reduced to a maximum of like $50,000. It's like communism, the workers' comp thing.
Yes. Well, this is fascinating information because Sandy Hook was a pivotal thing. That was so poorly executed, and these actors were so bad that they helped really release a lot of information that the public wouldn't have known. So we owe a debt.
It was a blessing.
It was.
It was a blessing. And the craziest one was when they had him practicing. There was a home video camera thing of him saying, and the kids were in my driveway, and they were like, no, Gene, you can't say that. You got to say this. And whoever was filming him then is the biggest heart of them all, because they knew this is some type of bullshit going on, and they released that.
That's right. I do recall
that. So there's another clip of...
Yeah,
there's
right.
a clip of Gene Rosen being, coached.
Now, this is all really incredible. And there was actually, last year, there was a synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh. And it is,
yes.
And there was a rabbi, I think his name was Jeremiah or something, that it's believed that he's Gene Rosen. I'll have to look up the picture of him, but it's believed.
Yeah, I know that thing was all, that he's a white. Listen, one thing I know, I live upstate. I grew up in the Bronx. I've lived in Florida. I'm going to tell you something. There are all white supremacists out there, but they are the guys who sit at home and drink beer, and they're so dysfunctional. They are not going out to kill Jews or black people or anything like that. This is all a hyped up. There's none of them going to a synagogue to shoot people.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah, no doubt.
Another thing I think you should check out. This came up on the news the other day. There was a judge up here in New York and New Jersey, and on a Sunday, so the story is the doorbell rang, her son ran up to open the door, and a guy dressed up like a FedEx guy shot the husband and the son died, the husband survived, and the law just passed. The law passed yesterday, I think, to protect the names and addresses of state judges. And they named the bill after a son. What do you remember her name, Riri? S-A-L-A-S, Judge Salas. S-A-L-A-S, right? So the story is they tracked down who had the fake UPS truck or the FedEx truck, and they found him suicided in his home. He killed himself, supposedly. So I Googled the guy's name. The guy is a civil rights attorney for men that are sexually harassed. He's a 70-something-year-old man, and his whole shtick was, are your rights being violated by the women's liberation movement? Call me, I'll be your attorney, because men shouldn't suffer at sexual harassment or anything like that the same way women shouldn't be. So she comes out with a statement, and she goes, I'm naming this law after my son, and the Salas law or whatever, that protects but it's only state judges. She goes, because it's named after my son, it's not protecting federal judges. Why wouldn't you just protect all judges then? There's something up with that. And then the other thing is that the number one attorney, the only attorney you could be a guy and be like, you know what, Janet Napolitano at the NSA was grabbing my ass. And I don't feel comfortable with this full-grown woman grabbing my ass as a man. He was the only lawyer you could go to, and they killed him.
Yeah, that's something that stands out as very, very peculiar. And I was following that story a little bit.
Well, what I wanted to say, I'm gonna hang up now, but I love your show. I like it more than Nori. She loves you more than George Nori, my wife.
Oh, that's nice. I appreciate that.
Just so you know, yeah. So, I mean, no commercials, and brain expanding, and not this meaningless drivel. I have 200 channels on cable, one more worthless than the other. You know, they'll never do it. But they should totally give you a nationwide radio show or a television show, my friend. And I can't wait till your book comes out. I'm totally buying it.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate all the information tonight. I know the chatters here have really enjoyed everything you've had to say, and I really appreciate your impersonations of Rosen and Dangerfield.
Listen, you know what they say, right? The slogan is, you get the most flack when you're right over the target.
Yeah, absolutely. And
so all these people that are naysayers or YouTube striking down your channel, or you getting banned from the web, you take it as a badge of honor. You're doing the right thing, and we will always seek you out. You know what I mean? If Twitter bumps you off or Facebook or YouTube, we're gonna find you, man. Don't worry about that.
Hey, we appreciate that, and I appreciate it very much. And you're right. I have 86 badges of honor here. I sued YouTube in small claims once, and yeah, eventually we're gonna get back all the listeners we should have had in the first place. So great call, appreciate it. I have a few people wanting to know your first name, if that's okay.
Yeah, you could go to my Twitter. I need followers, man. I'm not a famous guy. You go to Twin Night Show, TWINIGHTSHOW, and my real name is spelt out there. It's a big Polish name.
Cool. Well, that's good. A lot of us here are Twitterers. It's one of the few ways you can actually get uncensored, raw news and opinion out there. So, yeah, I'll see you on Twitter.
And I also have a Facebook page, if you want. It's called WD-40, like the spray oil, WD-40 Comedy. And the picture would be that of a family crest in orange. So if you see the one that has like an old family crest, that's like 1,000-year-old crest from when my family was royalty in Poland 1,000 years ago. Now I'm just a regular American and better off for it.
Beautiful. Well, hey, this has been a great call. Really appreciate it. Call back anytime. And yeah, I'll send out an email to everybody when we have the book out, Conspiratained. And on Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving in advance, by the way, on this channel.
Well, thank you for giving me a good show to listen to, brother.
Excellent. Well, join us then. We're going to have a premiere. I think you'll like it. We've got a little cartoon that we put together here with the channel, a weekly thing. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Definitely. And Mask of the Beast is a hilarious song too, Buck.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
All right,
I'll play
I'm
that
gonna hang
after.
up because I got the gift of gab, brother, and it's unfair to your other guests. Have a great night.
Excellent. All right,
Thank
bye. Okay, great caller. Twitter account. Someone put it down there. If you want to follow it, it's Twin Night Show, and then WD40 Comedy on Facebook. Okay, let me see what else. I got some comments saying, is this Al Pacino calling? No, he does great voices. And the thing he brought up that I think we ought to take into consideration is the positive, negative thing with the masks, as in the mask is custom fit, which makes all the difference in the world. If you think about it, you know, you got the Halloween masks. Well, it's not really form fitting. It's not ergonomic. And what we're seeing also, it accounts for the facial expressions, micro expressions. And that's one of the reasons why I find the Justin Bieber and the Weeknd thing so compelling, is that even though you wouldn't put the two of them together, their expressions. But yeah, the thing about eye spacing is also important. That's something you cannot change, although, there's actually, you can. There's some tricks, but yeah, skull structure, somewhat immutable. All right, appreciate the call again. That was one of the last calls of the night. We've had some great calls tonight. I think we've been on for about 4.5 hours, but look, this is our normal. We used to always do this 4 or 5 hours, just as long as the calls kept going. And we don't want commercials. We don't want to compromise with terms of service, and it's worth it. It's worth being kicked out of this platform, kicked out of this one. It's worth losing channels here and there if we can maintain the integrity of our conversations without having to, kowtow to political correctness. And we go out of our way to violate all those rules, with the exception of the vax thing, because they will shut us down if we say we're not for that. And I don't think we're uniform on it, but I think we can all agree that we want to vax the mainstream media. We want to vax Jack Dorsey twice. Zuckerberg, vax him. I kind of think Governor Newsom made a lot of people mad when he was at that dinner, which probably cost more than a stimulus check. He probably spent more than $1,200 on that dinner. No mask, no social distancing. But I would even forgive him if he would do his vax, like live on TV. So yes, this channel is very pro-vax. Pete Shea says, lots of clues for us. Hollywood stars. Yeah, hey, Pete Shea, you should call in some point and explain some of your breakdowns of the Alice in Wonderland book. That whole story. I've been looking into it a bit, and I may reread it just because it's so pertinent. It's just the whole topic of rabbit trails. Whenever we talk about we're going down the rabbit trail, well, clearly this is what we're referencing. And the very concept of space travel, Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll. He had this concept of digging holes or tunnels to connect the continents, where you could free fall through these, frictionless, high-speed travel from point to point, connecting the antipodes of the Earth. And this is exactly, incidentally, what the big space popes are doing right now. Between Musk and Branson, they're Swiss cheesing the underground so they can have high-speed underground travel. And I'm like, wait a minute. You guys are supposed to be sending us to Mars, and you're digging? Like, does that make any sense? Like, you hire someone to put a second level on your house, and they start building you a basement? Because that's what NASA's been doing. But we do need to spend, I do want to spend some time looking through that particular story and that actor, because it does actually pertain to everything that I think is about to go down. So there's a mathematician in 1966 who calculated how long it would take to fall through the earth if you were to be able to make such a journey. And they calculated it at 42 minutes. 21 minutes accelerating to the center, 21 minutes deaccelerating, and then you softly land on the other end, like Ellis landing at the bottom of the rabbit hole. She doesn't splatter, she falls, slows down. It's like 0G. And this was a concept that Carroll came up with, but that when you got to the other side, at the other end of the rabbit tunnel, all of the laws of physics, all of the rules were inverted. Everything was different. Up is down, down is up. Everything was the opposite, because to me, Wonderland and outer space are sort of the same thing. And that's why I'm bringing this up, because they're talking about Musk and company. They're talking about sending people to Mars, sending people to the moon to work in these big camps. They're gulags, space gulags. But at the same time, they're digging tunnels. And so it just really has me thinking, are they planning on sending people to Mars, or are they planning on sending people to deep underground military bases like the Truman Show type stages? Like the Truman Show, it's just a world unto itself. You just dress it up like Mars. And I've thought for some time that this could be some sort of a diabolical plan to put people into plantations, but we'll call them planetations. The worst kind of bait and switch. And I think this is kind of how they populate new worlds. Pete Shea says Lewis Carroll was a mathematician who developed a mnemonic to remember the first 8 digits of pi. Okay, well, that trip through the world, the 42-minute trip, the reason why it stands out to me is that the number 42 is encoded into all of Elon Musk's space travel endeavors. And some think it's a nod to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which came out 42 years ago, incidentally. Which it is, and he does put Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy stuff all over everything he does. Even his car he sent to space had "Don't Panic" on the dash, a Hitchhiker's Guide reference. But I think there's a deeper meaning to it. And I think it has to do with, like I was saying, the shepherding of the sheeple into the new age. And I don't think that the new age, which is the space age, I don't think it involves traveling to heaven. That's the bait and switch. We got a pie in the sky for you up there, sustainable living, lots of pot, no rules, just go live on Mars. People are going to sign up for it. But in reality, this commune, which is what it is, the Mars communes, these perfect utopias, they're going to be gulags, probably in Siberia. Ready or Not says we're living out of the book Anthem by Rand. Oh, sure, no doubt. I mean, there's definitely a concerted attack on the ego. There is an attack on the sense of individuality, on the self, on the idea that you should have individual rights. It's selfish to not wear a mask. You're not putting the herd first. And you have to remember, the individual can kill the herd. Isn't that funny? Because the herd needs to be restrained to protect the individual. Yet, the way society has been programmed today, it is the healthy individual who doesn't need a mask that the herd is to fear. So they put on their sheep masks, and those of you who don't feel like you need one, well, you're a wolf. It's ruling by fear, and to me, it's a religious paradigm with a scientific rationale that's hard to argue away. People believe in science. Like, I believe in science, so I'm scientific. Well, guess what? Science is a methodology, not a belief system. It's not something to believe in. It's something you do. It's a tool, a set of tools. Okay, let's see what else we have here. I'm going through everyone's comments just to see if there's anything else that I've missed or haven't brought up today. I have so many things here. Someone mentioned, okay, start deep fakes. We're talking about deep fakes, and actually I have the last caller I looked at his Twitter account, and it looks like Rodney Dangerfield. I would not have known, just looking at this picture, I wouldn't have known that was a mask if I had not been told in advance. So if I hadn't been told, I wouldn't have known. It's so sophisticated, but it goes back. It goes way, way back. In fact, one of the very first death fakers that I can point to right now would be probably Yuri Gagarin. And this is a fascinating one. And this is long before advanced prosthetics.
It's worth 1,000 words.
So this is from Super Recognizer. Most of his videos are spot on. And what he has discovered here is that the first man in space may actually be the first man to land on the moon. And he offers some explanations for why. And I have a few as well. So and one thing too, Yuri Gagarin had a very suspicious death. His suspicious death involved immolation, blowing up, a mysterious explosion during a flight. And this is a common thing with the NASA death fakers, where they die in flames. You had the 3 who burned on the launch pad for Apollo 1, fake. You had the Challenger explosion. Well, all 7 of them have been seen after the thing. They just happened to have twins, or they didn't even bother to change their names in some instances. So this is just par for the course. And I'm bringing this up because crisis acting, death faking, psychological operations, this has been, these things have been a part of mainstream media from day one. Mainstream media was never just pure reporters putting together a company to share information and inform people. No, it's always been the PSYOP entertainment complex. No, Gagarin died in a plane crash. And what's more, because everything ties into the same this same cryptic cult. So if you go into his crash, you might find this interesting, because if you know the story of Osiris, they were not able to find his body because it was in pieces. They had to find all the pieces, put them together, and they couldn't find it all. So at the end, they put an obelisk on the ground for one of his missing pieces. Well, listen to this. Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, killed in a plane crash 50 years ago, but the details of his death remain shrouded in mystery. Happened on 3/27. And I was looking at he was 34 years old, so he just missed Club 33, very close. I don't know if that matters, but the main thing is this. His body was missing. Like, in other words, they said that they had small pieces of his body that they had to use like a bowl. I mean, it doesn't make sense. The story doesn't make sense. It sounds like some kind of an occult ritual where Osiris's body, the Sun King, is dismembered and scattered throughout the world. So here we go. He conquered space, but was killed during a routine training session, but his death is shrouded in mystery, raising questions. And here he is hugging Fidel Castro. And space has always been a communist thing as well. So communists have always used space utopianism to sell people on a better world than the one that we have. Okay, so crash again. This was March 27th, 1968 in a MiG-17 jet. Official version, there's quite a few things here. Okay, so it wasn't until 2011 that the official results of the investigation were revealed. I didn't know they kept it secret that long. So there's theories that the engine broke down, that another jet caused it, depressurization, lost consciousness. But whatever it is, he looks like a dead ringer for Neil Armstrong, who had a similar role on the world stage. I found another one like this too. I have to look into when I have a little bit more time. But someone sent me some pictures and a little bit of background on a character who may actually have been Malcolm X. Meaning, if it's the case, Malcolm X wasn't Malcolm X, and that the person that we think is Malcolm X may have been this other person who was actually killed in Africa. Another assassination. I'm going through some comments here. Someone says Barbara Bush equals Aleister Crowley. You know, I thought about that one, and resemblances aside, I have a hard time believing it. That the guy who founded this kind of a libertine secret society, free love, using drugs as much as he could, heroin addict, sex addict, wickedest man in the world, that he would become a first lady, put on a dress and a wig and behave all I just don't know. I don't see Aleister Crowley settling down as just a housewife. So whatever, I mean, I figured, well, maybe it's the same gene pool, you know, shallow gene pool. It's a small world and a shallow gene pool at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. But would Crowley go this route? I don't know. I mean, this picture in particular is quite compelling. I mean, can you argue with that? Like, maybe. I mean, I'm not knocking his life choices. If that's what he decided. You want to go from Satan's left-hand man to the first wife of George W. Bush. Now, he is a skull and bonesman. You know, George W. Bush. So there's a connection. There's a few connections there. Overthought said, I thought Barb was Crowley's daughter. See, it's more likely. It's more likely a father-daughter than, okay, that's what it is. My third eye says Barbara Bush is Crowley's illegitimate daughter. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Then Crowley found some sort of life extension, and instead of continuing on his wicked ways, he just veered into uber normalcy and becomes the spouse of a conservative president. I mean, that's just the wildest theory yet. But again, magic. You know, if anybody could do it, it'd be Crowley. Sun Rabbit says, I cannot imagine Master Therion Beast 666 baking an apple pie. Yeah, that's my problem with it. I don't think he would settle down. Now, could I see Barbara Bush going Crowley? I don't know. I mean, it's a significant life change. We've seen things like this. What's that? What's the woman of the year's name? The one who used to be on the Wheaties commercials, the Wheaties box, the athlete. The governor of Michigan looks like her. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? There's that. Was it a Kardashian? I'm so bad with these celebrities sometimes. But there's one of them he was an Olympic runner, transitioned into a woman. Kind of a similar thing. How old was Crowley though when he died? Bruce Jenner. Thank you. Bruce Jenner did a similar thing. But okay, so Crowley was how old when he died? And we'll get off this topic. He had to have been like getting up there. So he died on December 1st, 1947 at the age of 72. Yeah, that's huge. It would have to require life extension. Yeah, of course he would have his secret ingredient in the pies. You don't want to know what these Thelemites are about, what they really eat. And, you know, if you really get into it, and we'll get into this for a minute. Okay, so Aleister Crowley created this modern take on Mystery Babylon, and that has been given a new iteration with the space program, which is really the same thing, just dressed up for the new age. So it's a kind of an interesting topic here, though, because, you know, we kind of get into 1947 when Crowley died. That's when the first UFO crashed in Roswell. And UFOs. Okay, so the idea of UFOs, flying saucers, technologically advanced beings from other planets coming down here, that's science fiction nonsense. But all of this science fiction nonsense is built on something older. Like Crowley brought this New Age movement based on the fertility rites, Mystery Babylon, and that old archaic astrotheological world conception. Outer space is grafted on that. But the thing is, at its core, it's about life and death, the cycles of life and death, reincarnation, etc. So what I'm looking at here is SpaceX is primarily based around this rocket called Falcon 9. Well, the god of the New Age, according to Aleister Crowley, who is the prophet of this god, is the sun god Horus. The thing about Horus is that this is the Egyptian concept of the sun god, and he's got the head of a hawk or a falcon. So the Falcon 9 is significantly named after, I would say the Falcon 9's name is significant, that it's named for Horus. And what's more, Horus is considered to be the deity of Mars. He's the counterpart to Ares, or Mars, in the Egyptian pantheon. So you have this Martian deity who's the god of this age. And again, SpaceX is primarily focused on getting us to Mars with this Falcon thing. Now, if you look at this particular image, and this is from one of these Thelemic websites, the god, and I guess that's one of his, I'm not sure if it's a scribe or something, but anyway, they're standing beneath the arch of a goddess. So the goddess of the night sky is arched over them, looking down. I think in some better images she has stars on her body. But anyway, I've read Crowley's book about this New Age religion, this new god, which he describes as a child, an androgen, the crowned child. And I think about Greta. He talks about this crowned androgynous child, the conquering child. But they specifically talk about the crown. I'm like, well, coronavirus has done more to empower the New Age, the environmentalism, this new world agenda. More of it's been accomplished with COVID than anything. The crown, the corona. So I think it's kind of fascinating. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Greta Thunberg was the Antichrist. But anyway, this whole cult is primarily based on veneration of the sex act. And again, it's obelisk worship. And if you look at the term obelisk, where it comes from, it's the shaft of Baal. It's pretty blatant, when you get into the symbolism and what it means. So my point is, it's about, the primary ritual, like if you go to a Catholic mass, you have your dying and your resurrecting sun king, or sun god. So the dying and the resurrecting is affected by this. He dies at sunset. The sun god dies after having fought the day. He's resurrected the next day. He's put back together. But before he can be resurrected, he has to conceive of himself. Like the sun god gives birth to him. He conceives of himself. He's his own father. So in other words, at night, the interred sun god, buried beneath the ground with the obelisk right above where his severed member was, that's considered to be the conjugal visit at night with the goddess of the sky, who's arching over. And then she gives birth to Horus, the child of darkness, the rising sun in the morning. That would be her giving birth. Then he rises up, he conquers the night, and the cycle begins again. So it's repeating again and again, this cyclical story. But ultimately, it's about that conjugal visit. It's about the sex, the fertility rite. And when you look at the Washington Monument, the fireworks displays, all the rituals they do over there, it's all the same fertility rite. At its core, Catholicism is a fertility rite. Now, this is what they worship. This is what they believe. You can look at the Washington Monument and think it's just an archaic old symbol, that the symbol is like it's just there for decoration, it's aesthetics. But no, it's actually something they do even today. There's something called Catharsis on the Mall. This happens every May. Don't know if they'll do it this year, but they do their it's like a Burning Man festival right there at the Washington Mall, where they burn an effigy of a man at the base of this rocket. At the base of this obelisk. So the significance here is that the burning man represents Christ, represents the phoenix, the dying and the resurrecting sun god. And so right here at night, the Burning Man Festival, this actually represents the conception of the new dawn for the next day. So this is all, again, part of the same cult, dressed up. Now, on the 50th anniversary of the Apollo landing, over there at that same obelisk, they projected the Apollo 11 launch itself. They actually projected it onto the Washington Monument. So it was called the Apollo 11 Anniversary Show. The significance here is that the Saturn V rocket for the Apollo mission is projected on the Washington Monument. Well, Saturn is just another name for Osiris. It's the same deity. So here you have an image here, and this was from last year. It's called Go for the Moon, where they superimpose the lunar mission on that obelisk. And again, what you have here is a rocket launch, which is a burning obelisk. No different than the Burning Man at the base of it. That's the primary symbol. The burning is a symbol. The fire is it actually represents the life force itself, the creative force, and then of course the conception. So I'm bringing this up because SpaceX is no different. It's just a modern take on the ancient fertility cults, and they actually send the obelisk into the sky. And of course, outer space is the womb of the goddess of the night sky. That's the nightly. This is what they do with every launch. It's a fertility rite. They're not really going to space. There's nobody in these rockets. What you think is a rocket, if you still believe in the stuff, it's a cylindrical blimp. It's an airship. They launch it out of sight, out of mind, and they cut to the CGI. Nobody's going to space. This is an old cult. Now, again, SpaceX is literally space sex, because space is heaven, and sex magic is all about elevating consciousness, higher consciousness, cosmic consciousness. It's basically mysticism. Just bringing this up because some people still think they're going to Mars, and it's like, no, actually you're not. You're going wherever the big satanic cult's going to put you, probably underground in an insect costume. I'm sorry, a spacesuit. Ant people. That's where we're going to end up. Look, this is, again, nothing new here. And here's where they invented it. This New Age concept, the New Age movement, it's been around for a while. It's based on the precession of the equinoxes, and the characteristics of the New Age are they were being essentially updated. And that's what Aleister Crowley said. He said the New Age for him, he declared it the Age of Horus in 1904. And since then, everything has been getting updated. So if you look at the genesis of NASA with Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, well, Jack Parsons was the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley. Jack Parsons, rocket scientist. Aleister Crowley, he's actually one of the heads of the OTO. So what he was doing with Hubbard, who later became the head of Scientology, a creator of Scientology, well, Scientology is a space religion. It's all based on outer space. My impression here is that L. Ron Hubbard was tasked with helping NASA. Well, at the time it wasn't NASA, but it was tasked with helping to update this system. That it was, let's give the old religion a modern iteration. And we're still living through it now. Everything that I'm talking about is still in effect, this new paradigm. That's why they've replaced the old concept of sin that they can no longer regulate. You could sit on a street corner and tell people they're going to hell, but you have no power to regulate their behaviors just because you believe that they're spreading sin. Oh, you're a super spreader of sin, you're going to go to hell, and you're taking everybody else with you. That doesn't have any power today. But super spreaders of virus can be regulated. They can be locked up. The super spreaders of the virus are a legitimate threat, and science backs it up. So sin, global warming, wrath of God, these are all just new iterations on an old system. Overthought says, I wonder if Crowley has anything to do with the trip to the moon in 1901. Now, The trip to the moon, Jules Verne, interesting stuff there. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea takes place at Point Nemo, which is the same place where H.P. Lovecraft claimed that the aliens landed and had their underground. I'm sorry, they had a city that was sunk beneath the sea, but it was like supposedly the landing point of these elder gods who came from above. Right out there in the same place where Jules Verne put the Point Nemo. So you have these two science fiction minds isolating this particular location, and that happens to be the exact place where NASA supposedly drops all of their used satellites. They call it the satellite graveyard. I find that to be interesting too. So you have the satellite cemetery is what they call it. So the satellite cemetery, or the spacecraft cemetery, this is in the South Pacific Ocean uninhabited area east of New Zealand. This particular location figures prominently Jules Verne, H.P. Lovecraft, and NASA. Again, they supposedly drop their satellites there. And satellites, too, serve a very useful function because they're fake. But the existence of satellites in the minds of the believers serves the same purpose of angels. So angels can always see you. You can't see them. They snitch on you. Like basically, there's no reason for you not to confess and tell all your sins because the angels can snitch on you anyway. So you have these divine, or rather these watchers far up above that can see you, but you can't see them. You don't have that supervision that they have. And they can snitch on you to the central authority, just like angels can. So big government, the New World Order, this world government system is policed by these orbiting spies everywhere who tell us, and here's what the satellites usually tell us. The satellites generally tell us, oh, by the way, the Earth is heating up because of the activity of these guys over here in America and their behaviors. And their behaviors are going to piss off the globe, which is going to flood as a result. You see how they've brought back the flood myth for the modern age. Like, you might not believe in Noah's Ark. You might not believe in the flood wiping out the wicked people, and it's probably because you're an enlightened atheist. But then I would say, well, what do you make of Noah? Not Noah from the Bible, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which has the same exact symbol as Noah from the Bible, that being a dove flying above the ocean. The symbol of the dove and Noah pertains to after the flood. The dove flies over to Noah to say it's safe to go back. God's done murdering the world, and there's some vegetation, so apparently you can go back. So you look at the symbol of the dove and the flood, Noah being the guy to warn everybody. Well, what is the spaceship but an ark? What is the flood but punishment for man's wickedness, right? So it's like a retribution, cosmic retribution, divine retribution. You're sinning against his creation, so he floods you out. But the smart ones who listen to him get inside of the ark. So then today's version is the smart ones who listen to Noah get in the rocket. And they know that our sin, our wickedness, our carbon footprints is going to bring about a flood. And in this instance, the atheists are the righteous ones. And the ones who don't believe in NASA, the ones who think that the climate change is a hoax, they're the reprobates. There's more. And this is all in my book. There's more, because original sin, again, you can't legislate people's actions based on sin. But if you can convince them that they were born with original sin in the form of a carbon footprint, well, then you can regulate them. You can tax them. You go to church every Sunday, you put a little bit in the basket. Well, you're being taxed for the air you breathe, for expelling carbon. What is carbon? I mean, what is this carbon tax based on? It's taxing you for being alive. The idea of the world as a fallen place, man is wicked, we have to transcend and go to heaven where we can live forever, live sustainably. Well, that's what space promises. The space utopianism is supposed to be a replacement for heaven. But the fact that they called it Noah is telling you that your new priesthood is 100% grafting, or rather stealing, not stealing. Here's the thing. It's not just that they're stealing the trappings of it. It's the same control system. And the control system needs you to fear the sky, fear the end of the world, fear the virus, the superstition of this pandemic. It's part of the system. And you cannot get the modern mind to accept the old system of sin to where you have to use the holy water. Well, who's going to use holy water? No one. But will they use hand sanitizer? Yes. It's a scientific veneer over a mystic system. And I would even go so far as to say that the solar system, like the model that we're given, is just a new take on the Kabbalistic tree of life. And that the very concept of space travel is allegory for traveling the tree of life, which, if you look at that, it's just this, really briefly here, because I think it's a fair analogy. I think it's actually the same thing. It serves the same function. So in the Kabbalistic tree of life, what you're looking at is a diagram. At the top of the diagram, it's 10 spheres, basically. At the top, you have a source of light. At the bottom, you have the kingdom, which is where we are, the earth. And so you have these 10 spheres that are all basically connected to this light. Now, they're not exactly orbiting around it, but they're all connected to it in the same way. And if you look at these various spheres, each one has a symbol of the various planets on them. Jupiter, Venus, Mars, Saturn, Mercury. Here's the moon, here's the earth. And this diagram is often represented with a snake climbing up the diagram, climbing this thing. And that represents consciousness ascending from the earth to the higher realms. And if you look at the diagram, the very first place you would go, if you were to follow the path from the bottom to the top, 10 to 1, you would stop at the moon first. And then, this is just a diagram. It's like this concept of the universe. But to me, it's really no different than when I look at the solar system, which has a similar organization, except in this case, the sun is in the middle and everything's orbiting around it. But it's just another model for what's outside, what's above our world, what's out there. And I'm just suggesting that it's just a newer version, that astrophysics is more or less just mysticism at this point. Like, do you really believe that there are people out there, scientists out there, who have legitimate plans to blast you off this ball, catch a wormhole, fly 6 trillion light years away to 7 other planets that don't have as much pollution? Like, those are ridiculous stories. Space travel is ridiculous, if you ask me, and I think by ridiculous, it's illogical on purpose. It's not meant to be comprehensible. It's like it's a form of mysticism. Again, the one other thing too, because the serpent gets a bad rap for several reasons, but really the snake is a symbol of wisdom, transformation, shedding the skins, various reasons for it. Being considered a symbol of wisdom. Even you could look at the serpent in the Garden of Eden as the one who started man on a path of self-knowledge. So, in the Tree of Life models, you'll often see a serpent climbing it, and the significance here, of course, is traversing the tree means exploring the universe, exploring the cosmos or whatever. And of course, this is in a mystical sense, not traveling to far off terrain, trillions of light years away. We're talking about this maybe not psychedelic, but mystic in the sense of elevated states of consciousness. Again, it's mysticism. This is what religions are often alluding to. But I'm suggesting that space travel is just allegory. Space travel is allegory for this, for studying this mystic concept of the universe, of life, the mysteries of life, and incarnation, reincarnation, and everything else. I would even say that NASA, even though it looks like a bunch of goofy crisis actors trying to fake space travel, I think at its core, you might be looking at more or less just another organization, another extension of the Vatican, the Jesuits. You ought to look at the connections between Jesuits and the Jedis. Very, very fascinating. And here's one other thing, one more thing. So we're talking about outer space and space travel and this older concept of the world being grafted onto this one. So anybody who watches Star Wars will immediately recognize the moon of Saturn as being the Death Star. It looks exactly like the Death Star. Now, it won't look like this from your telescope if you went out and you looked at it. It will look like this from the pictures you get from NASA. So you've probably seen, for example, Pluto on the planet Pluto, as in the Disney dog Pluto. The face of the Disney dog is actually on the planet, which doesn't make any sense, but we're in a Disney universe. I'm bringing these up for a reason. And there's one more I wanted to bring up, because there's the rocket that Elon Musk is sending to Mars was called the BFR, but now they're calling it the Starship. And conveniently, NASA found the Starfleet logo on the surface of Mars. So here you have Star Trek symbol, massive plateau on Mars. Then you have the Death Star orbiting Saturn. And then you have Pluto on Pluto. Well, Disney owns Star Wars, right? So here's the significance. Darth Vader is an archetype. He's Saturn. He's an embodiment of the god Saturn, or Osiris. You would say Saturn in this case. So isn't it really interesting that a couple of things here, that Saturn would have a moon that looks like the Death Star, and that Darth Vader, who represents Saturn, would drive around in such a vehicle. So that right there is very consistent with this older symbolic system. But in the myth, the sun god is always challenging the darkness, and he gets killed at sunset. That's kind of the story. So here's a very important scene. And again, this is all Mystery Babylon taught to the masses, and they just don't know. But as I was saying earlier, the sun god is his own father. The way that strange personification works, this ritual of this cycle of the day and the night. But if you remember the scene where Luke meets his dad, and he says, "Luke, I'm your father." And then Luke doesn't want to, he doesn't want to take his hand. They have this altercation. But anyway, Luke losing his hand. The significance there. As I said, the sun god always gets his member chopped off. That's why they put the obelisk on the grave. So Luke losing his sword hand is the same symbol. Darth Vader, Dark Father, Osiris, Luke, Skywalker, sun god. The sun walks the sky. And when you see them fighting, you see the cross when they clash their sabers. All of this is highly significant. I mean, there are so many elements to these movies you can break down within the iconography. It's extremely calculated, every aspect of it. So what happens to Luke after he loses his hand? He falls. And not just anywhere, but he falls into a place called Cloud City. And if you look at the movie, you find Luke hanging from a cross for several hours or days before they come pick him up and they reattach his hand. And this is just the basic story of the sun god challenging the darkness, dying, having the piece chopped off, hanging from a cross. And if you look at Cloud City, it even looks like a sunset. Very dramatic scene. And that's not the only one. There's the other one as well. The other Star Wars movie where he's hanging upside down from a cave. And he has to use the Force to bring his sword back so he can kill the beast or whatever. Now, all of these movies contain these storylines. And again, okay, now let's go into one more. How Jesuits and Jedi are more alike than you think. And none of these are coincidental resemblances. They both believe in a universe-penetrating superpower. Jesuits... there's quite a lot here. Here's one. Jesuits start as younglings, even newborns. They spend as much as 23 years before becoming a fully trained Jedi. Jesuits have it somewhat easier, but... And you can find accounts of Jesuits and their statements about, give me the child, I'll show you the man, or whatever. They both live by a code of honor. They both have analogous sets of symbols. They both have councils of advisors. The Jesuits are led from Rome by a superior general. The Jedi are led from a master of the order, a council of 12 Jedis. Anything else here? There's quite a bit, but just scratching the surface. We live in a Disney universe, and it's not even an exaggeration, to say that we do live in a not only a Disney universe, but it's like Looney Tune physics. It's Wonderland. All right, I'm looking through some comments here. See if there's anything else that I want to get into here. I didn't really mean to go too far into this, but I'm just bringing this up because there's a consistent, and this is what I'm putting in the book, Conspiratained, and I'm actually going to take a couple days here to finish editing. I think next month, though, will be a lot more, there'll be more of these late night open phones. Lean Dion says Scooby-Doo Justice. Oh yeah, we got Looney Tunes Physics and Scooby-Doo Justice. The way Scooby-Doo Justice works is you have the whole thing solved within one episode. Everything is just... So that's how you know it's a staged event. Like, there's a shooting, and because somebody on CNN read that somebody on Twitter tweeted that they heard some gunshots. And then before the next news brief, they already know the name of the person who did it. They know his backstory. They know why he did it. They convicted him, and now they're just waiting for the death sentence. Like, the media is able to solve crimes in record time. That's how it always is. Like, real murders don't get solved in 30 minutes. PSYOPs do. Missing Piece says, how do I become a reporter for you? Oh, you know what? That's a good question, because the other day I was getting a lot of traffic on filmyourhospital.com. So filmyourhospital.com is a website where I was keeping track of all of these empty hospitals and the people who were reporting on it. And I believe that every single one of these videos, well, maybe not every single one, but like 80% of these videos have so far been taken down. It's insane. But we were doing our best to keep up with all of the... Look, this video has been removed for violating YouTube's terms of service. Anyway, here's what we wrote. We put this this was in April. Don't let the government media complex 9/11 us again. 3/11 is another 9/11 authoritarian power grab over a fake threat. Originally, I was calling this the 3/11 Truth Project because I thought 3/11, which was the day that the pandemic was declared, was going to be defined as this transformative day, because we had 9/11 to refer to, but nobody talks about 3/11. It's because they kept it hidden. It's not hidden, but They didn't emphasize it. They didn't force meme 311. And I think the reason why is they probably didn't want there to be a 311 truth movement. They didn't want there to be a day that, and if you look at it in this context, if you frame it as this was another 9/11, then you can see the game plan. You can see how they're doing everything that they were doing in 9/11 all over again with a different pretext on a bigger scale. And it's easy to see the trajectory of it. That's why I'm not worried about the world ending. And I think that the mask's going to wear out just as the 9/11 Let's Roll bumper stickers wore out. Okay, so let's see what else here. They don't want you to see behind the curtain. They use the hype to justify the lockdowns. So what I said here was, join our media team. We're searching for reporters, journalists, and bloggers. And this is to promote media freedom. So you don't have to have a press pass to say you're press, but if you have a press pass, you have a better case of saying that you're essential. If you're reporting on protests, you probably should have one if you want the police to not think you're a protester, but then if you have one, the protesters will probably kill you. But anyway, I've been doing these press passes as a way of countering the lockdown, so you can say that you're essential. Then to be a reporter, you would just report, call in, blog, or whatever. We have a few people have called in front lines of these various protests and riots. One of our reporters was at the one where 2 Trump supporters were run over, had their legs broken. Anyway, he was maced and tased and hit with a baton. They broke his phone and the camera. Okay, I'm going through some comments here to see if I've missed anything else. Like I said, there's a high likelihood that there's going to be attempts to lock down wherever you are, and you will have to be locked down unless you're essential. And if you're not MSM, and MSM is essential, or in the film industry, did you know that if you're in the film industry, I think it's in California, you're considered to be essential. I mean, Keanu Reeves was throwing some block party, claiming it was for the movie. So filming a movie as a cover for throwing a party is very much like what we saw during Prohibition. I remember there was a club, Benevolent Protective Order of the Elks. I knew a member of this club, and he explained that the origin of it was that during Prohibition, having this club allowed them to gather when they weren't allowed to gather at certain hours and do things they wouldn't be able to do otherwise, drinking, gambling, or whatever. I mean, people always find a way. Commenter says, film your COVID station, just don't go in. Say you're auditing for public interest. Well, the film your hospital thing, the dancing nurses, that was enough to show that there was not a first wave. There was not a second wave. I don't expect there to be a third wave. Can you have a second wave or a third wave without having a first wave first? Is that even possible? I don't think so. So I'm not really sure how much longer they can keep this charade up, but I'm getting a ton of messages from people in Mexico. In fact, one of my messages, people who are finding out that no, it's all just a side war. But we don't necessarily need people to go in, get themselves arrested, or we already have someone who's done that. Flat Earth Fokker. He's a Canadian yoga teacher. He did hot yoga. That's what they called it. And he refused to close his shop or something. He traveled to America. He didn't quarantine. And they went after him. They arrested him. It doesn't really do you any good to martyr yourself. I almost feel bad for all the Antifas who think that standing in front of cars in the road is fighting for their cause. How many of them have been run over? You know that there was more than 90 people, 90 peaceful protesters hit by cars. And these are people getting hit by cars while they're trying to block the cars from leaving. I mean, it's insane. And they don't learn. I mean, I thought they had a hive mind. It's like, come on, I thought you guys had a hive mind. You're trying to give us your hive mind. I thought you were pod people already. But if you have a hive mind, don't you learn from each other? Like, why did it take 90 people to get hit by cars? And even now, they haven't really changed their tactics. Miss Ali says, notice how they're planning a lockdown until next March, so they know their virus is not fizzling out. Well, that's the thing here. And I brought this up with the previous caller, a couple callers ago, about after the big spectacular events of September 11th, which they call the tragic events. I don't know what you would call it. I mean, it was a non-event. 9/11 was just a movie. My point is, they weren't able to create that same level of terror. After the main event, it was more of a political thing. Now the two sides fight over it. And I don't think they're going to be able to recreate that terror. Look, I haven't tripped over a single body. I've followed along with many different reporters who've gone into various places, and these trucks with the bodies in the back aren't being used. There aren't any mass graves being dug. Skies aren't turning black from crematoriums. The hospitals aren't so full that bodies are piling up outside of the ICUs. They're not low on PPE. The hospitals aren't so packed that the morgues are overflowing and bodies are literally falling out the windows. Like, none of that stuff is true. And after we started exposing the empty hospitals, some people said, well, maybe they're empty because they're waiting for the second wave. And like, again, you can't have a second wave without a first wave. So if there wasn't a first wave, the hospitals were empty. They spent $100 million on tents. Yeah, $100 million. You know how many stimulus checks they could have sent out? They put $100 million into tents that weren't used. And now people are worried about another wave. And I'm like, well, let's first see what a wave looks like before we talk about the second wave or third wave or fourth wave. Now the terror, this commenter here says, I had a girl freak out for standing 6 inches too close over the dot. That's not terror. That's tyranny. If she was scared, she would be home. If she didn't have fear in her eyes, then it's tyranny. And it's really a power trip thing. I was saying this earlier, that I'm going to get a shirt that says, keep your social distance, I don't dial 911. Just like, hey, look, I'm going to stand my ground. You get closer than 72 inches, I'm pulling the trigger. You gotta prevent, this is the insanity of it, though. Nobody's that afraid. And the people driving around with their masks aren't afraid either. They're brave. In fact, you got to compliment them on their bravery. It's so brave of you to come out here despite the plague. It's super brave. Daring. I mean, I understand people going out and enduring harsh weather conditions. Long days out in the sun, the cold, the extremes of weather. But what kind of person does it take to go out in a plague and just keep doing your thing, even though you know what's out there and it's so deadly? Like, those are real freedom fighters. Commenter says, freedom is the freedom to say a virus is a hoax. Oh, yeah. Well, the pandemic, and okay, look, I don't like equivocating. Some will say, well, let's just not say it's a hoax because that goes too far. Let's just say they lied by 10% about the numbers. Like, no, you have to reject the very premise of a pandemic. Is it even possible? Like, if it was possible, don't you think the terrorists would have figured this out? Like Osama bin Laden, he's out there in some cave. He's like, hey guys, fuck all that weapon of mass destruction stuff. I got a bowl here of bat soup that I'm not going to heat up all the way. And we're just going to give it to one of these, we're going to give it to one of our lower ranking terrorists here, one of our suicide bombers. He's going to eat this bowl of bat soup and it's going to wipe out the world. Like, they would have done this already. So I'm suggesting that no, there is no pandemic, never was. I don't think there's any such a thing. It's kind of like global warming. We can all agree in bad weather exists, inclement weather, horrible weather, extreme weather exists. But to say that the entire world is experiencing bad weather because of something we did, that's the big leap. And what's more, there's every indication that this thing was planned years ago. I mean, 100% pandemic. We know it's a scamdemic. I know it's a hoax, but it's also a plandemic. No doubt this thing was planned. And isn't that the great news? I mean, isn't that good news? The best news in the world is actually illegal. Not illegal, but it's anathema. You can't talk about this. You'll get banned. I mean, go tell some, no, I wouldn't recommend it, but if you were to tell some person with a mask, socially distanced, covered in sanitizer, holier than thou, you tell this person, hey, good news, nobody died. Yes, scratch those two. You know, you were up late last night. You were up late crying for the 200,000 dead that Orange Man killed, and all the people who think it's real. It's like, oh, you're actually mourning this thing. You believe it's real. Here's the good news: nobody died, and their response would be to call the cops on you, to probably kill you. It's the strangest thing. It was the same thing with Sandy Hook. You're like, here's some good news for you. Those kids didn't die. Christmas wasn't ruined. Because they really did put a damper on the holidays that year. But when you tell people the good news, they're like, how dare you? How dare you tell me that they didn't die? Like, isn't that great news? People used to get so triggered when we would bring up that no planes hit the towers on 9/11. Now it's common knowledge, I think. Some of you might not be in the know. Most of you probably are. But before the 19th anniversary of 9/11, 2001, a number of videos have surfaced where you can find tons of videos, witnesses that weren't seen before, witness footage. Like just some guy's on a garage. He sees the North Tower burning. So he takes out his camera, he starts recording, he's talking to somebody else, and he's like, no plane, nothing, it's a bomb. And then the other tower blows up, no plane, just a bomb. The plane was inserted later. I mean, the news media, your trusted news sources, that the ones that are telling you to stay home and mask up, yeah, they used a CGI plane to make it look like it was a plane when it was actually a bomb, a controlled demolition, and nobody was in the tower. That's the other thing. So you're not able to look at the horror of it because it's just so terrible that 3,000 people died. People are jumping out the towers because it was so hot. When I brought this up a few months ago that nobody died on 9/11, I had someone call in and he said, okay, I agree with you on no planes. I agree with you that nobody died in Pennsylvania or the Pentagon, but the jumpers, there had to have been some people who were just stuck in the building and they had to jump. And so I'm looking at the footage of the jumpers, and I found that many of them, they weren't even jumpers, they were launchers. As in, these dummies, and they were dummies, they were fire department training dummies. They were launched with pneumatic cannons out the side of the Twin Towers, a very far distance, a fair distance from the side of the tower. I mean, this is pretty obvious. And some will say, well, no, there was so much heat in the towers that it blew them out the windows. And so they flew out like that. It's like, no, if you look at these videos of these bodies being launched, these are pneumatic cannons. But anyway, these stories matter. These news stories matter because they shape our paradigms. They shape our worldviews. And wouldn't you want to hear the good news that you were freaked out over? It was like a nightmare. It's all just a dream. So the worst news in the world, we're all going to die, happens to be a hoax. So don't shoot the messenger. You know, when it comes to this, people want to shoot the messenger. That's what we're trained to do. It's funny how people with good news are often met with such just almost resentment. Like, how dare you say I'm not clinging to a ball that's falling through an infinite abyss, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, that's eventually going to burn out before the universe collapses on itself? How dare you say that there aren't space rocks that could wipe me out at any moment? It's like, no, the good news is it's probably very stable and stationary, and there's no chance the world will ever be destroyed. Cunify says, my friend has a video of those waving the dummies at the top. The size don't match the tiles. Oh, you didn't know about the Giants? The New York Giants? I mean, I'm talking about the jumpers. The jumpers were like 12 feet tall, 9 feet tall. Some of the people that jumped out of the Twin Towers were just way out of scale. And there's some indications that some of the, I mean, there's just so much to this thing. We're looking at a movie production that was planned decades in advance. Yeah, giants. As in, the people who were on the sides of the building were easily 12 feet tall in some of the shots there. I'm like, okay, there's giants in the towers waving down. It's because you could take you have the known dimensions of the windows of these openings, and then you look at the scale of some of these jumpers, and it's like, okay, I see what they did here. There's no way that this person takes up this much space. 9/11 has actually been reverse engineered to death. The dummies being launched was one of the last things. Ooh, nice. Johnny Jones has a link to the LAX hoax where they use the mannequin. I love that one. They run the mannequin out.
This
LAX shooting Terminal 3 witness stared down the barrel of a gun. And in this one, you actually had a victim who was also a security guard. Okay, here's the dummy. And you know who I think was working at the LAX this time? David Hogg's dad. I think he might have been the manager of the... Let me double check that. Small world, you know. Okay, here we go. Dave Hogg's father, Kevin Hogg. There's quite a lot here, actually. This whole family. Okay, Kevin Hogg retired from the FBI in 2014 and moved to Florida. Before joining the FBI, he was a Navy pilot and a teacher. I want to find out where it talks about his work at the LAX, though, because he might have been there that day. Here we go. Prior to this, he used to... Here we go. Hogg wrote an affidavit about the case. Here we go. LAX. I'm trying to find if he was there that day. I knew I had found something about it. So many strange things. You got to look into Adam Lanza's dad, and he knew James Holmes' dad. Very small world. Elliot Rodger, the Palo Alto shooter, his grandfather was one of the first to do war photography at Auschwitz. I mean, very, very interesting when you look at these crisis actors and their backgrounds. Pete Shea says the 9/11 footage was all live, is all prepared, is a 102 movie broadcast. Okay. So is a 102-minute movie broadcast while the buildings were taken down behind the scenes. Well, do you remember the smoke? I think that was just fog. It was a fog generator. It wasn't actually from a burning. I mean, this was just a cover smoke. And what's more, there was an astronaut who was over the he was in the ISS over New York at the time on September 11th. You can look this up. This astronaut said he was reading Tom Clancy's Sum of All Fears, which was basically a book about 9/11. Sum of All Fears. So an astronaut was reading about 9/11 when it happened. He brings this up. I'm bringing this up because that's a Tom Clancy movie. And as you know, we're living in another Tom Clancy movie right now, that being Dark Winter. I think Dark Winter is the next one. All right, well, hey, I want to say thanks to all the callers who called in. Make sure you're here Thursday for sure. Subscribe. South Pole is being advertised there on the upper left. If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. Leave voicemails anytime. We'll address those live. And I will be back tomorrow. Join us in Discord if you want to help out with the animation. We're working on episode 2 of the South Pole.
Mask of the beast, 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 faceless cock, another NPC. Uh-oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Buttle, but the R is the S. Everyone's gone totally retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWW